Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Transported into Dark Souls? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1, Prologue. Giggles echoed through the dark forest, and Naruto laughed louder. He knew how ridiculous he must have looked, alone under the moonlit trees and laughing for no reason. But none of that mattered tonight. After countless failures and frustration, he had finally done it. He had made a clone that actually worked. He stared at the figure in front of him, barely containing his excitement. It looked just like him, the three whisker-like marks on each cheek, the spiky yellow hair that caught the moonlight, the bright blue eyes. Even the outfit was right: the orange jacket with blue shoulders, the white fur collar, the mesh undershirt, and the blue open-toed sandals. Naruto whispered that it was perfect. He began to explain that with this he could become a genin, but the clone interrupted and declared that he would take his first step toward becoming Hokage. Naruto blinked. He noted that clones were not supposed to talk, and this was new. He reached out and poked the clone, expecting his hand to pass through as it had with failed illusions before. This time his finger touched solid flesh. Naruto observed that his clone was solid and could talk, and a wide grin spread across his face as he told the clone that this meant his clone jutsu was better than everyone else's. The thought filled him with pride. He watched as the clone turned toward the forbidden scroll of seals nearby. The scroll was massive, dark green with black markings, nearly as tall as he was. Naruto asked what the clone was doing, though the answer was obvious, and the clone replied that they had time before Mizuki-sensei arrived and might as well learn another jutsu. Naruto agreed, but his excitement faltered when he looked at the scroll. He had expected something simple and flashy. Instead, he saw complicated lines and symbols. The seals looked like a puzzle meant to keep him out, covering the parchment like a web. As the clone spread the scroll across the forest floor, Naruto hesitated. He wanted to say it was pointless. He had never understood seals like these. Just as he was about to give up, the scroll began to open. One seal loosened, then another, and soon the entire scroll unfurled, revealing its secrets layer by layer. The clone muttered that it was like an onion. Naruto could not help but agree. Once fully opened, the scroll did not reveal a single technique or seal. Layered across its surface were countless symbols in individual sections, each carrying its own seal, and one massive design woven across them all. A spark of recognition flickered in Naruto's mind. It was a storage seal. He did not know the exact mechanics, but he understood enough to know this type of seal could store something inside, like a pocket that needed chakra to unlock. Judging by its size, the seal would probably need a tremendous amount of chakra. That was not a problem. If there was one thing Naruto never seemed to run out of, it was chakra. He remembered how even Sasuke would be panting after using a few scrolls. Sasuke could manage 24 at his best. Most of the class could not handle more than 6. Naruto could laugh his way through 100 and still keep going. Standing beside his clone, both of them staring down at the intricate seal, a reckless grin spread across Naruto's face. He told himself that it was just a matter of chakra and that he had plenty. He suggested opening the scroll to see what item lay inside. They placed their hands on the center of the seal. As their palms pressed down, it felt like fitting a key into a lock. The seal did not just accept their chakra. It pulled on it. Naruto felt the familiar surge start in his gut and rise through his arms like a current. It was second nature by now. But something was off. The seal did not simply absorb chakra. It drained it, faster and harder than anything he had ever encountered. The clone vanished in a puff of smoke. A sharp pain shot through Naruto's chest. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder, trying to keep the chakra flow steady, but it kept pulling. For the first time in his life, Naruto felt what true chakra exhaustion was like. His body trembled. Breathing became hard and each inhale felt like fire in his lungs. Then it stopped. The seal had taken what it needed. With a final greedy gulp, it unlocked and a thick puff of smoke burst out. Naruto collapsed. His body hit the dirt with a dull thud. The forest spun around him. The trees blurred into one another, swirling like ink in water. Pain throbbed through his limbs, his head felt stuffed with cotton, and his breath came in short, shallow gasps. He had never been this tired before, not from pranks, not from training. This was a new kind of exhaustion. The cold earth beneath him was the only thing keeping him grounded. He shut his eyes and tried to focus on his breathing. Naruto cursed at the seal, demanding that it give back its secrets. His chakra slowly began to trickle back. He could feel the steady pulse of recovery, stronger than what most of his classmates could manage. He remembered how they always complained about chakra exhaustion and how long it took to recharge. Naruto smirked, thinking that their recovery speed was not as impressive as he was. The satisfaction lasted only a moment before he returned his attention to the scroll. He was not finished with it and did not expect what came next. A glow began, then chakra spilled into the air like a small fire being born. This chakra burned with an orange hue, vibrant and alive, rising in a spiral that wove and danced with a will of its own. As it ascended, it began to form a ring floating just above the seal. It pulsed slowly like it was breathing. The edges shimmered with gold while the center burned darker and hotter, bathing the surrounding trees in fiery orange and casting flickering shadows. It looked as if the sun were being forged before him. Without thinking, Naruto reached out. His hand moved on instinct. The moment his finger touched the ring, a blinding flash consumed him. Everything went dark. When Naruto opened his eyes, there was no light, no scroll, no forest. He stood in absolute blackness. He did not panic. Darkness was not new to him. He had spent plenty of nights alone. But this felt different. This was empty. He wondered where he was, whether this was a dream or if he had passed out. No answers came. He walked, unsure if he was making any progress. The ground felt like stone, but he could not see it. No sound, no breeze, just him. He tried to lighten the mood by imagining Ayam's reaction and muttered that she would be terrified of this place. Then he called for his companion Gigi and apologized for knocking Gigi out with a prank transformation technique. The apology felt silly and childish, but the silence that followed felt heavier than before. He asked if anyone was there and heard his own voice crack, small and scared, a reminder of nights before friends when silence was all he had. Suddenly light exploded across the void. Naruto staggered back and raised his arms to block the glare. He squinted through his fingers and saw 10 rings of fire floating before him, each flickering with the same orange chakra as before. One ring pulsed brighter than the rest. As Naruto approached, the bright ring expanded and an image formed inside it. It was him, or a version of him, wearing real armor, a chest plate, shoulder guards, metal gauntlets. He held a sword in one hand and a round metal shield in the other. The blade gleamed in the firelight. He looked strong and dangerous in a way that felt strangely cool. Naruto stared, breathless with excitement and curiosity, wondering whether this was showing his future or simply an illusion. He reached out again, wondering if touching it would grant him that sword. The ring pulsed in response but offered no words. A scroll unfurled in front of him and words shimmered across its surface identifying the image as the warrior class, a weapon expert with high strength and dexterity. Naruto realized out loud that he thought he got it now, thrilled at the idea of becoming a weapon expert with great strength and agility, even though he did not fully understand the last term. He turned to the 9 remaining rings. The next revealed the knight class, a low-ranking knight with high health and solid armor, not easily toppled. This version of him was encased in steel from head to toe. He wondered what a knight even was and moved on. The wanderer class followed, showing a hooded figure in dark leather wielding a scimitar and carrying a small shield. Naruto imagined that if he chose this class, the small round shield could double as a ramen bowl and smirked at the thought. The thief class offered high critical hits and a master key. Thief Naruto held a dagger and a tiny shield. The idea of a master key intrigued him even if the rest seemed less appealing. Next came the bandit class, high strength, wielding a heavy battle axe. This bandit Naruto was massive, with towering muscles and thick armor. Naruto wondered if choosing this class would give him that body, and he imagined that such a presence might make Sakura forget about Sasuke for a moment. The thought made him laugh quietly, but he forced himself to move on. The hunter class appeared as a bow-wielding hunter, decent at close range but weak to magic. Naruto frowned at the weakness to magic, unsure what the term meant in this context and whether it related to chakra. A scroll unfurled with an unexpected title, Sorcerer of the Dragon School, casting soul sorceries. Sorcerer Naruto looked odd in a big floppy hat and robes, which disappointed him despite the impressive-sounding name. He sighed and pushed the thought aside, still curious about the others. The Pyromancer class followed, labeled a Swamp Pyromancer who casts fire spells and wields a hand axe. This version wore practical padded armor with a green hood and carried a worn axe and wooden shield. Naruto teased it as looking a bit ragged, but the promise of fire spells made his heart race. He remembered Sasuke's fireballs during training and felt a spark of envy and excitement at the chance to do something just as flashy. The Cleric class appeared next, described as a pilgrim who wields a mace and casts healing miracles. The illusion showed a bald figure. Naruto rejected it. He paused to consider his options, caught between curiosity and indecision, as the rings continued to glow around him. A brief moment passed before he moved closer to examine the remaining visions. Naruto refused to go bald as he surveyed the final class option, deprived. The description called it an unclothed enigma armed with a club and a rough plank shield. Naruto covered his eyes at the image that formed in his head. The deprived appeared practically naked, wearing only a loincloth and carrying a broken piece of fence for a shield. He stumbled back and shook his head hard, adamant that he would never choose that. He looked over the 10 rings once more, arms crossed as he weighed his options. It came down to 2. The bandit looked strong and imposing, with muscles, armor, and a big axe. The pyromancer promised flashy power, able to throw fire and look impressive doing it. One offered strength, the other offered spectacle. Naruto imagined how his fire jutsu would impress everyone, especially Sasuke, and that thought made the decision harder. He closed his eyes, extended his hand, and began to hum an old rhyme he barely remembered. His hand floated between the 2 rings, hovering back and forth until it stopped. When he opened his eyes, his palm rested above the pyromancer ring and a wide grin split his face. He anticipated the look on everyone's faces when he showed off his fire jutsu. The ring of fire shimmered and a bright light erupted around him, swallowing the world in brilliance. Naruto shielded his eyes, expecting to return to the familiar forest. When the brightness dimmed and his vision cleared, he realized he was not anywhere near home. A foul smell made him jijji. Nearby, a small dead rat lay beside a rusted bucket that looked like it had been used as a crude toilet. The sight was revolting and the stench made his eyes sting. He had seen unpleasant things before, but this felt worse. Naruto turned his attention from the filth to the rest of the room. Moss blanketed the walls in slick green patches that crept up from the floor and vanished into the arches above. The stones felt damp and crumbling. Cold, wet air clung to his skin and sank into his bones, making every breath heavy. Dim slivers of light pierced cracks in the ceiling and barely reached the floor, casting long shadows that danced with the dust. Across from him stood a rusted iron door, bolted shut, with a faint line of torchlight spilling from underneath. Naruto realized he was not in Konoha anymore and worried aloud to himself. When he shifted to stand, a harsh clinking echoed through the room. He looked down and froze. Thick metal cuffs were locked around his ankles and bolted into the floor. He was trapped and dressed in the pyromancer outfit he had seen in the Ring of Fire rough cloth, stitched from worn leather and odd fabric. How had this happened? Naruto wondered. Was this punishment for stealing the scroll? The thought crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. The Hokage would not do something like this. He forced himself to look away from the rat and filth and focus on the cold stone and the thin light trickling from above. He needed to think. A line of woodlice began crawling toward the rat's body, their tiny forms inching along the floor. Naruto thought about how useful a fire jutsu would be right then and felt a flicker of hope. He looked down at his pyromancer clothes and realized he had the outfit, but where were the weapons that normally accompanied it? He wondered if the fire magic had come with the class or if he was missing something. Naruto extended his hand toward the approaching insects and shouted for a fireball, but nothing happened. Only his voice echoed off the damp stone. He stared at his hand as if it had betrayed him, frustrated that he could not produce the flame he had expected. When he spoke the word status in frustration, a glowing screen flickered to life in the air just above eye level. Stunned, Naruto reached out, half expecting it to vanish, but it remained. He examined the floating display, hoping it would explain what had happened to his fire jutsu or how to free himself. The screen listed his identity and a series of attributes and statistics. It identified him as Naruto Uzumaki with no covenant, level 1, and 0 souls. His attributes were shown as numbers: Vitality 10, Attunement 12, Endurance 11, Strength 12, Dexterity 9, Resistance 12, Intelligence 10, Faith 8, and Humanity. His current HP was 573 of 573, and his stamina was 93, with an equipment load of 8.0 of 51. Weapon stats indicated values for right and left weapon slots, and his defense ratings were listed: Physical Defense, Strike, Slash, Move, Magic Defense, Flame Defense, and Lightning Defense. Resistances included Poise, Bleed Resistance, Poison Resistance, and Curse Resistance. Miscellaneous values showed an item discovery of 102 attunement slots. In Attunement Slot 1, Fireball was listed with 8 uses, and Attunement Slot 2 was empty. Naruto blinked, confused at the numbers and terms, but he focused on the entry listing Fireball under an attunement slot. He wondered how to use it. He tapped the screen for more information, but nothing responded. Just as he was about to give up, the room filled with a blinding light. He squinted and shielded his eyes, and as his vision adjusted, he saw a figure appear. An armored man stood before him, wearing a patchwork of gleaming steel and worn leather that fit like a second skin. The helm had narrow slits for eyes and hid the man's face, but the set of his jaw made his intent clear. The newcomer meant business. He rested one gauntlet hand on the pommel of his long sword, and in his other hand he held a shield emblazoned with a golden lion. The knight asked who he was. Chapter number 2: Oscar of Astora. The knight observed that Naruto had not fully turned into something else. Naruto asked what that meant, but before the knight could explain, he threw down what looked like a corpse at Naruto's feet. Naruto jumped back, his heart racing. The corpse's skin was pallid and sagging, its eyes hollow and lifeless, and it wore tattered clothes that hung from its frame like rags. Naruto shouted angrily at the stranger, his fear and anger flaring, and the knight pointed toward a key hanging from the corpse's belt. Naruto thought that a key might finally free him and that Gigi would owe him a lot of ramen for making him go through this. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the entire room began to shake violently, dust and small pebbles raining down from the ceiling. It felt like something massive was moving above them, threatening to bring the whole place down. The knight quickly moved away from a hole in the ceiling through which a sliver of sunlight had been shining. Glancing up, Naruto saw something huge nearly blocking out the light, its massive silhouette ominous. Naruto's mind raced about how to help. He considered making a clone to build a ladder or using a grappling rope. At that moment, his grappling hook appeared in his hand. The name was scratched into the side. Naruto wondered where it had come from, but the thought was cut short when the roof trembled overhead. He ran beneath the hole, uncoiled the rope, and threw the hook upward. It clanged against the edge, and when it fell back he adjusted and threw again. Naruto focused, narrowed his eyes at the cuffs digging into his ankle, clenched the old chain, and drew chakra into his palms, flooding it through his arms. The metal groaned under the sudden pressure. With a sharp exhale he twisted and yanked. The chains snapped apart with a loud crack, fragments clattering to the floor. Shaking off the last bits of metal, he flexed his fingers. Naruto crouched down, grabbed the key from the corpse, and stuffed it into his pocket, but the second it was in, it vanished. Confused, he patted his pocket and turned it inside out. It was empty. Naruto muttered that he could not find the key and glanced around as if he might have dropped it. A deep, thunderous roar ripped through the dungeon and silenced his thoughts. Naruto resolved that he would deal with it later. He tightened his grip on the rope and pulled himself the rest of the way through the hole. Up top there was no time to take in the view. His eyes locked on the figure waiting for him. It was not the knight he had come to help. The creature was a monstrous sight. Its skin was a patchwork of mottled flesh, its body unnaturally swollen and its limbs twisted under the weight. A distorted face leered down, crowned with a chaotic tangle of horns that jutted upward like the gnarled branches of a dead tree. Its eyes burned with a sinister red glow, and in its enormous hand it held a massive club, like a weaponized tree trunk. Naruto's throat went dry and every ounce of bravado drained out of him. He felt frozen, locked in place like a statue. He had fought bullies and sparred in the academy, but this was different. It felt like life or death. The thought of that club smashing down and possibly ending him shut everything else out. Then, like lightning, the knight moved. He slid between the creature's legs and struck its leg with his blade. The demon staggered, a dark spray marking the air as it recoiled. The creature howled and swung its club in wide, panicked arcs. Naruto's heart pounded against his ribs and sweat dripped from his hands, but he was not frozen anymore. If this thing could be hurt, it could be beaten. A glowing window appeared in front of him. A status panel labeled Asylum Demon showed HP. 2002, the Asylum Demon raised its massive arm and the weapon came up for a brutal backswing. Naruto formed the hand sign as fast as he could and activated the shadow clone technique. A dozen copies burst into existence, smoke rolling across the rooftop. Naruto commanded the clones to attack the demon. The copies swarmed from every side, but their blows did nothing. One by one they were smashed away, vanishing into puffs of smoke. The knight looked around in disbelief. Naruto grabbed the knight by the arm and, with his free hand, caught the grappling rope. He used it to swing them both toward the hole in the roof. They dropped fast. The knight wrapped the rope around one arm to slow their descent and braced his feet against the wall. They hit the ground hard but were not broken. Naruto dropped to his knees and began scrambling across the floor, eyes darting. The knight asked what he was doing, and Naruto explained that he was trying to find the key and that they needed to get out before the creature reached them. A gust of wind roared through the hole as the demon swung again. Naruto cried out and grabbed his head. Memories slammed into him like a wave. He felt each clone destroyed in an instant, wiped out by a single strike. He had never known that was possible, but he had felt it, all of it. The knight remained calm despite the chaos and assured Naruto that the demon would not come into the asylum. Naruto followed the knight's gaze. The asylum demon loomed above the hole, staring down. Its massive eye locked onto Naruto with a burning intensity that felt like a weight pressing into his chest, as if the creature were judging and measuring him. It seemed to want him dead, but for the moment the demon did not move. It stared a moment longer, then slowly turned and walked away. Naruto sat there, shoulders trembling, his breath ragged. The knight asked if he was all right. Naruto wiped his forehead and forced a grin, insisting he was fine and boasting that no creature could intimidate the great Naruto Uzumaki, adding his trademark "believe it." The knight repeated Naruto's name aloud, turning the sound over thoughtfully. Naruto confirmed his identity again and announced that he would become the greatest Hokage in Konoha. The knight tilted his head in mild confusion and remarked that Naruto was a strange one. Naruto responded that he had just saved the knight's life, voice proud and a little breathless. The knight chuckled, surprisingly warm in the cold stone corridor, extended his hand, and introduced himself as Oscar, Knight of Astora. Naruto took Oscar's hand with a quick shake and then realized they were from different worlds. He asked whether Oscar came from Konoha, and Oscar explained that he knew no such place and was a Knight of Astora on pilgrimage to Lordran. Naruto blinked as the unfamiliar names spun through his head. The questions crashed in on him all at once. How did he get here? Where even was here? What had happened to Konoha? His pulse rose, but outwardly he kept his face still, which surprised him. Usually his emotions spilled out, but now he contained them. When Oscar asked if something was wrong, Naruto briefly said no, the answer hollow even to his own ears. Oscar then asked why Naruto was still holding his hand. Naruto looked down to find his hand still clamped around Oscar's, pulled back, rubbed the back of his neck, and admitted that everything felt overwhelming. Naruto refocused by asking where the key was. It felt easier to focus on a task than on the flood of questions. His gaze drifted to a glowing system window still hovering in the air, and a thought struck him about the grappling hook that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. He wondered if there was some kind of invisible inventory or storage seal tied to the window, a kind of jutsu he did not yet understand. Curiosity burned through the panic. He whispered the word item under his breath as he concentrated. At first nothing happened, then the window blinked and a new line of glowing text appeared. Naruto noted that they were starting to make progress. The window displayed categories such as inventory, upgrade materials, key items, spells, weapons, ammunition, armor, and rings. Naruto opened the glowing window and navigated to key items. He focused on the dungeon cell key and selected it. A faint shimmer pulsed in his pocket. When he reached in, the key was there. It had appeared as if summoned. He marveled at how the system responded not only to actions but to thought. Oscar watched without comment. Naruto wondered if this was a normal part of the world. He had never seen anything like it. Storage seals and jutsu existed in his experience, but this seemed entirely different. Shaking off the oddness, he told Oscar they should get out of the cell. He slid the key into the rusted lock, turned it, and pushed the door open with a long, low creak. Beyond the gate, the dungeon hall stretched far ahead with an arched ceiling like the ribs of some ancient beast. Rows of prison cells lined the walls, their bars bent and broken as if large forces had torn through them. Torches flickered in rusty sconces, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Moving figures in the distance made Naruto's skin prickle. The distant forms were pale and ragged, their features hollow and uncanny, moving with stiff, jerking motions that gave them an eerie presence. They wore tattered remnants of clothing and carried broken weapons or splintered wood, advancing with a strange, twitchy stillness. Naruto whispered a question about what they were. Oscar stepped up beside him with his sword drawn and identified them as hollows, the undead who had lost their purpose. The idea of the undead without purpose struck a chord inside Naruto, though he could not explain why. He let the thought pass and turned his attention to Oscar's blade. He considered the kunai he might use from his inventory, but the idea of wielding a sword excited him. Naruto asked hesitantly if he could use Oscar's sword, admitting he had never used one before and confessing that it looked impressive. Oscar regarded him with curiosity rather than suspicion and asked why Naruto wanted to learn. Naruto answered that he thought it would be fun to learn and that it might be useful. Oscar agreed, stating that since Naruto had saved his life, teaching him the basics was the least he could do, and that knowing fundamentals was important for survival here. Naruto beamed with gratitude and took the sword in both hands, feeling its cold weight settle into his grip. Oscar pointed out that the hollows were empty and docile right now, perfect for training. Naruto's heart leaped. No one had ever taken that kind of time with him before. At the academy he had been the loud troublemaker, ignored and avoided, but Oscar offered instruction without judgment. Oscar explained that the weapon in Naruto's hands was the Astora straight sword. The blade was long and carefully tapered, suitable for moves and clean cuts, with a weathered sheen from past battles. The curved crossguard flared like talons and bore delicate etchings, the leather-wrapped grip felt slim and professional, and the pommel had the look of a knight's sword far removed from the tools Naruto knew. Naruto asked, in his usual eager way, what kind of move Oscar would teach him. Oscar shared a lesson he had learned younger. Flashy techniques were tempting, but mastering the basics was what kept someone alive. He raised 2 fingers to indicate the plan and said he would show 2 strikes for Naruto to learn and use to get through the dungeon. Oscar drew a side sword with a clean motion and demonstrated the first technique, explaining that the light cut was a quick, tight strike using one hand. He performed a horizontal arc to illustrate the motion. Naruto looked on and asked if that was it. Naruto thought it seemed easy enough, but Oscar replied calmly that it was not just about swinging, it was about speed, timing, and control. Oscar explained that one must strike before an enemy can react and recover just as fast, stay mobile, keep form clean, and align the edge properly or the blade would be nothing more than a stick. Naruto listened as Oscar adjusted his footing and took the sword in both hands to demonstrate a heavy vertical strike. Oscar said that the heavy cut was all about driving the body into the blow, slower, but potentially fight-ending if it landed. He warned that if one missed a committed cut, one would be exposed to a counter. Oscar ran through a series of movements: a move, a rising cut, Another heavy downward swing and Naruto watched every move, a question forming in his mind about why there were only 2 basic attacks. Oscar insisted that 2 were enough. When Naruto suggested something flashy like a spin slash or reverse grip, Oscar sighed and asked whether he wanted to look cool or stay alive. Naruto decided to stay alive. Oscar continued that Naruto could learn fancy moves later. For now, the essentials mattered: solid footing, clean cuts, reading distance, and keeping guard up. Naruto tightened his grip on the hilt and Oscar stepped closer to adjust his hands, advising him to keep his elbows loose and let the blade move. Naruto inhaled and faced the nearest hollow. He aimed a light cut but misjudged the distance and almost tripped. The hollow remained oddly motionless, swaying slightly. Oscar reminded him that failure was part of learning and that he should learn from it and improve. Naruto nodded to himself, steadied his stance, and swung with more control. The blade connected cleanly and the hollow dispersed into a flash of light and energy. Oscar praised the improvement and directed Naruto to attempt the stronger cut. Naruto turned toward the hollow at the end of the hall, raised the sword high with both hands, and swung down hard, using all his strength. The blow landed with a force that reverberated up his arms. It was not perfect, but it was a clear improvement from his earlier attempts. He felt exhilarated by the power and the precision of the strike. Naruto moved to ascend the stairs, sword still in hand, when Oscar stopped him and pointed toward the hollows Naruto had defeated. A strange white vapor swirled above the fallen figures and formed into small orbs. Oscar explained that these orbs were souls that could be used to strengthen aspects of the body like strength and dexterity. Naruto checked the status display that had appeared earlier and realized collecting the orbs might raise those attribute numbers. Oscar told him to just grab one. Naruto reached out and touched an orb. It dissolved into his skin and spread warmth and a tingly surge of energy through him. Oscar indicated that another hollow was approaching down the hall. Naruto announced that he had a moving target now and prepared himself. A minute later, Naruto climbed the cold, wet metal ladder and grumbled. He could see Oscar above him, trying and failing to hide a smile. The fight with the moving hollow had been a disaster at first. Naruto had missed his initial swing, the hollow had reacted wildly, and in his panic Naruto had almost been struck. The substitution technique had saved him just in time. He sighed at the memory, then felt a strange comforting sensation wash over him like a warm blanket. Oscar said there was a bonfire nearby. Naruto, puzzled about what a fire had to do with the feeling, pushed on and reached the surface. The sight took his breath away. He stood in a vast courtyard with worn stone underfoot and crumbling walls draped in ivy, archways and columns hinting at former grandeur. Oscar suggested they rest and pointed to a strange sword embedded in the ground. When Naruto asked whether the place was safe, Oscar replied that the bonfire made it so. Oscar approached the sword, removed his glove, and pricked his palm. A drop of blood fell onto the ash at the sword's base, and a spark bloomed into a steady flame that bathed the courtyard in warm light. Naruto blinked in surprise at Oscar's hand, which bore a resemblance to the hollows they had fought. The sensation of safety overwhelmed Naruto. The tension drained from his body and the stress that had followed him since arriving in this place melted away. He lay back on the stone and stared up at the sky, letting the warmth and peace wash over him. He felt safe. A strange, low whooshing hum pulled Naruto awake. Across from him, Oscar sat calmly, guiding the bonfire's flame into glass bottles as if it were liquid. Naruto blinked and rubbed his eyes, and then a massive shadow swept over them. He looked up and his pupils narrowed. Naruto called out to his teacher in alarm that he had seen the shadow. Oscar confirmed that he had seen it too. They both caught a glimpse of the enormous demon soaring through the sky toward the area blocked by the massive door in front of them. Naruto asked what they should do as he watched Oscar stand and ready his sword, uncertain whether the teacher planned to fight the creature. Oscar turned to Naruto, his expression serious and calm, and asked Naruto what the most important thing in a battle was. Naruto guessed it was not getting hurt. Oscar corrected him, it was awareness. To demonstrate, Oscar stepped forward with his sword lightly gripped. He stabbed forward, then in a quick flick he twisted his wrist and turned the motion into a slash that lightly grazed Naruto's cheek, leaving a thin red mark. Naruto yelped and pressed a hand to his cheek. Asuka repeated that awareness meant knowing everything around you, where enemies were, what they planned, and how to react before they struck. He told Naruto that strength meant little if one was blind to the surroundings. Naruto winced at the sting and thought back to the previous fight, where he had missed a swing and nearly been attacked. When Naruto asked why Asuka had done that, Asuka said he was going to teach him a technique to remain aware of his enemy at all times. Naruto's heart skipped. He asked if it was powerful. Asuka said Naruto could judge for himself and named the technique the way of focality. He explained that focality was awareness born of focus. The world faded away until only the enemy remained, and whatever move they made, the path of response would be clear. Naruto struggled to grasp the theory. Asuka chuckled and said the only way to truly understand was through experience and invited Naruto to begin. Asuka drew his side sword, and Naruto instinctively tightened his grip. His heart pounded as Asuka took a stance. Naruto swung horizontally, aiming to catch Asuka off guard. Asuka moved with ease, sidestepping and countering with a light tap of his blade against Naruto's wrist. It was not enough to injure him, but it made clear that Naruto had left himself exposed. Asuka urged him to stay focused. Naruto adjusted his grip and attacked again, bringing the sword down with all the force he could muster, hoping to overpower Asuka. Asuka parried the blow effortlessly, moving as if he could predict every action. Frustrated, Naruto struck again, trying to follow up quickly with a second attack to overwhelm his teacher with speed. This time he felt the flat of Asuka's blade press against his side. Asuka reminded him to feel the flow of battle rather than replaying the mechanics of moves in his head. Naruto tried, but every time he swung, Asuka seemed 2 steps ahead. Naruto complained that Asuka was too powerful. Asuka told him not to be discouraged. Naruto snapped back that he did not even know the meaning of that word. Asuka began to explain, but Naruto interrupted, challenging Asuka to explain it by example. Naruto then activated a technique and filled the courtyard with 20 versions of himself, each moving confidently to surround Asuka. Naruto hoped that overwhelming numbers would finally give him the advantage. Asuka noted that using magic in a sparring match might be unfair. Naruto insisted it was fair and ordered his clones forward. The plan quickly fell apart, however. The clones collided and miscoordinated, many dissolving in puffs of smoke from their own mistakes. Inexperience showed across the battlefield, and half of the duplicates vanished before reaching Asuka. Asuka remained unfazed as his sword flashed and neutralized a clone, which dissolved in smoke. He told Naruto that he needed to learn formations for multiple copies and continued to dispatch clones with precise, non-lethal movements. One of the remaining clones rushed forward with a horizontal attack, confident that it would land. Asuka parried and, in a fluid motion, redirected the attack and ended the encounter with a measured strike that caused the clone to dissipate. When the clones hurled throwing knives, Asuka blocked them with his armor and then used his shield to deflect a spray of throwing stars. Naruto's grin faltered as Asuka charged with his shield raised. 3 of Naruto's clones rushed him with heavy attacks, but Asuka blocked them all with his shield. He used a controlled kick to send one clone spinning until it vanished into smoke. 2 clones remained and swung horizontally, hoping to catch Asuka off guard. Asuka parried one with his shield, then deliberately turned his back to the other in a confident maneuver. Naruto braced for a hit, but the clone's blade struck harmlessly against Asuka's armor and rang on impact, leaving the clone unsettled. The training continued as Asuka guided Naruto through the principles of focus and awareness. Each exchange taught Naruto to look beyond individual moves, to sense the flow of battle, and to find calm at the center of chaos. The armor wasn't just for show. Asuka moved swiftly, dispersing 2 clones with precise strikes. The last one dissolved into smoke after a decisive blow. The courtyard fell silent, marked only by faint trails of dissipating chakra. Asuka stood in the center of the courtyard and muttered the word student under his breath, which made Naruto grin from his hiding spot. Naruto hid slightly to the side, using the transformation jutsu to alter his appearance with a thin layer of chakra that refracted light and provided camouflage. He had used the technique for jokes before, but now he understood its practical value. Asuka scanned the area and closed in, Naruto sprang from his hiding spot, driving forward with a move, but Oscar was ready. He stepped back as Naruto's sword missed and countered with a precise strike. Naruto barely had time to react. He reached for the sealing scroll in his pocket and activated it, producing a puff of smoke and summoning a log in his place. The substitution jutsu saved him, and he used chakra bursts from his ankles to dodge to the side with a quick surge of speed. Tunnel vision overtook Naruto. The world blurred as his focus narrowed to Oscar's sword. Time seemed to slow. He raised his blade in time and met Oscar's strike. Steel clashed and the impact rattled up his arm, but he managed to deflect the blow. His breath came in ragged gasps and his body trembled from the rush. Oscar congratulated him and explained that what he had just experienced was focality. Oscar recounted that a physician in Astora had once said the body shed its limits at the edge of death, and that focality tapped into that instinct. He clarified that Naruto's recent experience had been only a glimpse and that the full method was a breathing technique that allowed one to remain in that heightened state without courting mortal danger. Naruto's eyes lit up at the mention of a breathing method that could trigger heightened awareness. Oscar then asked if Naruto was ready. Naruto paused as an idea struck him. He created 30 clones and proposed a plan to train focality and swordsmanship at once. He explained that when his clones popped, he received their memories, so if the clones trained in focality while he practiced swordplay with Oscar, his progress could accelerate dramatically. Oscar blinked in disbelief and then laughed at the audacity of Naruto's approach, invoking an exclamation about Gwyn's beard. Naruto grinned in response. Oscar shook his head, smiling, and agreed to try the experiment, calling Naruto his pupil and inviting him to begin training. Before a massive iron door streaked with rust and decay, Naruto felt small and apprehensive about what lay beyond. He confessed that he still had not mastered the way of focality and had only managed it twice. Oscar replied that the way of focality was mastered on the battlefield and that Naruto's unusual spell made survival more likely. Oscar added that he, not Naruto, should be more afraid of dying. Naruto nearly shouted that Oscar should not speak of dying. Oscar asked whether Naruto was afraid. Naruto admitted that he was. Oscar nodded and said that fear was a sign of understanding the danger and that only fools and the arrogant were unafraid. Together they pushed the heavy iron doors open. The groan of metal echoed through the empty space. Beyond lay a vast open-ceiling courtyard with cracked tiles, dust and debris, tall stone pillars along the edges, a massive gate to the left, and broken pots scattered about. A roar announced the asylum demon as it crashed down, its hulking form blocking the black door at the far end of the courtyard. Naruto took a steadying breath and activated the shadow clone jutsu. His clones sprang to life and formed a shield wall, interlocking defenses to absorb the demon's assault. The demon leaped and slammed into the formation with thunderous force. Many clones vanished into smoke upon impact, but the shield wall had blunted the shockwave and created an opening. They moved in unison and flanked the demon. Naruto struck with quick horizontal slashes while Oscar raised his sword with both hands and brought it down in a heavy blow to the demon's leg. The attack registered and Naruto felt a hopeful surge as the demon staggered. The demon thrashed its small wings, rose a short distance, and then crashed back down. Its landing produced a massive impact that sent a destructive shockwave through the courtyard. Naruto's body reacted on instinct as the ground shook and the air filled with dust. He sprinted to evade the blast while the aftermath left the courtyard scattered with debris. Naruto felt the ground ripple like an earthquake and was lifted off his feet, slammed face-first into the tiles. He tried to push himself up, groaning as pain shot through his body. His arms and legs felt heavy, and every breath hurt. His head pounded and he tasted blood on his lip. He forced his eyes open just in time to see the demon raising its hammer, ready to swing it down on him. He urged himself to move. Naruto's hand instinctively raised Oscar's shield. The next moment he was thrown backward, the impact sending him flying through the air toward a stone pillar. He reinforced his arms and back with chakra just before he slammed into it. Pain radiated from his spine, but the chakra reinforcement held him together. He slid down the pillar, gasping for breath, hands shaking from adrenaline. The asylum demon leaped across the courtyard. Naruto barely had time to react as he sprinted up a nearby pillar, the stone trembled beneath his feet as the demon's massive hammer crashed down and shattered the pillar. Naruto shouted that he wanted to know why the demon was after him, panic lacing his voice as he jumped off the pillar and landed behind the creature, panting. In that brief moment, the way of focality revealed the demon's next move, a backspin attack. Even though he could see it coming, Naruto was not ready. Pain spread across his spine, making every movement feel raw and difficult. He could barely move, let alone dodge. Just when he feared he was done for, Oscar grabbed him and pulled him forward. The demon's backspin slammed into the metal door with a deafening crash, tearing a huge hole and revealing a possible way out. Naruto and Oscar locked eyes and shared an unspoken plan. Naruto summoned a group of shadow clones to distract the demon while he and Oscar sprinted toward the opening. As they ran, the asylum demon rammed its hammer into the wall and widened the breach. The wall collapsed and the staircase beneath them trembled. Oscar asked if Naruto was okay. Naruto replied that he would live, though as soon as he stopped moving the pain rushed back. His back throbbed, his legs ached, and his head felt like it might split. Basic chakra control and reinforcement had saved him, but the injuries still hurt. Something warm touched his lips. Naruto opened his eyes to see Oscar offering him one of the strange bottles he had filled earlier. Naruto hesitated, then took a sip and felt warmth flood through him as the bottle's contents soothed and accelerated his recovery. Oscar asked if he felt better. Naruto said he would be even better if he could have some of Ichiraku's noodles. Oscar hummed in response. They descended the staircase into a room filled with old, stagnant water. Naruto wrinkled his nose and wondered how likely it was that he would die if he drank that water. Oscar assured him he would survive, noting that the undead did not typically suffer disease in the same way. Naruto paused, unable to see his reflection clearly. A sharp sound drew his attention upward. An arrow streaked toward his face and Oscar snatched it out of the air just in time. Naruto groaned that this world could not give him a break as the hollow archer that had fired the shot turned and ran. Oscar offered the chance for Naruto to take the lead. Naruto accepted without hesitation and bolted after the hollow, feet thudding along the broken pathway while the hollow stayed just a few steps ahead. Naruto was about to throw a kunai for revenge when he noticed an axe lying in the hands of a hollow that had fallen earlier. He recognized it as his class item but did not care how it had come to be there. He picked up the axe. Another arrow whistled toward him. Naruto swung the axe and sliced the arrow in half. Dodging to the left as another arrow came, he charged forward and delivered a swift, clean strike that sent the hollow crashing down and out of the fight. Naruto muttered that maybe he was getting the hang of this. He glanced at a path leading to an upper floor and called for his sensei to come over. A minute later they stood on the upper floor looking down at the bonfire below. Naruto suggested they go down and use the grappling hook, but Oscar did not respond. Naruto followed Oscar's gaze and saw the asylum demons still below, thankfully unaware of their presence for the moment. Naruto asked what they should do next. Oscar proposed a plunge attack from the top floor. Naruto felt a spark of excitement at the idea, picturing them dropping down on the giant demon like a coordinated strike. Oscar confirmed the plan with a nod. They scanned the area for routes upward. Both paths appeared to lead to the top of the building. Naruto ran to the right and reached the stairs only to find them reduced to rubble. In the middle of one of the upper steps sat a peculiar ring. Naruto tapped his palm as he remembered the ring section in his inventory and decided it must be important. He summoned shadow clones and formed them into a ladder, their bodies interlocking to help him reach the ring. Climbing up, Naruto grabbed an old rusted iron ring. Naruto asked what the object was, and Oscar explained that it was a magic ring and that he was surprised Naruto had found one. Naruto cheered at the thought of owning something so rare and powerful. Without hesitation, Naruto slipped the ring onto his finger and waited for some sign of magic, but nothing happened. A system window appeared describing the ring as an iron band once used to shackle the guilty, terribly rusted and faintly stained, and noting that those who favored it would find it easier to keep their footing on poor ground such as swamps. Naruto called the ring useless, clearly unimpressed, and Oscar urged patience to see its effect. Naruto sighed and muttered about the footing benefit, still unconvinced. Oscar then shoved him to make a point. Naruto caught his balance instinctively, and Oscar pointed out that the ring had helped him regain his footing when pushed. Naruto asked if the lesson was to see usefulness in things that seemed worthless. Oscar flatly dismissed that idea and, jokingly, called the ring stupid. Naruto played along, clutching the ring dramatically and insisting it was precious. They laughed as they walked, but a deep rumbling cut the moment short. They turned to see a giant iron ball thundering down the stairs. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and leapt up to dodge the trap, while Oscar rolled forward to avoid the rolling mass. The ball crashed through the wall behind them, sending stone flying and leaving a smooth metal path in its wake. Oscar immediately rushed forward and incapacitated the hollow who had pushed the trap, neutralizing the threat without gruesome detail. Naruto turned toward the smooth metal and caught his reflection. He froze. Beneath the pyromancer's hood his features looked strangely hollow-like. Panic rose and Naruto yanked his hood down, revealing an eerie, unfamiliar appearance that made him feel ashamed and ugly. Oscar was silent for a moment, then told Naruto that he was not from this world. Naruto blinked in disbelief and asked what Oscar meant. Oscar sat down beside him and explained that the revelation accounted for many oddities: Naruto's strange way of handling power and his unusual outlook. Oscar said Naruto was brighter than anyone in Lordran, laughing and joking even in danger, which no one there did. He described the children of Astora as cautious, untrusting, and afraid, and Naruto reacted angrily to the thought that children there could not be free to be playful. Oscar sighed and said that life in that place was harsh and fear could become a heavy shield for its people. He then removed his helmet to reveal a worn, hollow-like face and, beneath the metal, blonde hair that made Naruto feel a strange warmth at the sight of similarity between them. Oscar asked if Naruto had ever wondered what the world had been like in the beginning. Naruto made a light joke about ramen. Oscar chuckled and began to describe how the world had been shrouded in fog and ruled by the everlasting dragons, and how the coming of fire brought change and drew beings who claimed power from it, the souls of lords. The first to claim those souls were Nito, the first of the dead, the Witch of Izalith and her daughters, and Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight. Each of them was. Oscar paused, as if debating whether to continue. He sighed and explained that there was one more, the furtive pygmy. He described the pygmy as smaller, weaker, easily overlooked, yet the pygmy had found something within the flame called a dark soul. Naruto reacted with surprise and asked if that meant the pygmy had not gone about fighting dragons. Oscar clarified that while Gwyn and others used their power to go to war with the dragons, the pygmy had hidden in the shadows and kept his power secret. Over time, the pygmy shared it. Naruto asked whom the pygmy had shared it with, and Oscar explained that the pygmy used his dark soul to create a new kind of being, humans. Naruto's jaw dropped as he tried to process humans originating from the dark soul. Oscar elaborated that the pygmy's dark soul acted like a beacon across worlds, drawing people from other places and times. Naruto widened his eyes when Oscar confirmed that many, including warriors and heroes, had been drawn there and that Naruto was not the first. Naruto then asked how he could return home. His voice carried a note of desperation, and Oscar observed that Naruto missed his home. Naruto admitted that there was likely no one waiting for him, and when Oscar asked if he was an orphan, Naruto nodded. Oscar's expression grew sympathetic, and he reflected that a history of loneliness could make someone cling to laughter as a shield against the dark. Naruto recognized that same loneliness in Oscar and murmured agreement, admitting that laughter beat the alternative. They shared a quiet understanding, and for the first time since his arrival, Naruto felt a little less distant from home. Oscar later asked if Naruto still wanted to go back, and Naruto said he did, though he allowed himself a small joke about missing the ramen. Oscar observed that he did not know how Naruto could return, but he pledged to stand beside him as a teacher and friend. He offered his hand, and Naruto hesitated before accepting, smiling genuinely as Oscar helped him to his feet. Naruto answered by saying they should face the demon together. Chapter 4. Versus the Asylum Demon. Naruto followed Oscar through a metal-barred door and entered a broken hall beneath a sky that seemed perpetually gray. The roof had long since crumbled, leaving debris scattered across the floor, but what drew Naruto's attention most was the landscape outside. Jagged mountains rose like prison bars around the asylum, enclosing them. A cold, Sharp wind tugged at their clothes. Naruto felt a sudden warmth in the icy air and turned to see a body slumped against the wall. Unlike the hollows they had encountered before, this one looked more human. Faint embers glowed on the fingers as if clinging to a lingering spark. Oscar identified the object as a pyromancy flame and explained that it was an item that could help with flame-based arts. Realizing the flame might allow him to perform fire techniques, Naruto rushed forward with excitement but remained cautious, scanning the corners of the hall. A sense that something was off made him tense. He hurled a kunai toward the shadows, and a few hollows limped into view. Naruto noted that attacking had drawn their attention and grabbed a few shuriken to practice. He threw them, and while one hollow was driven back after several hits, another kept advancing until Oscar stepped in and dispatched it with a precise swing of his sword. Naruto then noticed a different hollow at the end of the hall, armored and bearing a spear and shield. Oscar calmly explained that there were two ways to neutralize a spear or any long-reach weapon: keep distance and strike from range, or get close enough that the weapon's reach became a weakness. Naruto absorbed the strategy and prepared to act. Oscar stepped aside and urged Naruto to take his turn. Remembering the pyromancy flame, Naruto sprinted toward it. The embers still glowed faintly on the body's hand. Naruto reached out and touched them, and as his fingers made contact, the embers seemed to stir and come alive. They slithered like snakes, crawling up his arm, their heat warming his skin. The ashes covering the corpse's hand blew away in the wind, swirling in the air before magically attaching themselves to his hand. For a brief moment, Naruto saw a beautiful pattern, like vines etched into his skin. But just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. All that remained was his hand, now looking ashy and strange. Oscar called Naruto's name from behind, pulling his attention back to the battlefield. Naruto turned to see the undead spearmen marching toward them. Naruto announced that he would use a fireball and warned his mentor to step back. He stretched his hand out in front of him. The moment he did, something clicked. He instinctively understood how to use this new power. It was different from chakra, wilder, more chaotic. The energy roared inside him like a caged flame, eager to burst free. Naruto focused and channeled that energy into his hand. A bright orb of fire formed in his palm, heat radiating and making the air shimmer. The undead soldier took another step forward, raising its spear. Naruto did not hesitate. He hurled the fireball. As it left his hand, he felt a small pang of disappointment that it was not as large as Sasuke's techniques, but that feeling vanished the moment it struck the soldier. The fireball detonated into a massive blast, flames erupting and scorching the surrounding area. Char marks blackened the walls, and the undead soldier was engulfed in the inferno. Naruto's eyes widened in stunned awe, and he muttered that his flames must be stronger than Sasuke's, asking Oscar for confirmation. Oscar observed calmly that the soldier was not finished yet. Naruto turned to see the soldier walk out of the fire, its armor and spear warped and dripping as if melted. It kept coming, faster than Naruto expected. His heart leaped into his throat as it charged. Acting on instinct, he swung his sword and struck a decisive blow that toppled the soldier. It collapsed into a lifeless heap at his feet. Oscar reminded him to always make sure the enemy was truly down and not to turn his back too soon. Naruto nodded, taking the advice to heart. That had been far too close. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The knight and the boy turned to the side and saw, pacing below, the asylum demon. Oscar noted that the demon was getting anxious and asked Naruto if he was ready. Naruto grinned, the thrill of the fight returning, and said he was ready to take it down for good. Oscar launched himself into the air and drove his sword down in a vicious plunge toward the demon's horns. His blade struck the horn, chipping it and producing a burst of dark fluid and energy as the demon roared in pain. Oscar landed in a roll and sprinted toward the gate while Naruto summoned dozens of shadow clones. The clones leaped toward the asylum demon but did not attack. They popped, creating a thick cloud of smoke that swirled around the monster. From higher ground, Naruto released a fireball, using the smoke as cover. The orb streaked through the air and exploded against the demon's face, flames crawling over its features. The demon proved tougher than expected. It roared and its massive hammer smashed into the platform where Naruto stood, shattering the floor. Thanks to the way of focality, Naruto saw the attack coming and leaped clear just in time as the upper floor crumbled. He summoned more clones and used them as a launchpad to propel himself back into the fight. Oscar charged with a two-handed grip and delivered a devastating horizontal slice across the demon's midsection. The blade landed, causing the demon to reel and spray dark energy as it let out a guttural roar. Naruto shouted for Oscar to dodge. Oscar rolled aside just in time, and Naruto took the opening to hurl another fireball. He aimed lower. The blast struck the demon's leg, severely damaging it and sending the creature crashing to one knee amid flying debris and scattered remnants. The demon's wings flared and it began rising to unleash a shockwave attack. Naruto and Oscar braced for the wind, deafening sound, and choking dust as the creature prepared to slam back down. Naruto signaled the moment to strike, and his clones responded instantly, hurling fireballs that burst against the demon and set much of its body aflame. The demon writhed but surged forward with a savage lunge. Naruto barely had time to react when Oscar's boot pushed him forward. Naruto watched as Oscar performed an impossible parry, cleaving through the head of the demon's massive hammer and splintering it. The hammer's head clattered to the ground. In one fluid motion, Oscar moved in and drove his blade into the demon's core. The demon let out a horrendous, ear-splitting scream as the strike hit home. A dark, steaming energy erupted and the creature convulsed violently while flames swept across its skin, charring the surface as its body writhed. The demon's weapon then shifted and reformed, the broken handle twisting into a staff and drawing broken debris into a jagged edge. Naruto realized with a start that the creature could change its weapon, and he was unsettled that its designation had altered as well. Without hesitation, Naruto executed the shadow clone technique, producing dozens of copies in a puff of smoke. The clones charged in unison. The demon swung its new staff in a wide arc, and most of Naruto's clones dodged with ease. But then, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. Naruto's ears rang, his head spun, and he barely registered the red flash of light before he hit the ground hard. Pain flared through his body as he tried to catch his breath and understand what had just happened. Most of his clones had vanished, eliminated almost instantly by the blast. He staggered to his feet, the thought that the demon could use spells clawing through the haze. Before he could gather himself, he saw the demon again, gripping its staff like a weapon. The staff swung toward him with terrifying speed. Naruto tried to move, but his body felt sluggish, like moving through mud. His muscles refused to obey, still reeling from whatever strange spell had knocked him down. The cold realization settled in. He couldn't dodge the incoming strike. A hard shove from Oscar knocked Naruto off balance. Oscar had leaped in front of the attack, shield raised, taking the blow. The staff connected with a loud crack that sent Oscar flying through the air, slamming into the second-floor wall with a heavy crash. Naruto called out in panic as the demon turned and smiled a cruel, mocking smile. Something inside Naruto snapped. Chakra surged through him, blue energy flaring around his body. He activated the multi-shadow clone jutsu. 1,000 clones erupted into existence, filling the courtyard. Battle cries rose as the clones charged, weapons raised, all driven by the same fierce resolve. They would not let the demon escape. The asylum demon planted its staff into the ground and the tip began to glow with a pulsing red light. An orb of energy formed at the staff's end and hovered, crackling with power. Then it detonated. The shockwave hit Naruto like a tidal wave. Suddenly every perspective, every fragment of sensation from each clone flooded into him. Their fear, their panic, their memories, all colliding into a single chaotic stream. The overload battered his mind as if it were being torn apart. Breathing became difficult. The orb's energy wiped out the clones one by one, then raced toward him. The sensation was not of heat or cold but of the world narrowing, of form and sense slipping away until sound and sight faded to silence. There was no longer pain, only a hollow, frightening absence. Everything went dark. Naruto blinked and found himself back in the forest. The memory of the Northern Undead Asylum and Oscar felt distant and dreamlike. He shook his head, trying to force the details into focus. Irika stormed toward him and seized Naruto by the shoulders, demanding to know what he had done. The intensity of Iruka's gaze made Naruto's stomach twist. He would have flinched if he had not still been trying to determine whether everything around him was real. Before Naruto could answer, a barrage of shuriken whistled through the air. Naruto shoved Iruka out of the way. Iruka landed hard and spun to face their attacker. From the shadows, Mizuki stepped forward with a twisted grin and taunted Iruka for finding the place. Iruka reacted with alarm and positioned himself in front of Naruto, warning him not to hand over the scroll and insisting that Mizuki had used Naruto to obtain it. Mizuki tried to undermine Iruka, suggesting that Iruka was afraid of Naruto having the scroll. Naruto hesitated, caught between them. Iruka drew a kunai and insisted that the scroll contained dangerous jutsu passed down by past leaders and that Mizuki was lying. Mizuki answered with darker accusations, asking Naruto if he knew why the village hated him. He accused Naruto of being the reason for the villagers' fear. Mizuki explained that the monster the nine-tails fox that had attacked Konoha years ago had not been killed and that the village's leader at the time had sealed it inside a baby. He told Naruto that the baby was him. The revelation snapped into place. The villagers' stares, the whispers, the way people pulled their children away. Naruto realized he had not just been disliked. He had been feared and despised because he had been made the host of that beast. Iruka's voice broke through the stunned silence with fierce anger, defending Naruto and calling Mizuki a traitor. Mizuki produced a giant shuriken and declared his intent to kill Naruto and present himself as a hero to the village. He accused Naruto of killing Iruka's family, insisting that Naruto was the monster. Naruto froze as Mizuki's words pressed down on him. He struggled to reconcile the idea that he might be the cause of the pain all those people felt. The thought that he was a demon settled over him like a shadow. Mizuki refused to let anyone take the scroll and sneered that he would not let an idiot have it. He accused Naruto of being a monster like himself and warned that anyone with the scroll could abuse its power. Iruka at first seemed to agree, and Naruto's heart sank. Then Iruka's tone changed, growing stronger and more certain as he declared that Naruto was different, one of his best students, someone who worked harder than anyone. Iruka affirmed that Naruto was not the Kyuubi but Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure. Naruto looked up, stunned. Mizuki's face twisted with rage, and he hurled a giant shuriken toward them. Focality sharpened Naruto's senses. Time seemed to slow and the path of the shuriken became clear. He saw Iruka move to jump in, intending to use his body as a shield. Naruto reacted without thinking, grabbing Iruka mid-jump and turning his body. A surge of flame answered to the motion and a fireball burst from his hands, colliding with the shuriken and destroying it in a flash. Mizuki moved through a series of gestures, preparing a powerful fire technique of his own. He blew into the ring formed by his fingers and sent a massive fireball roaring toward them. Iruka prepared an earth-style barrier, but Naruto's fireball cut through Mizuki's attack and the two manifestations of flame collided in a huge explosion that filled the clearing with light and smoke. When visibility returned, Mizuki reappeared behind Naruto using the body flicker technique and pressed a kunai to the boy's neck. Before Mizuki could act, an unexpected strike hit him and he cried out, clutching his injured arm and stumbling. Naruto reacted swiftly, forcing his palm against Mizuki's face and releasing a controlled burst of flame. The jutsu engulfed Mizuki in a fierce blaze of light. When the light subsided, Mizuki lay motionless on the ground, no longer a threat. Iruka closed his eyes and turned away. Naruto stood there, stunned. He felt nothing in the aftermath, no rage, no regret, no relief, only emptiness. The encounter had landed like another battle against something hollow, but the realization that Mizuki had been human persisted in the back of his mind. Thoughts scattered as questions pressed in. Oscar, the hollows, that other world, how did he get there, and how was he supposed to get back? Chapter number 6, Between Silence and Truth. Hiruzen sat at his desk, staring at the report but unable to focus on the words. The day had been chaotic. He took a long draw from his pipe and let the smoke fill his lungs. He needed the moment to steady himself. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy Hiruzen considered a grandson in everything but blood, had stolen the forbidden scroll of seals. Hiruzen recalled being knocked out by an embarrassing illusion created by Naruto and felt a flush of mortification at the thought. He also realized that Naruto had been manipulated by Mizuki, which explained how the boy had bypassed the library's security. Hiruzen knew Naruto had talent, but he doubted the boy could have managed such a feat entirely on his own. The fact that a low-level Chunin had such knowledge of the library's patterns unsettled him. More troubling than the breach or the embarrassment was that Mizuki had revealed the truth about the Nine Tails to Naruto. Hiruzen had planned to tell the boy himself when the time was right, when Naruto was mature enough to understand. Now that plan lay in pieces because of Mizuki's betrayal. He chastised himself, thinking he should have prepared Naruto sooner. Normally the chaotic night would have ended with a consoling conversation that helped Naruto make sense of things, but instead Hiruzen had to grapple with the reality that Naruto had killed Mizuki. The thought made the pipe nearly slip from his fingers. Hiruzen had seen children carry out terrible acts in wartime. Emotions in the Jinchuriki were complex and tied to the beast within. He sat very still and tried to sort through what had happened and what would come next. Chapter number 7: The Weight of the Hat. If grief and guilt broke through his control, the Nine Tails' power could spill out, and that would be far more dangerous than the killing itself. Hiruzen wondered how he could even begin to talk to Naruto now. He rubbed his goatee and silently prayed for strength. A junior ninja's first kill was supposed to happen under the careful watch of a team, the support of teammates and the guidance of a senior ninja instructor. It was a delicate moment that needed to be handled with wisdom, and the instructor could determine whether the student had the right frame of mind to continue as a ninja or was sliding toward a dangerous path. A knock at the door pulled Hiruzen from his thoughts. He immediately sensed Naruto's presence beyond the wood. The boy's chakra felt different this time, darker, unfamiliar in its undercurrent. Hiruzen resolved to have Inoichi conduct a psychological evaluation as soon as possible. The boy needed help. Hiruzen removed the ceremonial hat of the village leader and placed it on the oak desk before him. He sighed, his fingers lingering on the worn wood. The desk was littered with papers, but the duties of office felt distant. Today he would not act as the village leader. Today he would be Hiruzen, the grandfather who could sit and speak with the boy. When Naruto entered, Hiruzen's heart sank. Naruto's expression was hollow and distant, as if his gaze tracked something that no one else could see. That empty stare made Hiruzen uneasy. This was the boy who normally wore his emotions openly. He had expected anger or confusion, anything but this detached look. Hiruzen reminded himself that everyone processed trauma differently. Irika, standing nearby, asked Naruto to greet the village leader, but Naruto gave no reply and remained fixed on the space before him. Hiruzen noticed the slight tremor in Irika's hands. The academy teacher was tense, and Hiruzen could only guess at what had passed between them that night. Hiruzen called Irika, and Irika answered that he was present. Hiruzen said that it had been a hard night for everyone, his eyes settling on Naruto. Irika understood immediately. Hiruzen dismissed Irika, and the teacher obeyed reluctantly, leaving Naruto alone with Hiruzen and a few members of the covert unit remaining in the shadows. Hiruzen gently asked Naruto to sit down. For a moment there was no reaction, and then Naruto snapped to attention, eyes darting around the room as if only just realizing where he stood. He seemed detached, as if in shock or dissociation. Hiruzen asked if something was wrong. Naruto muttered that he was fine and asked if he could leave. He did not sit, he was trying to get away. Hiruzen reassured Naruto that he was not in trouble. Naruto's voice grew quick and almost desperate as he took a step toward the door. When Hiruzen asked why he was in such a hurry to go, Naruto faltered and said that he was busy with some very important things. The tone told Hiruzen more than the words. The boy was looking for an escape from the truth, retreating into silence rather than seeking answers. There were no accusations about secrets kept from him, no questions about the Nine Tails or the revelations that had come that night. Where there should have been anger, there was only an attempt to slip away unnoticed. Hiruzen started a different line of conversation to gauge how deep Naruto's fear ran. He said he wanted to talk about the Nine Tails. To Hiruzen's surprise, Naruto hesitated briefly and then sat down. Hiruzen blinked in confusion. Moments ago the boy had been desperate to leave. Hiruzen told Naruto that he had witnessed one of the darker aspects of being a ninja that night, traitors who threatened the village, and the need for them to be stopped. Despite the horrific circumstances, Hiruzen said, Naruto had done a great service to the village by bringing the threat to an end. He waited for a response, but Naruto only made a small sound of swallowing. Naruto then acknowledged casually and detachedly that he had killed Mizuki. The plainness of the statement hit Hiruzen hard. In all his years as village leader, he had seen young shinobi grapple with their first kill. Many cried, questioned themselves, or broke down. Even those with darker tendencies showed some personal reaction to their first experience with violence. Naruto's lack of visible reaction, the shrug as if the life taken were insignificant, was not what Hiruzen had expected. Naruto's response did not read like that of a child coming to grips with the horrors of the world. It read like someone stepping away from feeling altogether. Hiruzen's concern deepened as he watched the boy who had always fought for attention now shrink into silence. It was the mindset of a killer, a true killer who could end life and move on as if it were nothing. Hiruzen should have felt proud. Wasn't this what every village hoped for, a perfect shinobi who did not break or falter, who could do the job without emotional baggage? But Hiruzen could not feel happy. He had seen that same calm detachment before in Orochimaru, and that was all the proof he needed that Naruto's reaction was not something he could accept. Hiruzen wondered if the calm, the detachment, was a response to trauma. He knew Naruto's loneliness better than anyone and had always hoped the boy would eventually overcome it. He even considered, briefly and guiltily, forcing civilians to be Naruto's friends, a thought he quickly rejected. He questioned his judgment now. Had he made a mistake by letting Naruto face so much alone for so long? If this was a trauma response, the thought twisted in his heart. He had spent years believing Naruto would be strong enough to overcome the darkness that surrounded him. But what if that darkness had already begun to take root? Had Naruto developed an innate desire to kill, or was this a momentary edge? Hiruzen wanted to believe it was only an edge, but deep down he knew better. Once someone had taken that step, it was never truly enough. Hiruzen decided he needed help. He resolved to consult Inoichi. Naruto needed help whether he knew it or not, and Hiruzen would not let him fall through the cracks, not like Orochimaru. Naruto muttered that he supposed that was what demons did, the disgust aimed at himself rather than the word. Hiruzen silently prayed that Naruto's indifference was only a role, a child playing at being a demon because others had told him he was. He hoped it was childish acting and not the start of something darker. Hiruzen told Naruto that he was not a demon. Naruto paused but did not look at him. Hiruzen asked what the traitor had told him, and Naruto summarized the ordeal. Hiruzen then carefully explained that Mizuki had told him that he was the Kyuubi and corrected him. He was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. When Naruto struggled to understand, Hiruzen explained that the Kyuubi had not been killed but sealed inside Naruto as an infant. Naruto stammered and asked if that meant he was not a demon. Hiruzen denied the idea with a cracked, fervent voice and ordered that no one should call Naruto that. Hiruzen had hoped his words would comfort Naruto, but instead they opened a floodgate. Naruto asked why people treated him the way they did. Hiruzen told him it was because they feared him. He was a reminder of the pain the Kyuubi had caused. Naruto then asked why the village had known but he had not. Hiruzen admitted that 7 years ago he had made a law forbidding anyone from speaking about Naruto's status in the hope of allowing him a normal life. He regretted that choice now. Naruto's reply hit Hiruzen like a knife. He said that Hiruzen should look at how well that had worked, his voice empty and bitter. The words made Hiruzen wince. He could not argue. He had failed. Naruto used the title Hokage-sama with a tone like poison, and Hiruzen felt his blood run cold. Naruto had never called him that before, and Hiruzen panicked at the implication of that sudden distance. He nodded, forcing composure even as the weight of the title pressed on him. Hiruzen insisted that he had not told others to hurt Naruto and had been trying to protect him. Before he could say more, he felt Naruto's chakra flare outward like a dense, unrestrained aura. The fact that Naruto could manifest chakra in such a way, even unconsciously, showed its density, raw, wild, and driven by emotion rather than control, as might be expected from an Uzumaki. Hiruzen also noticed traces of foreign chakra mingled with Naruto's own. Hiruzen realized that killer intent in their world was not merely malice but a mark left on chakra by those involved in taking lives. The more lives taken, the more foreign in accumulated, and in extreme cases chakra alone could inspire fear. So why did Naruto's chakra seem so heavily laced with such foreign in? Naruto had killed only once, and one kill would not usually leave such a potent mark. Yet Hiruzen could feel it, thick and unsettling, like the residue of heavy combat. He forced himself to push the thought aside. Now was not the time to dwell on it. Naruto needed focus, and the rest could be addressed later. Hiruzen repeated that he had tried to protect Naruto. He explained that a Jinchuriki was not unique to their village. All the great villages had them. In the Sand Village, their Jinchuriki was physically and mentally abused and tormented from childhood. Hiruzen had ensured Naruto was protected in the early years, that no one could harm him physically. But the emotional scars, the whispers, the glares, the isolation, Hiruzen had not been able to prevent those, and the failure gnawed at him. The silence between them grew heavy. Hiruzen could not guess what was going through Naruto's mind: anger, hurt, confusion. Naruto muttered thanks for being a decent human, his tone cold and detached. The remark stabbed Hiruzen. Naruto was not wrong. Hiruzen had done the bare minimum to keep him from overt abuse, but he wondered whether that was enough. It had not been. After the Kyuubi attack, the village had been fragile. Kumo had threatened war, the Uchiha situation had festered like an open wound, and Danzo had been a constant schemer. Hiruzen's plate had been overflowing, but he acknowledged that those pressures did not excuse his failures. He should have done better. Hiruzen believed Naruto deserved better. He felt he had failed Kushina and Minato. The weight of the office pressed on him as it always had, and the old frustrations rose again. He was an old man who had led the village for over 50 years, barely having had time to mourn his wife before being pulled back into duty. His bones ached from the burden, but he could not stop. In that moment, none of his sacrifices or excuses seemed to matter. The doorknob turned and Naruto stood ready to leave. Hiruzen's heart lurched. He could not let the boy walk away like this. Hiruzen told Naruto that he had not told the village about him. Naruto stopped and turned slowly, his expression unreadable. Hiruzen explained that after Naruto's birth, the fourth Hokage had wanted the boy to be seen as a hero, the one who had kept the village safe. Hiruzen said that the people had been unable to accept it, that grief and fear had kept them from honoring Minato's dying request. He admitted he had kept the truth secret, hoping Naruto would grow into the truth and be ready to bear it. Hiruzen added that by the time Naruto was 5 the secret had leaked and he had established a law to prevent it from spreading further. Hiruzen watched Naruto for any sign that his words had reached him. He thought of past mistakes, how he had waited too long before intervening with others, and feared he might be too late again. Naruto raised his hand. His skin had gone ashen. Heat swelled in the room, the air pressing heavy and dry. Hiruzen, who had mastered all 5 chakra natures, felt a chill down his spine as a small fireball pulsed in Naruto's palm. It was an impressive low B-rank jutsu for the boy's age, but what truly unnerved Hiruzen was the nature of the flame itself. Hiruzen extended his chakra to study it, the old habit of the village's former professor. The flame in Naruto's hand was not shaped from fire chakra in any familiar way. It writhed and twisted like something almost alive, an oppressive presence that pressed against Hiruzen's own fire chakra. The sensation was unnatural and watching, as if the flame were aware though it had no eyes. For the first time in many years, Hiruzen felt real fear. Hiruzen worried that this phenomenon might be linked to the Nine Tails' influence. He decided he needed to contact Jiraiya immediately. One of the ANBU reacted instantly, appearing in a blur and forming seals to create a protective barrier. Another ANBU moved to restrain Naruto before the flame could escalate. Naruto, however, reacted with extraordinary speed, seeming to anticipate the ANBU's approach. In an instant he was positioned to unleash the fireball at point-blank range. Hiruzen unleashed his killer intent. The atmosphere froze, and everyone present felt the pressure of that presence. An illusion swept over them, stylized and overwhelming, a vast, surreal scene of countless fallen warriors, rendered like a war-torn tableau rather than a graphic sight. Atop that vision, Hiruzen appeared composed and indomitable. With a single cold command, Hiruzen dismissed the ANBU. They vanished, leaving only Hiruzen and Naruto in the room. Naruto stood there, shaken but controlled beyond his years. Hiruzen noticed then a small axe shimmering in Naruto's hand. It blinked out of existence before Hiruzen could fully comprehend it. Hiruzen thought it impossible that Naruto could perform space-time ninjutsu, yet the sight gnawed at him. Hiruzen intended to contact Jiraiya immediately. Before he could act, Naruto demanded to know where the man who had ruined his life was. Hiruzen told him that he had dealt with that man. Naruto was not satisfied and turned toward the door again. Hiruzen asked Naruto how he had learned the unusual fire jutsu, both to understand the technique and to gauge where they stood with each other now. Hiruzen wondered whether, after everything, he was still Naruto's grandfather. Or had that bond been severed, lost in the whirlwind of secrets and pain? Hiruzen watched Naruto's back, hoping for something that might reassure him that the boy he once knew was still there. Naruto did not turn around. Naruto snapped at Hiruzen and told him to get lost, and the harshness of that dismissal struck Hiruzen like a blow. Chapter 8. Enter Inoichi Yamanaka. Dinner was quiet, just the way Inoichi Yamanaka liked it. He sat across from his daughter, watching as she absent-mindedly toyed with a piece of grilled fish on her plate, her eyes glued to one of those cheesy romance novels she was always reading. He felt irritation at her distractedness, but he had prepared a few calorie-rich dishes to keep her from losing too much weight with her strict diet. As her father, he wanted to make sure she stayed healthy. Inoichi asked Ino to try something different that evening, to imagine walking through a dense, peaceful forest and coming upon a familiar but unknown house, and then to describe what she found inside. He kept a nightly habit of asking one psychological question before bed, believing that if she might be physically weakened by dieting, her mind should remain sharp. The mind, he believed, was a ninja's greatest weapon. Ino Yamanaka was fair-skinned, of average height, with light blue eyes and long platinum blonde hair that framed the right side of her face. She chewed thoughtfully and described the house as cozy and well-kept, warmed by a fireplace and lined with books. She imagined spending hours there and added that Sasuke might be there too, reading. Inoichi noted her pause and her sudden focus when answering, and he commented that her interpretation revealed how she viewed her inner self. Ino blushed as he explained that the house represented her mind, her subconscious, and what she saw inside reflected her comfort, strengths, and desires. Inoichi told her that her vision suggested she valued comfort, warmth, and intellect, and that placing Sasuke in the scene suggested she believed someone like him was important to her happiness. He cautioned her to ensure her inner refuge could stand on its own and not rely solely on another person. Ino listened quietly, then shrugged with a playful smile and said she would allow Sasuke to be part of her imagined cabin but that she would not let him define it. Inoichi reminded her not to let her emotional safety depend entirely on someone else, and she responded with an eye roll and mild annoyance, but the affectionate exchange left him smiling. He caught his gaze on a framed picture of his late wife, who had died during the QB attack, and reassured himself that as long as he lived, he would protect their daughter. Their routine was lightened by small instructions: put leftovers in the fridge and make sure Choji got them tomorrow, with a playful argument about seaweed chips. Ino stuck out her tongue and used a teasing nickname for him, and he returned the banter. He savored the moment, aware it was fleeting. A surge of chakra interrupted them. An ANBU agent appeared, hood low over a porcelain mask, and informed Inoichi that the Hokage had requested a meeting. Inoichi nodded and shifted from father to shinobi. Ino poked fun about bribing the Hokage to get her placed on Sasuke's team, and Inoichi teased her back with the nickname she pretended to hate. With a last wave, Ino rolled her eyes and told him to go already. Inoichi exchanged a final nod with the ANBU and departed in a body flicker. When Inoichi stepped into the Hokage's office, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Hiruzen looked more burdened than Inoichi had ever seen him, as if grave announcements had landed on his desk. A knot formed in Inoichi's stomach at the thought of war. He feared not for himself but for the innocence his daughter might lose. He reflected that war stripped away innocence and left lasting scars, and no child should have to face such things. Inoichi greeted the Hokage with steady composure even as his mind raced through worst-case scenarios. Hiruzen offered him a smoking pipe, and Inoichi accepted it with a wry remark that he hoped to live long enough to see his daughter marry someone deserving. Hiruzen reassured him, and Inoichi tried to find humor despite the tension that gnawed at him. Hiruzen told Inoichi that he needed his mind. Inoichi hesitated, surprised that the Hokage would ask him instead of Shikaku for advice. He realized Hiruzen was not asking for battle strategy but for psychological help. Inoichi asked what Hiruzen wanted him to do. Hiruzen replied that it was about Naruto. The name stopped Inoichi cold. He thought of Uzumaki Naruto, the prankster of Konoha, the orphaned son of the fourth Hokage, and the vessel that had once unleashed the Kyuubi on the village 12 years ago, an event that had cost Hiruzen a great personal loss. Inoichi felt his pulse quicken but kept his expression neutral, knowing the difference between the boy and the beast. Still, the implication was serious. Inoichi asked whether Naruto's problem concerned his graduation or a violent outburst, wondering if the Kyuubi's chakra might have surfaced in a moment of anger. Hiruzen answered sharply that Naruto had learned about the Kyuubi. Inoichi went blank for a moment and motioned to ask if the boy had been told this by Hiruzen himself. Hiruzen shook his head. Inoichi recognized how dangerous the situation could be and asked Hiruzen to start from the beginning and explain exactly what had happened. Chapter number 9 for those left behind. Naruto stood in front of the old apartment building the Hokage had given him as a child. More an apartment complex than a house, the building looked weathered and worn. The reddish-brown roof sloped in layers, the tiles cracked from age. Tangled wires ran along the green trim of the beige walls, and chimneys jutted from the top like broken teeth. One section projected awkwardly, like the bow of a ship. No one else lived there. Just him. And now he finally understood why. In a single night, Naruto had gone from being the knucklehead ninja everyone joked about to someone who felt hollowed out. He should have laughed at the thought, or at least denied it, but he lacked the energy. Too much had happened. His head felt heavy, as if filled with sand, dragging him down with every step. He kicked off his shoes the moment he entered, not caring where they landed. The cold floor touched his feet, but he barely noticed. He slumped against the wall, legs outstretched, exhausted. He longed only to sleep. He told himself he just wanted to sleep, and the words sounded small even inside his own head. He wanted to turn off his thoughts, the constant ringing, the restless buzzing. He removed his goggles and set them aside, moving on autopilot to the cupboard for a cup of ramen. It was the only thing he thought he could manage. He boiled water, poured it in, and stood while it steeped. He remembered the old phrase teachers used when he questioned things. Ignorance is bliss. He had once hated hearing that. Now, after yesterday, the simplicity of his previous life seemed gone. Yesterday he had been just Naruto, the orphan, the outcast, the joker who aimed to become Hokage. That had been enough. But now he did not even know what he was. Naruto rubbed his face, feeling the uncertainty settle over him like a heavy cloak. He peeled the lid from the cup and let the steam warm his face for a moment. He mixed the seasoning in and watched the noodles swirl, as if their motion might steady his thoughts. He took a bite. The familiar comfort of the taste did little to lift him, but he ate to feel something. He sighed and then, half on instinct, spoke the command status to the interface that had been appearing to him lately. A black window with gold lettering flickered into view. The status window listed his name as Naruto Uzumaki, his covenant as none, his level as 1, and his souls as 200. He narrowed his eyes at the display and noticed another entry, our weapon 1 at 96. He considered that he probably accumulated souls from past encounters, but the weapon entry puzzled him. When the weight of the familiar hand axe materialized in his palm, Naruto realized the entry corresponded to what he held in his right hand. He let the axe clatter to the floor and watched the status window update. Our weapon 1 decreased from 96 to 20, and his equip load adjusted slightly. He experimented with a kitchen knife in his left hand, awkwardly holding 2 items at once and wondering what the system meant by having multiple weapon slots. He tried the verbal prompt equipment, and another menu opened, allowing him to select items to equip. He set the axe on the table and studied the list, feeling both bewildered and oddly methodical as he tested the new rules that seemed to govern what he could carry. Naruto studied the options on the screen, trying to see if there was something obvious he had missed. The system window listed a dull kitchen knife in the left-hand weapon slot. When Naruto clenched his fist in the same motion as before, the knife appeared in his hand. He blinked, and with another motion the axe returned. He swapped between them a few times, feeling the weight shift with each. Which Naruto muttered that it was kind of cool. He clicked on the armor slot and saw an option to change into his pyromancer outfit or remove it altogether. When he tried the pyromancer outfit, the scrawny, underfed image he was used to seeing was replaced by a more toned, muscular body with defined arms and broader shoulders. Naruto wondered when that had happened and quickly changed back into his normal clothes, the strangeness nagging at him. He considered whether the furtive pygmy had created the system or if Oscar had it, but he had no idea. The window offered no instructions or answers. He needed to find a way back to Oscar, but how? His inventory showed consumables and an item called the Darksign. The Darksign was described as a mark that signified an accursed undead. Those branded with it returned after death to the last bonfire but risked losing their minds and humanity over time. The thought of returning to Oscar's side gnawed at Naruto, but he knew he could not rush in. Oscar was injured and the demon was still there. Naruto decided to gather supplies before going back, though he realized he did not know exactly what to take. He knew he needed explosive tags and worried about Oscar's injuries. He scratched his head and thought that Irika-sensei would know what to do. Irika's apartment was small and sparse, the kind of place Naruto had heard other teachers mention when talking about a teacher's pay. Naruto had never thought much about it. Irika had never seemed to mind. Tonight felt different. Naruto needed help and there was a strange undercurrent in the air. When Naruto reached the block where the building stood, he did not consider using the front door. Old habits died hard, he thought, and leaped up to the nearest rooftop. The cool night air whipped past his face as he moved from roof to roof. Years of sneaking around the village had taught him to land without a sound. He reached Irika's building and climbed to the familiar second-floor window, which was slightly open. Naruto joked that Irika needed to work on his home defense as he swung across the narrow gap and pulled himself through the window. The wooden floor was cold under his feet and his ears strained for any sound. The apartment looked as he remembered, the bed neatly tucked, but Naruto's eyes landed on something out of place, a romance novel lying on top of the bed. Naruto shook his head, chiding Irika silently. Naruto closed the window and called for Irika, saying that he needed help with something, but there was no response. He moved deeper into the apartment. The living room was filled with empty bottles scattered across the floor. Irika slumped on the couch, his clothes rumpled and his ponytail undone, hair falling messily around his face. His cheeks were flushed and he was muttering incoherently. Naruto was taken aback at how disoriented Irika looked. Irika slurred a greeting and asked if it was Naruto. Naruto complained that Irika smelled strongly of alcohol. Irika made a morbid joke about dying and then waved lazily, insisting that he was a teacher after all. Naruto tried to focus his questions. He explained that he was probably going to fight a demon the size of a house and asked what supplies Irika recommended. Irika mumbled that he had been waiting and then, in a confused moment, asked Naruto to get his diary. He tried to stand but instead fell face-first onto the floor. Naruto checked him for signs of life and summoned a shadow clone to retrieve the diary while he bent down to help Irika off the floor. As Naruto lifted him, Irika's arms slipped around Naruto's shoulders. Naruto felt a mix of concern and frustration as he settled the brown-haired man into a chair. Naruto told himself to focus, get what was needed, then return to Oscar. He asked why Irika was drinking so much. Irika groaned and said that his best friend had died, his words heavy with emotion. Naruto blinked and tried to process what that meant. Irika wept as he spoke, tears beginning to roll down his cheeks while he explained that even though Mizuki had been a traitor, they had been friends for years and that bond did not simply disappear after betrayal. Naruto watched him, feeling a tightness in his chest that was not guilt. Naruto did not feel anything about Mizuki's death. Mizuki had attacked him, and Naruto had ended the fight first. In Naruto's mind, stopping someone who tried to take his life had been necessary. He had faced dangerous foes before and defeated them without hesitation. Mizuki was no different. Still, seeing Irika cry caused an unexpected ache. One of Naruto's clones returned with Irika's diary, and Naruto handed it over, trying to focus on something other than the questions he did not want to answer. He indicated that the diary was Irika's. Irika took the diary and turned to the first page, where a family photo lay. He stared at it, despite his drunkenness, and the sadness in his expression made it clear how much it hurt to remember. Irika quietly told Naruto that the people in the photo were his parents. Naruto listened, unsure what to say. Irika explained that his parents had been killed when the Nine Tails had been released 12 years ago. The silence that followed was long and heavy as Irika stared at the picture, tears occasionally dripping onto the page. He whispered that he missed his mother and father, his fingers brushing over the image as if reaching back in time. Naruto had known, from Mizuki's earlier words, that Irika's family had died because of the Nine Tails. Watching Irika now, the abstract story became real. The pain on Irika's face showed the cost of that past. Naruto asked whether Irika had ever blamed him for their deaths, and Irika admitted that at one point he had. Irika then said that after getting to know Naruto, he realized he had been wrong to blame him. Naruto was not the Nine Tails. Irika apologized for understanding that too late. Naruto, not thinking or processing anything, wrapped his arms around Irika and hugged him tightly, crying as he clung on as if letting go would make everything fall apart. Between sobs, Naruto managed to offer his thanks. In that moment, he did not care that Irika was drunk, that Mizuki was gone, or that the village still associated him with the Nine Tails. What mattered was that Irika was there, on his side, and for the first time that night Naruto felt less alone. Naruto dried his face and turned his attention back to the task at hand. He asked Irika how to defeat a demon. Irika initially protested that he did not know, then admitted that when he was younger he had fantasized about saving the village from the Nine Tails, and Naruto skimmed through the diary pages of those childish imaginings, but they were not the answers he needed now. Naruto asked a more practical question about facing an enemy who did not react to a swarm of clones. Irika, rubbing his face and trying to steady himself, suggested that if an enemy did not respond to clones, the attacker was probably being too predictable. Irika advised not to rush in all at once, to send clones in waves and scatter them, to create distractions before the real attack, and to use the environment, jutsu, and speed instead of relying solely on clones. Naruto's clones quickly recorded every detail, and Naruto began to plan how to apply the strategy. Naruto then asked what to do if someone had been struck by something enormous, about the size of a room, and how to treat them. Irika, initially slurring and dismissive, sobered when Naruto insisted that the person might still be alive. Irika suggested seeking a medical ninja, and when Naruto said there was none and that he was all the person had, Irika grew serious and asked about the injuries. Naruto admitted he did not know the specifics. Irika thought through remedies a non-medical ninja could provide: pills to help clot bleeding, pain relievers, clean cloth to stabilize wounds, and nutritional supplies to keep the injured alive until proper medical help arrived. Naruto's clones wrote everything down as Irika spoke. Naruto asked whether the strange healing flask Oscar had used earlier could substitute for a medical ninja, and his clones agreed that it would help. Naruto then asked Irika where he could obtain the pills Irika had recommended. Chapter 10, Dark Wings over Konoha. Naruto reached Shinobi's Edge quickly. It was the only shop still open this late, and the dim light spilling from the windows showed they were about to close. The place was old, with wooden beams that creaked whenever someone moved. The walls were lined with all kinds of ninja tools. The shop was mostly empty at this hour, which suited Naruto fine. The clerk attempted to welcome him but stopped the moment Naruto stepped inside. Naruto did not care for the clerk's greeting and went straight to the back, grabbing what he needed. He picked up a set of throwing blades and smirked at the thought of using them against the demon. He also took 2 rolls of ninja wire, a box of flash devices, and several high-grade explosive tags. The purchase would be expensive, but Naruto had 3 years' worth of savings. He tossed his money onto the counter without counting it and set the gear down as payment. The clerk looked at the items and told Naruto he could not buy them. Naruto did not want to waste time in an argument. He began stuffing the equipment into a storage scroll before the clerk could react further. The clerk shouted that Naruto could not take those items. Naruto moved on, thinking that he had already paid and would not stand there to argue. The clerk accused him of stealing, and Naruto turned to glare, insisting that he had paid and telling the clerk to count the money. The clerk flinched and backed up. As Naruto prepared to leave, he heard the clerk mutter under his breath that the village had always treated Naruto like a monster and that he would lose his job because of him. The clerk even said, in a low, hateful tone, that Naruto should be dead. Naruto froze. Anger surged through him and concentrated in his palm as intense chakra gathered there. He pictured unleashing a destructive blast that could destroy the shop and make the clerk regret his words. For a moment, the heat in his hand built and the impulse to retaliate burned bright. Then Naruto studied the clerk's face and noticed the fear mixed with a smug satisfaction, as if the man wanted a reaction to justify his contempt. Naruto realized the clerk wanted him to lash out and confirm the villagers' worst assumptions. He forced himself to remember his mission and the person he had to save, repeating to himself that saving them mattered more than proving a point. Still, he refused to let the clerk walk away unchallenged. Naruto summoned a dozen clones and ordered them to gather every trash bin and loose item in the shop and pile it everywhere. The clones moved with practiced efficiency and called out his trademark exclamation, "Believe it," as they worked. The clerk's horror at the chaotic scene the clones created was clear, and Naruto allowed himself a small, petty satisfaction as he left the store. Outside, Naruto checked his supplies again to ensure everything was set. The storage seal scroll held the throwing blades, ninja wire, flash devices, and pills. Everything he needed was packed and ready. Naruto decided to use the item called Darksign. The moment he committed, his knees buckled as a strange energy surged through him. A ring of flame-like chakra, the Darksign flared to life and billowed a blinding white light that filled his vision. Naruto whispered that his teacher should wait and that he was coming to save him, adding his trademark exclamation, "Believe it." Where he had stood, an empty apartment remained, but the departure had not gone unnoticed. High above, hidden in the shadows, an insect made of ink watched the scene. Its gleaming, unnatural body flapped toward a sparse apartment a few blocks away, where a giant scroll lay spread across the floor. The ink creature struck the scroll and dissolved into the paper. Overseeing the transfer was an ANBU agent in a black cloak and a blank, featureless mask, an operative from Root, the covert division working in the shadows for the village's supposed security. The agent executed a series of hand signs with practiced precision and invoked a technique known as ink imagery transfer. The ink on the scroll shifted and arranged itself into coded patterns that recorded everything the insect had seen, forming a message only Root could decipher. Root had been watching Naruto since his clash with the third Hokage, and this agent had been assigned to long-range surveillance. Naruto's sudden disappearance into a burst of light confirmed that something unusual was happening, and the agent resolved to inform Danzo of the development. Far from Konoha, hidden deep within a rugged mountain range, a small, secluded temple sat like an ordinary, weathered ruin. From the outside it appeared ancient and stoic, but inside the place hid a darker purpose. It was known as Fire Zen Temple, and its quiet halls masked a function that felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. A remote location had become the place where banished shinobi who were too dangerous to be left free, yet too valuable to be kept in the open, were sent to live out their days in isolation. The air around the temple was still, as if even the wind feared to intrude upon the grounds. In the midst of that calm, a small pumpkin garden grew, its vines crawling across the soil. An old man tended the garden, his frail body moving slowly as he dug into the earth with his bare hands. His shaggy black hair hung limply, and his right eye was covered by a bandage. An X-shaped scar marked his chin, a reminder of a harsher youth. He wore a simple white shirt and a dark robe draped over it, covering him from his feet to just over his right shoulder. This man was Shimura Danzo, the war hawk of Konoha, the boogeyman of the shinobi world. He was calmly planting pumpkin seeds, appearing like any other old man living out his final days in peace. Behind Danzo stood two silent ANBU guards, their presence a reminder of the reality of his captivity or at least the illusion of it. To the outside world, Danzo had been stripped of power and locked away in this temple, guarded around the clock. The truth was far more dangerous. Danzo had long since taken control of the Fire Zen Temple, turning it into his hidden base of operations without anyone outside its walls being the wiser. When another Anbu appeared wearing a black cloak and bowed respectfully, Danzo remained focused on the garden. He commanded the operative to speak in a cold, emotionless tone. The ANBU reported that they had received an important dispatch from operatives in Konoha. Danzo's single visible eye flickered with the faintest glimmer of interest as he reached for the report. He scanned it quickly and absorbed the details: Mizuki's betrayal of Konoha, and more importantly, the report that the Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, had demonstrated previously unknown ninjutsu. Danzo's brow tightened slightly when he reached a specific section confirming space-time ninjutsu. His eye lingered on the words as he continued to read the description of the verbal altercation between Hiruzen and Naruto and the tension that had built between the boy and the third Hokage. He remained silent and unreadable. The operative asked for Danzo's command. Danzo ordered continued observation of the weapon and instructed the operative to destroy any evidence linking Mizuki to outside forces. The Anbu bowed and vanished into the shadows. The original mission had been straightforward in its design. Root operatives were to supply Mizuki with information to obtain the Forbidden Scroll of Seals. In exchange, Mizuki would involve Naruto Uzumaki, staging the boy's death and leaving his body to be retrieved by Root. Naruto would be brainwashed and reshaped into a perfect weapon for Konoha. The plan had failed, but something far more interesting had occurred. Unknown ninjutsu presented an unexpected opportunity. Danzo considered the possibilities. He believed the new abilities would greatly serve Konoha. The world was shifting and with it, the fate of the village. Naruto Uzumaki had become more valuable than ever, and Danzo resolved not to rest until the boy was under his control. Chapter 11, Squire of Oscar. The light faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Naruto standing in the courtyard again. He realized he knew the place. Instinct took over and he jumped back, his eyes darting to the entrance where the asylum demon had been. The door was closed. Naruto wondered whether they had opened it earlier. He resolved to find Oscar first. Dealing with the demon could wait. Naruto pulled out his ninja wire and grapple hook without wasting time. His hands worked quickly as he tied the wire to the hook and launched it upward. The hook caught the edge of the second-floor ledge with a satisfying sound. He yanked the wire tight and began to climb, his feet pushing off the wall as he scaled the inner side of the asylum. As soon as he reached the top, a hollow rushed at him. Naruto wondered if he had not already defeated it. The hollow lunged and swung a rusted sword toward his head, but Naruto ducked and rolled to the side. He pulled a kunai and struck the hollow cleanly. It dissipated in a burst of shadowy energy and fell apart, defeated in an instant. The things just kept returning. How the environment reset remained a mystery. Naruto did not have time to dwell on it because something in the corner caught his eye. A partially collapsed room, and inside, lying on a pile of rubble, was Oscar. Naruto's chest tightened at the sight. He feared Oscar had been thrown through the ceiling and lay motionless among the debris. Panic rose, and Naruto knew he had to reach him. The room was a mess of rubble and debris. There was no easy way in. Naruto scanned the area for an opening and prepared explosive tags in case he had to blast a hole through a wall. Then he heard the sound of something rolling. His heart skipped a beat when he recognized the giant iron ball that had nearly crushed him before. If the area reset, it was coming straight for him. He threw himself forward into a roll and tumbled clear just as metal crashed into stone. Naruto turned breathless to see the ball smash into the wall, creating a jagged gap that led directly into the room where Oscar lay. Naruto allowed himself a wry, relieved thought at the fortunate turn of events. Through the dust and debris, he could see the hole the iron ball had left, providing an entry. As Naruto moved toward the opening, he muttered a begrudging thanks to the metal ball for the assist. He tightened his grip on his kunai and prepared for whatever else the asylum would throw at him. He then activated his shadow clone technique, and several clones poofed into existence, rushing up the stairs to assist him. Naruto would have preferred to deal with that hollow himself, kick it down the stairs, and make it regret messing with him, but Oscar was more important. As Naruto entered the room, sunlight filtered through a hole in the ceiling and fell in a soft, golden beam onto Oscar. He lay unmoving on a pile of rubble. For a moment Naruto saw a warrior bathed in light, like a figure from an old tale, but reality snapped him back. Naruto shouted for his sensei and pleaded for a response, his voice bouncing off the cold stone walls. When there was no answer, panic took over and his legs carried him forward. A few empty healing flasks lay scattered near Oscar's feet, their glow long extinguished. Naruto felt his heart drop when a faint rise and fall of Oscar's chest told him he was breathing barely. Relief washed over him and then evaporated as he searched for something to explain the condition. He knelt and placed a trembling hand on the knight's armor, willing him to wake. He had brought medicinal pills from his own world and fumbled to get them out, desperate to help. Naruto carefully removed the helmet and saw that Oscar's face was hollowed and the right side of his head showed a severe injury from impact. It looked worse than any wound Naruto had seen before, and for a second he froze, stomach turning at the sight. Oscar stirred and his eyes fluttered open, unfocused and weak. Naruto's relief tightened into frantic hope as he urged him to take the pills, promising they would make him well and that they would face the enemy together. Oscar weakly refused, asking Naruto to keep the pills for himself. He said he was beyond repair and that he could feel his life slipping away. Naruto's hope collapsed into helpless grief. He gripped Oscar's hand and begged him not to leave, overwhelmed by the thought of losing someone who had become both teacher and friend in only a few hours. Oscar's expression softened, and he gently told Naruto not to cry and to be brave. He explained that bravery did not mean the absence of fear but standing up despite it, holding on to purpose even when everything was falling apart. His words, fragile but earnest, steadied Naruto and planted a small, stubborn resolve in him. Naruto, red-eyed and shaking, promised to be brave. When Oscar asked what the word sensei meant, Naruto explained that it meant teacher and someone to trust, someone who guides and believes in you. Oscar said he was honored to serve as Naruto's sensei. In a faint voice filled with meaning, Oscar then gave Naruto a title from his own world. He described a squire as someone who follows a knight, learns from him, and one day becomes a knight who inherits the knight's will and mission. Tears fell harder from Naruto as he knelt to receive the weight of that moment. Oscar placed his sword on Naruto's shoulder, the cold metal a solemn touch. He told Naruto that he had never had a squire before and had always walked his path alone until now. Oscar asked Naruto to continue where he had fallen, to carry on his mission and keep the torch lit. Naruto's heart pounded as each of Oscar's words sank deeper, filling him with a purpose he had not known he needed. Oscar lifted the sword to Naruto's other shoulder with slow, deliberate movements and explained that there was a saying in his family, those who were undead were chosen. He told Naruto that leaving the asylum was not just an escape but a pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords, and that when the bell of awakening was rung, the fate of the undead would be revealed. Oscar paused, breath shaky, and Naruto clung to every word. Oscar admitted that now, knowing this, he could die with hope in his heart. Naruto answered that he would be all right, though his voice was thick with emotion. Oscar apologized and told Naruto that he would have to face the world without him, without his help, and without the healing of Estus flasks. Naruto forced a smile through the pain and tears and insisted that he would be fine. He healed fast. Oscar said he believed Naruto to be the chosen undead. Naruto shook his head and declared that he was Oscar's squire, as if that title mattered more than prophecy. To be a squire to this knight, this man who had given him strength, hope, and purpose meant everything to him. Oscar decided to make Naruto his squire and to pass on the honor and duty of his order. With trembling breath and the last of his strength, Oscar lifted the Astora straight sword, the blade faintly gleaming. Naruto knelt beside him, feeling the weight of the moment press down, his heart a mix of sorrow and pride. Oscar held the sword over Naruto's shoulder with unsteady hands and, in a voice barely more than a whisper, invoked the old tradition. By the sword, he named Naruto squire of Astora, charged him to serve in the light of the first flame and to defend against the darkness. Naruto swallowed hard and stayed still to absorb every word. The weight of the blade on his shoulder felt heavy and right, as if binding him to something greater than himself. Oscar tapped the sword gently on Naruto's other shoulder and explained that as a squire he would walk the path of the knight, carry the torch where Oscar had fallen, and uphold the knightly precepts of Astora. Naruto steadied Oscar's arm when it wavered and begged his sensei to teach him the way of the knight. Oscar replied softly with the first precept. A knight's purpose was to serve and protect those who could not protect themselves. Though Naruto had never been attentive in school, Oscar's words were different. They were pieces of his sensei's soul, a legacy carved into him. As Oscar's voice grew weaker, Naruto held onto every instruction, letting each precept settle deep into his being. Lastly, Oscar said that a knight never falters in the face of fear nor wavers in the face of death. He finished by insisting that a knight did not go hollow, then his hand went limp. And then there was nothing. Naruto stared, breath caught, waiting for some sign that his sensei still lived, but Oscar's chest no longer rose and his eyes were vacant. The silence that followed hit Naruto like a physical blow. Naruto pleaded for his sensei not to go, but Oscar did not respond. He was gone. Naruto felt his world collapse. The room went cold and empty. He clutched Oscar's lifeless hand while his mind spun and his heart pounded. A soft, pure light soon began to glow above Oscar's body, an orb warm and beautiful, floating like a final blessing. Naruto watched transfixed as the light grew brighter and illuminated the room. The orb was Oscar's soul. When it drifted closer and touched Naruto's hand, he felt a surge of strength and resolve, a last act of faith from his sensei. In that moment, Naruto made a silent vow to carry on Oscar's mission, to ring the bell of awakening, and to finish what Oscar had started. Naruto reviewed his equipment and noted the weapons and armor he carried. Astora's straight sword and a pyromancy flame as his right side weapons, the crest shield and his fists on the left, and the elite knight helm, armor, gauntlets, and leggings as his protection. He noticed the Astora straight sword had become stronger, his equip load had increased, and his vital statistics had shifted. His maximum health and stamina had risen, his physical defense and poise had improved, and other resistances had adjusted. Naruto recalled the fifth precept. A squire inherits the will, the arms, and the sacred duty of their master. He pressed an explosive tag against the wall and stepped back, shielding his face as the blast rang out and sent debris and dust flying. When the smoke cleared, he saw cracks beginning to knit back together, the stone walls reassembling almost as if they were alive. The asylum awaited. It felt like a living thing rebuilding itself, piece by piece, as if some unseen force stitched it back together. No matter what was broken, it always returned. Naruto realized this must be why Oscar's armor remained intact even though the knight had not. As dust settled, he caught his reflection in the gleaming edge of the Astora straight sword. The armor fit him now, chainmail and plate resizing to his frame the moment he donned it, the heavy metal feeling almost natural, as if it had accepted him. He wondered if it had something to do with the strange window. At first the weight had felt odd, but with the sword in his right hand and the crest shield secure on his left arm, he felt a steady strength he had not known before, as if Oscar himself lent a guiding hand. He stepped forward, the armor clinking softly with each movement. A cluster of hollow soldiers emerged from the shadows, rusty swords raised and blank eyes locked on him. They charged as one, uneven but relentless. Naruto's body moved before his thoughts could catch up. His senses sharpened and his motion was precise. He brought the Astora straight sword down in a clean, sweeping arc, the blades of the hollows shattering apart like brittle mannequins and collapsing to the floor in defeated heaps. A faint whistling warned of an arrow. He invoked the way of focality and time seemed to slow as he raised the crest shield, catching the arrow so the glanced harmlessly away. In one fluid motion he lunged forward, driving the blade into the hollow archer and feeling the creature go still. He murmured precept the second to himself, reminding himself to honor his weapon as a companion in battle, then withdrew the sword and wiped it clean on his sleeve. He turned and looked up the staircase that led to the demon's arena. The creature breathed above, a low, guttural sound that vibrated through the stone, each exhale like distant thunder. The ground trembled under his feet. He knew there could be no retreat this time, no hesitation. This was round 2. Naruto tightened his grip on the Astora straight sword and adjusted his stance, The shield balanced on his back. He felt the weight of duty and the promise he had made. One step at a time, he climbed, steady and focused. The title of Genin of Konoha felt insignificant now. He thought of himself as something more, Squire of Oscar, and the thought steadied him. He leaped into the air, raising the Astora straight sword high in the practiced motion of a plunge attack. The world blurred for a moment, and then he came down, driving the blade into the demon. The creature reacted with a guttural roar and rocked back, its massive form shaking with fury. Naruto twisted the sword, feeling the demon writhe and lose balance beneath the force of the strike. He fought for Oscar, for the knight who had believed in him until the end. This path was his to walk. He would carry Oscar's torch and refuse to fall into hollow despair. Naruto gripped the Astora straight sword tightly, knuckles white as he faced the demon a few meters away. In his other hand he held a smoke bomb, fingers curled around it, preparing the next move. The demon bore a visible damage from the earlier plunge, a reminder of what Naruto had already done. He muttered that he no longer had to recoil at the creature's presence and forced a grin that was more a snarl. The demon shifted, tensing and narrowing its eyes as it prepared to leap, clearly baiting him to repeat the same attack. Naruto threw the smoke bomb to the ground and a thick cloud rolled across the arena. The demon took the bait and lunged straight into the smoke. The thunderous sound of its hammer swinging confirmed the trap had worked. As the smoke thinned, the demon emerged with its hammer raised. Naruto's clones snapped into formation, shields braced. The hammer collided with the shields and, in the instant of impact, each clone detonated in controlled concussive bursts. Naruto had placed explosive tags on himself, and when he formed his shadow clones, those tags were copied onto each one. The coordinated detonations produced a powerful shockwave that knocked the demon backward and shattered its hammer into scattered fragments. The force staggered the creature and made its head jerk wildly. Before the demon could recover, Naruto struck from behind a pillar, sending a Fuma shuriken spinning toward the target. The shuriken carried flash devices that erupted in dazzling light upon contact. Naruto activated Kai to trigger the effect, and bright flashes filled the arena, briefly overwhelming the demon's senses. It staggered, hands flying to its face as it howled, disoriented and reeling from the sudden brightness and concussion. The demon thrashed wildly, its heavy steps shaking the floor. Naruto seized the moment and signaled his next move from the second floor, two clones standing ready, eyes fixed on the target. On either side of the arena, hidden in the forms of pots, more clones revealed themselves, their hands glowing with pyromancy flames. The fireballs flew in unison, isunji across the arena like meteors and striking the demon. Flames engulfed the creature, the heat charring its hide and sending embers drifting across its massive form. The demon roared to the heavens, a sound of rage and pain as the blaze coursed over it. A name hovered above the demon, Stray Demon, HP 902. Naruto's eyes flicked to the text, feeling the finality of the change. The asylum demon had destroyed the chains that once held it, chains forged by Lord Gwyn himself to bind the demon's soul and keep its full power contained. Those chains had been the last obstacle for the Chosen Undead, preventing the Northern Undead Asylum from becoming a ruin. But now those chains were gone. The beast was no longer bound, it was a stray demon, driven by rage and the memory of its home in Izalith, the land of fire where it had been captured and enslaved. The demon's eyes locked onto Naruto. For a moment he felt the weight of that gaze, ancient, full of anger and pain and a power he was only beginning to understand. He did not flinch. Naruto gripped the Astora straight, sword in his right hand, holding the crest shield with his left. Naruto steeled himself and silently challenged the creature to make its move. Instead of a direct attack, the demon slammed its staff into the ground with such force that the floor beneath them crumbled. The ground gave way and Naruto found himself falling into darkness. They crashed into the basement of the asylum. Naruto's feet barely touched before he stumbled, fighting to regain his balance. The chamber was vast and circular, a weathered stone floor cracked and uneven. Broken tiles and shattered pillars lay everywhere, and moss crept up the tall walls. A faint light filtered through gaps in the ceiling, casting long shadows across the room. Naruto realized the truth. The entire asylum had been built around this chamber, the demon's cage. He tightened his grip on the Astora straight sword, his mind racing. He needed to watch those spells. That was the demon's most dangerous trait. The demon lunged, swinging its massive staff in a wide horizontal sweep. The basement was cramped, there was nowhere for a great dodge. Naruto used the substitution jutsu, leaving explosive tags where he had been. The staff hit that spot and detonated the tags in a thunderous boom. Smoke and debris filled the chamber. For a moment Naruto allowed himself the hope that the blast had destroyed the demon's staff. Through the thick smoke, the staff came swinging again, almost unaffected. The explosion had only delayed it a fraction of a second. Naruto felt a cold realization. The substitution only worked over a short distance, and the demon had timed its strike to hit where he would reappear. Naruto barely raised his shield before the staff connected. The force of the blow lifted him off his feet and slammed him into a pillar. His shield shattered under the impact and a wave of searing pain tore through his side and chest. He gasped for air, dizzy and disoriented, vision blurring at the edges. He slid down the pillar, struggling to breathe as he tried to steady himself. The demon's staff struck the ground again, and Naruto knew what was coming. Forcing himself upright despite the agony, he staggered toward a corner and fumbled at his pouch with shaking hands. He swallowed a handful of pills, stamina boosters, painkillers, chakra tablets, anything to keep himself conscious and fighting. The demon raised its staff high and a glowing orb of fire formed at its tip, purer and hotter than anything Naruto had seen before. The orb pulsed and expanded until it detonated in a massive shockwave of heat. Naruto threw himself into the corner just before the blast hit. The heat washed over the chamber, singeing the stone and sending a rain of embers through the air. Naruto thought of his clones and how many would have been caught in that blast if they had been too close. He felt a surge of adrenaline and pain sharpen every nerve, forcing him to focus despite the odds. He felt like his heart was going to explode out of his chest, his muscles twitching with the urge to keep moving, to keep fighting, to survive. Then he saw the demon's face grinning, seeming to enjoy his struggle. Naruto snarled that the creature's amusement only fueled his rage, and he forced himself to his feet despite the pain tearing through him. He vowed he had not shown his true strength yet. Naruto tightened his grip on the Astora straight sword, adrenaline sharpening his senses. The stray demon reared back, its massive staff preparing for a brutal strike. Way of focality pushed his perception to the limit, slowing the world so he could read every motion. He gauged the exact angle of the attack and the moment the staff would hit the ground. Without hesitation, Naruto leaped as the staff shot beneath his feet, narrowly missing him. He landed on the with practiced balance, dashed up its length, and launched himself into the air. He brought the Astora straight sword down in a heavy slash aimed at the demon's eye. The blade struck true, blinding one of its massive eyes and sending the creature into a roaring convulsion that echoed through the chamber. Naruto felt the vibration of the roar through his bones, but he pressed on. The demon snapped its jaws at him, trying to devour him whole. Naruto's shadow clone intercepted and launched him backward just as the maw closed, detonating inside the demon with a deafening boom. The explosion rocked the creature from within, leaving its mouth shattered and the beast reeling in pain. Naruto forced more pills into his mouth and swallowed without chewing, urging his body to heal faster. He could not afford to slow down. He watched the demon slam its staff into a nearby pillar, recognizing the buildup of energy at the room's center as the setup for another blast. Naruto bolted for cover, trying to get outside the radius, but he was too slow. The red orb erupted in a shockwave that threw him off his feet and slammed him into the floor, his vision blurring. His helmet kept his skull intact, but the impact left him dazed. Wings beat in the air above him as the demon lifted, preparing to dive. Naruto feared it would crush him, and his fingers formed the hand signs for substitution jutsu. At the last moment he vanished, leaving behind not a log or stone, but a Fuma shuriken that spun up into the descending demon and lodged painfully in its hindquarters. Naruto activated the explosive tags wrapped around the shuriken. The explosion detonated with catastrophic force, ripping through the demon's lower body and incapacitating it. The blast left the creature violently broken and unable to continue its attack. Naruto swallowed hard, steeling himself against any pity and recalling Oscar's precept not to show sympathy to an enemy that would show none. The flapping of wings began again. He tensed, ready to defend, and saw the demon trying to flee instead of fight. Naruto snarled that it would not get away. The demon rocketed upward like a flaming boulder. Naruto drove chakra into his legs and launched himself after it. He could not reach it on his own, so his shadow clones formed beneath him and linked hands to fling him higher and higher like a human slingshot. Above the demon, Naruto hurled 2 kunai with all his strength. The blades tore into the creature's wings, shredding them and sending it into a downward spiral. Naruto gripped Astora's straight sword with both hands and fell toward it, gravity aiding his strike. As he closed in, the demon pointed its staff and began to form a red orb at its tip. Naruto understood that this moment would decide everything. With no other choice, Naruto channeled chakra into the explosive tags strapped to his back. They detonated in a deafening blast that should have destroyed him, but Oscar's armor saved him. The explosion flung him forward, carrying enough force to break through the creature's defenses. Naruto screamed as he brought the sword down. His blade connected with the red orb just as it was about to erupt. Flames washed over him, the heat overwhelming, and he fought the urge to collapse. Pain seared through him, every nerve burning, but he did not give in. Whether it was Oscar's armor or sheer willpower, Naruto knew without glancing at the system window that he was down to his last bit of strength, 1 hit remaining. His body felt like it was falling apart, yet he pushed on. The roar that escaped him carried everything he had endured, as if Oscar himself lent strength to his strike. Naruto's blade struck with every ounce of force left in him. The creature slammed into the floor like a meteor, the impact cracking the stone beneath them and sending dust and debris into the air as light poured in from above. The creature fell motionless, its weapon broken and shattered by the final blow. He stood there, panting, barely able to keep upright. He had done it. He had prevailed. The rush of adrenaline left him all at once, and he collapsed backward onto the fallen creature. His body went numb, every nerve frayed and exhausted. His vision blurred as he stared at the hole in the ceiling. It felt like it was over. Then Naruto saw it, the stray creature's soul. It gathered above him, coalescing into a vast orb of light, pure white with a dark shard at its core. It was larger than him, pulsing with energy, both beautiful and awe-inspiring. Naruto smiled and weakly raised his hand toward the light, thinking that he had done it. A single tear slipped down his cheek as the essence merged into him, filling him with a warmth that reminded him of Oscar and everything his mentor had taught him. As the last of the soul absorbed, Naruto let his hand fall to his side and finally surrendered to exhaustion. He felt as if he and his mentor had accomplished this together. A victory notification confirmed his gains: 10,000 souls, 1 humanity, a titanite slab, 1 homeward bone, and a large pilgrim's key. Chapter 13: The Black Knight. Naruto lay flat on his back atop the fallen creature, mind still buzzing from the lingering adrenaline. He wondered what one even did with such a corpse as he sprawled across the massive, lifeless body. A foul, sulfurous odor clung to the air, making him wince with every breath. His entire body felt distant, not just from exhaustion but from the painkillers he had taken during the fight. Limbs felt disconnected, as if wrapped in cotton. Injuries: his broken arm, cracked ribs, and internal aches smoldered beneath the haze of medication. He held up the empty Estus flask and realized there was not a drop left, frustration rising as he wished he knew how to refill it. Naruto thought that Oscar would have known. Before he could dwell further, a heavy thud echoed through the room, reverberating like a new problem arriving on cue. Naruto muttered that this world could not give him a break. A figure stepped into the dim light, and even half-dazed Naruto found the sight striking. The intruder wore jet-black armor whose polished surface caught the faint glow. Horn-like protrusions rose from the helmet and layered plates covered the figure completely, giving it a predatory silhouette. In its hand was a massive greatsword, nearly as tall as Naruto himself. Naruto forced his sluggish mind to focus. The Black Knight moved and in an instant was above him, the greatsword descending with terrifying speed. Naruto swapped places with a decoy log rigged with explosive tags. When the knight's blade struck, the tags detonated in a blinding flash, the blast consuming what remained of the fallen creature. Naruto staggered back and observed that this was one way to get rid of the remains. He swallowed a chakra pill, grimaced at the bitter taste, and felt energy surge through him. Smoke filled the room and for a fleeting moment he let himself hope. Then the Black Knight stepped through the smoke and flames as if they meant nothing. The knight's armor bore barely a scratch. Naruto felt disbelief twist his stomach. The Black Knight called out. Naruto offered to give ramen if the knight let him go, desperation in his voice. The knight did not respond and only raised his greatsword for another strike. Naruto shouted that he would not comply, spun on his heel, and sprinted toward the ladder he'd seen earlier. His hands scrambled for the rungs as he climbed as fast as his battered body would allow. Each frantic breath burned his throat. The top of the ladder opened onto a long, dim hallway. At one end stood a jail cell with twisted, broken bars. The other seemed to lead back toward where he'd started. Relief flickered in his chest. A metallic clanging snapped him out of his thoughts. He glanced back to see the knight climbing the ladder below, movements slow but relentless. Naruto kicked at the ladder with all the strength he could muster. With a deafening crash, the ladder gave way, sending the knight and his looming sword down to the floor below. The clatter echoed through the hallway like a victory bell. He did not have the luxury of laughter. One path was blocked by rubble. The other led to the cell, where something glowed faintly inside. Naruto sprinted toward it, breathing ragged, and snatched up the glowing object without thinking. It was a strange, faceless doll of aged bronze, verdigris staining its worn surface. He wondered if it did anything. A heavy thud cut through the air. The Black Knight was back in the hallway, his presence making the air feel heavy and suffocating. The doll vanished into Naruto's inventory. Before he could react, the knight was upon him, great sword raised and aimed for his midsection. Naruto cursed under his breath. With a sudden pop, he used the substitution jutsu, swapping places with a piece of rubble just as the blade sliced through where he'd been standing. The way of focality slowed everything for a heartbeat, giving him time to read the knight's next move, a spinning backhand delivered with lethal intent. He realized he could not keep relying on substitution. Its exploitable weakness could get him killed. Summoning a shadow clone to contend with the knight, he darted for the ladder and slid down as fast as he could. The air smelled of smoke and the acrid residue of a recent battle, but he forced himself to ignore it and focus on the other ladder. As he climbed, he felt a strange, uneasy nostalgia from the dreary hallway. Two kunai flew from his hand and struck hollows rushing at him, taken down in quick succession. Those hollows had become little more than obstacles in his path. For a moment Naruto considered simply running and getting out of there. But he saw how the knight had destroyed the demons remains the one he had fought to put down, and anger snapped inside him. He decided he would not let the knight go unchallenged. He taunted the knight as he ran and pushed forward. Chapter 14: The Deadly Prankster. Naruto dispatched the hollows in his path with quick, precise strikes, replacing each defeated foe with a clone using the transformation jutsu. He climbed until his muscles burned and then found himself before a bonfire, its familiar, calming warmth oddly out of place in the nightmare. There was no time to relax. The Black Knight was still on his trail and Naruto readied himself. He retrieved smoke bombs from his pouch and opened them, revealing their powdery contents meant to create smoke and flashes as a distraction. He thought back briefly to what Irika-sensei had taught about timing and effect, then focused on the plan ahead. He hesitated for just a second as he took out his water bottle. It was for the ramen he'd brought. He had intended to share it with Oscar. Shaking the thought from his head, Naruto mixed the potassium nitrate, sugar, and water into a yellowish paste and carefully spread it onto his kunai. He worked fast, his hands moving on autopilot while his clones set up the trap around him. Every second counted. A few minutes later, the sound of metal clanking against the ladder made Naruto's heart jump. The Black Knight was climbing up. He felt the memories of his clones pop in his head as the ones that had transformed tried to sneak attack the knight. The knight cut through them like they were nothing. Naruto muttered that the knight was persistent and cursed him under his breath. positioning himself to look like he was ready to attack head-on. The Black Knight took the bait. He leaped forward, his shield bashing through a clone and causing it to vanish in a puff of smoke. He didn't see the real threat: the two other clones behind him holding a ninja wire and Naruto charging right at him. One of the clones shouted that they were going down as the clone dodged the knight's stab by inches and activated the explosive tags on his back, sending himself toward the knight in a full-body tackle. The impact sent the knight stumbling back, right into the ninja wire trap while the clone dissipated. The Black Knight almost regained his balance, but Naruto tackled him again, throwing him off completely and sending him into the hole. Now or never. Naruto landed on top of the knight and drove his kunai into the visor of the helmet. Using his free hand, he channeled pyromancy through the blade. The potassium nitrate and sugar paste on the kunai ignited, and a bright, intense flame burst out, overwhelming the knight's armor. Flames leapt across the metal, producing a blazing spectacle that forced the knight to the ground. Heat and light swirled around them, and for a moment Naruto thought it was over. He remembered Oscar's words about making sure the enemy was finished. Exhausted and breathing hard, Naruto pushed to make absolutely certain the threat would not return. The knight, appearing as if nothing had happened, shot up suddenly and reached for him with cold, precise motion. Naruto's heart leaped as he reacted. He grabbed the ninja wire with both hands and his clones above yanked him to safety. Naruto signaled Plan B, and his clones released storage scrolls filled with powder and shattered pottery, sending fine dust down like a storm. Without hesitation, Naruto sent a kunai spiraling down with explosive tags trailing behind it and sprinted away, putting as much distance as he could between himself and the chamber. He shouted the trigger, and the explosive detonated. The ground trembled and the explosion rocked the chamber. The dust ignited, creating a roaring shockwave that swept through the space. Naruto turned back, the blast still ringing in his ears, watching as a thick cloud of dust swallowed everything. Debris and fragments rained down in the aftermath. Naruto crouched low, shielding his face from falling debris, and waited, wondering if the knight would rise. When the dust finally settled, he cautiously approached the edge of the crater he had made, his heart pounding. He half expected the knight to be standing again. Instead, a glowing soul orb floated where the knight had been. Naruto reached out and absorbed the orb, feeling its energy surge through him. A notification registered in his mind: enemy slain. He had obtained 1,000 souls and a red titanite chunk. Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Finally, it felt like it was over. Looking at the broken remains of the asylum, Naruto understood it was time to leave this place behind. The asylum had served its purpose, and now it was time for the next step. He vowed to carry his sensei's mission forward and see it through. With one final glance at the shattered ruins, Naruto turned and headed toward the exit. Chapter 15: Firelink Shrine. He did not rely on raw power. Instead, he used wit, dirty tactics, and traps to win. Naruto's prank skills had kept dozens of Chunin chasing after him without catching him. Now imagine that same creativity and cunning applied to setting traps instead of pranks. He would be like a puzzle master of the shinobi world, but without deadly intent. Naruto approached the door at the far end of the arena, the same door where he had fought the asylum demon. Even without any visible glow, he could feel a protective force around it, some kind of magic that had kept this place intact. If he had not just lived through everything, he might have questioned his sanity. He knew how to open it. The system interface identified the item as the Big Pilgrim's Key and described it as the key to the inner door of the Undead Asylum main hall, a large key belonging to a chosen undead pilgrim ignorant of what the pilgrimage held. Naruto gave a quiet thanks to the system and placed the key into the door. The key vanished and the door creaked open on its own, revealing a long, winding cliff path ahead. Moss covered the ground and old ruins dotted the landscape, crumbling stone and broken arches marking time. Suddenly the ground beneath him began to. Naruto turned, heart racing, and watched the asylum around him fall apart. Every wall and stone collapsed inward as if the magic that had been repairing it had been undone the moment he opened the door. It felt like the end of something ancient and powerful, and he could not help the odd sense of loss as the building crumbled into ruin. Cold winds whipped around him, biting through Oscar's armor. Naruto stood silently, staring at the ruined asylum that had been his prison and his battleground, now gone. He felt alone. With no way to go but forward, he set to work. He took out a kunai and dug into the cold earth, the metal scraping the soil in steady, methodical movements. It was oddly calming. Oscar deserved this, Naruto thought as he prepared the grave. When the grave was ready, he used a storage scroll to place Oscar's body into the hole. Oscar's face, hollowed by what he had endured, looked peaceful, as if he had finally found rest knowing his squire had carried on his legacy. Naruto dropped a handful of soil into the grave, feeling as though he were saying goodbye to a part of himself as well as to a friend. He recited the nightly precepts, the words catching in his throat while memories of all they had shared played through his mind. Losing Oscar hurt more than he wanted to admit, but he felt honored to have met him and to carry his legacy forward. He found a large stone nearby and dragged it to mark the head of the grave. Using his kunai, he carved a simple inscription: Oscar, elite knight of Astora, a friend, a mentor, a brother, with gratitude for everything he had done. Reading the words aloud, his voice broke and tears began to fall. He let himself cry there beside the grave until the rawness eased. When the tears stopped, he wiped his face and took a deep breath. He stood and placed the knight's helmet back on, feeling its weight settle on his shoulders. He identified himself quietly as Naruto Uzumaki, squire of Oscar, wishing he had the words to speak like a true knight but accepting that he was not Oscar and had to be himself. He whispered a farewell, then turned and began walking up the cliff toward the ruins. Naruto trudged through the snow, the cold biting his skin and each step crunching beneath his feet. The sparse vegetation swayed in the icy wind as if whispering secrets. At the cliff's edge he stopped, looking out over a vast expanse of mountains stretching as far as the eye could see, their peaks blanketed in gray mist. The jagged giants felt both beautiful and isolating, as if the world itself sought to contain him and remind him that the asylum had been only one chapter. This place felt both breathtaking and lonely, Naruto thought, and he continued onward. He heard a call that cut through the cold air, a crow's caw, loud and sharp. A shadow fell across him, and a massive crow with wings dark as night dove down. Its talons, each as thick as his arm, closed around him before he could react. The world tilted as Naruto was lifted into the air, stomach dropping with the sudden height. He had never felt anything like flying. Wind lashed his face, freezing and relentless, and he dared not move for fear that one wrong twitch would send him tumbling onto the rocks below. As they climbed higher, the air thinned and each breath grew sharper and colder. Naruto forced himself to stay awake, urging himself not to pass out after coming so far. The crow beat its powerful wings over the mountains, and in the distance Naruto saw something that stole his breath. A sprawling, city-like ruin, larger than anything he had seen before. Towers and walls rose like ancient giants, cracked and weathered but standing defiantly against the elements. The crow banked toward a circular stone structure perched on a cliff. The walls were worn, with archways broken and gaps where time had taken its toll. In the center, a small fire burned on a stone platform, its flames flickering and casting a warm, inviting glow. Naruto recognized the bonfire and felt a surge of relief. It reminded him of the asylum bonfire, a rare place of safety. The crow loosened its grip and Naruto fell, hitting the ground with a rough roll. Dirt and stones scraped against his armor as he tumbled, and when he came to a stop the crow was already gone, wings beating as it vanished into the sky. He gulped air in great, burning pulls as if he had been underwater. His head spun from the sudden change in altitude, but he forced himself to stand. The heat from the bonfire washed over him and, for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt a measure of safety. A sudden shift eased the pain in his arm as it settled back into place, and the relief made him almost sink to his knees. Nearby sat a man in full, dull metallic armor. His helmet lay aside, revealing short black hair and a neutral, detached expression, as though he had seen too much and cared too little. The armor looked worn by countless battles. He sat on his shield with his sword at his side, eyes fixed on the ground, and he did not look up when Naruto approached. Naruto observed that the man looked drained, not literally dead but as if he had given up, blending into the surrounding ruin. Naruto took a steadying breath and called out to get the man's attention. His voice echoed off the stone walls. The man finally lifted his eyes and, in a tired, defeated tone, suggested that Naruto must be a new arrival and guessed that his fate was tied to becoming one of the undead. The man said there was no salvation here and that Naruto would have been better off remaining in the asylum, though he added that it was too late for that now. Naruto huffed and explained that the undead asylum had been destroyed and there was nothing he could do about it. The man's expression flickered with a momentary surprise at that news, but it quickly returned to the same hollow look. He reacted with a mix of disbelief and mockery at the notion that Naruto had defeated the asylum demon, laughing in a low, bitter way as if he found the idea absurd. Naruto felt annoyance rise but restrained himself, recalling Oscar's lesson to show patience, humility, and honor through actions rather than words. He kept his temper and asked the man where the Bell of Awakening could be found. The man finally met Naruto's gaze and explained that there were actually two bells of awakening. A message explained that one bell was above, in the undead church, and the other was far below, in the ruins at the base of Blighttown. The message suggested that ringing both would cause something to happen, a puzzling clue that seemed designed to provoke curiosity. Alexander gave Naruto a mocking smile that made Naruto's skin crawl and told him to leave, suggesting that arriving in this accursed land of the undead was why he had come. Alexander's laughter was hollow and cold, the kind that made Naruto feel small and insignificant. Naruto thought the man was a prick and decided, for now, to return to Konoha. Naruto then introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki. Alexander raised an eyebrow, appearing surprised that an undead actually had a name, and studied Naruto as if judging whether he was worth the trouble. Alexander told Naruto that names meant nothing in those parts and that his persistence was irrelevant. Naruto replied that he would call the man older emo in an attempt to get a reaction, but Alexander only stared blankly and returned to his brooding silence. Naruto compared him to someone else he knew and shook his head, still uncertain how to go back home. He replayed the memory of his last return to Konoha and wondered if dying was the key. Naruto remembered being defeated by the asylum demon and then waking up in Konoha, and he wondered if that cycle might be the way back. Alexander finally allowed his name to be known. He admitted that his name was Alexander and described himself as a crestfallen warrior who had abandoned that name along with almost everything else. He said now to leave him alone, slipping back into the cold shell of indifference he had shown before. Naruto walked away, irritated by the man's dramatic melancholy and thinking that emos acted as if the world revolved around their misery. Naruto took a few steps and continued to contemplate whether death was truly the only path back to his world. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Alexander, whose full name meant nothing to him anymore, had long since been defeated by his pilgrimage. He sat at Firelink Shrine, clinging to the bonfire without fully understanding why. He regarded Naruto, a young, reckless boy who claimed to have defeated the asylum demon, as more company than he had known in a long time. That small warmth surprised him. Alexander looked up as Naruto prepared to leave and saw the boy run and jump off the cliff. For a moment Alexander's thoughts stalled. The sight of the jump lingered and made him consider the relief death might bring. That thought faded into the familiar pull of resignation. Alexander was too much a coward to die and too much a coward to continue living. He sat by the bonfire, eyes fixed on the flames, expecting the boy to return as smoke reformed into flesh in the cycle common to those marked by the Darksign. He waited, but Naruto did not respawn. The absence tugged at Alexander's hollowed chest. Something felt off. Then Alexander sensed a surge of souls gathering at the cliff's edge where Naruto had leapt. The souls began to coalesce into a shape, a green form lying as if asleep. Alexander recognized it as a soul drop, but its color was not the usual yellow. He had only heard legends of people from other worlds whose soul drops were different. He glanced back at the hollowed figure near the bonfire and then at the green soul drop below. Alexander allowed himself a small, incredulous chuckle. The boy had been telling the truth. He really had defeated the asylum demon. And he really was from another world. Alexander muttered that he had seen it all now, a dry laugh escaping him. The laugh did not last. He stood up and grabbed his shield and sword. Hollow or not, he could feel the presence of the undead. They would be drawn to Naruto's soul drop like moths to a flame. With a drop that big, bright, and green, they would not leave it alone. They would swarm. Alexander watched the first one rushing toward the soul drop and found his sword in his hand before he registered how. He wondered why he was doing this. He had no clear answer. Maybe it was to help someone for once. No, that was a lie. He had always been selfish. Perhaps he wanted leverage over the kid, to make him owe him. He told himself he no longer cared about that. This world did not matter to him as it used to. Maybe he simply wanted to feel something again. Protecting the boy's soul drop might be the only thing in this rotten world that made him feel alive. Frankly, he thought as he raised his sword against the first approaching hollow, he did not know, and he did not care. He felled the hollow with a swift, practiced strike and held his ground. Another charged, but he was ready and met it with fluid, precise movements that pushed it back. Alexander muttered under his breath that the boy had better come back, retrieve his soul drop, and perhaps thank him while he was at it. He smiled for the first time in a long while. Maybe he could be a warrior again after so long of being a coward. Morning had come slowly, and for once Hiruzen was grateful. After the previous night's chaos, a slow morning was more than welcome. He sat at his desk, surrounded by the ever-growing mountain of paperwork that seemed to taunt him with its endlessness. Today his task was simple: go through the genin registration forms and finalize the candidates for the jonin to choose from. A small smile crept onto his face as he reviewed the names, each one representing a future leaf of the village. He could have let his team handle it. They were more than capable of combing through those forms. He knew how much he relied on them to keep up with the paperwork in Konoha. It was not that he could not do it himself, but it ate away at his time he wished he had more of. When he reached the final registration form, his smile faltered and became a frown. There was no form for Naruto. Of course, Naruto had not properly graduated. Hiruzen wondered what to do and rubbed his temples. He could not simply have the boy repeat the year and be labeled a failure, nor could he let him languish in the genin reserves. He needed a way to make it happen without it seeming forced or showing blatant favoritism. Hiruzen called for Kat, his voice firmer than he intended. In an instant, the Umbu operative appeared in front of his desk, her presence as silent as a shadow. The purple hair, the cat-like porcelain mask, and the katana at her hip marked her identity. He ordered Kat to bring Naruto Uzumaki, and watched her bow before she disappeared in a swirl of leaves and reappeared moments later with something he had not been prepared to see. There stood Naruto Uzumaki, but not the boy Hiruzen had expected. The child wore armor metal that encased him from head to toe, gleaming in the soft morning light. A broken sword hung at his hip, and a beautiful shield rested on his back, looking as though it belonged to a royal samurai rather than a 12-year-old shinobi. Hiruzen felt his breath hitch and his mind thrown into brief chaos. The quality of the armor and weapons startled him. He had seen a lifetime's worth of steel in the great shinobi wars and on diplomatic missions to faraway lands, yet this felt different, superior. This wasn't something forged in their hidden village, nor by any blacksmith in the Land of Fire. The steel was of a caliber that made Hiruzen wonder if even the samurai of the Land of Iron could create such a masterpiece. Hiruzen called Naruto's name, his voice cracking with shock. He could not fathom how this boy who could barely keep his own clothes intact had ended up with such equipment. His mind raced to dangerous conclusions about Konoha's potential military advantage, but he forced the thought away. It was reckless to let ambition mingle with his responsibilities as leader. Right now it was about Naruto. It had always been about Naruto, Hiruzen thought. Naruto confirmed and removed his helmet. Hiruzen concealed his surprise and remarked that the armor was unusual for a ninja. Naruto answered stiffly and formally, addressing him as Lord Hokage, his tone distant and uncomfortable. Hiruzen felt a pang in his chest. The formal address and rigid posture did not fit Naruto at all. The boy's usual vibrant spirit seemed buried under a role he was trying on. Inoichi's advice echoed in Hiruzen's mind: give Naruto time to think and understand his own emotions. A week, Inoichi had said. Hiruzen was unsure he could wait, but he resolved to respect Naruto's process. Despite the questions burning within him, Hiruzen told Naruto that he did not think the equipment was suitable for a ninja. Naruto snapped back, asking why. The sudden intensity surprised Hiruzen and made him realize the armor meant more to Naruto than mere metal. Hiruzen explained that the armor was too heavy to be practical. Naruto replied flatly that he had no problem fighting in it, speaking with a certainty that suggested experience. The notion of experience unsettled Hiruzen. He asked Naruto to move, and Naruto obliged by jumping to the side and running a short distance. Watching him, Hiruzen frowned and asked why Naruto was using chakra enhancement. The realization struck him hard. Chakra enhancement was a basic technique used to channel energy into the muscles for increased speed and strength, and it was normally unsustainable for long PRDS. Naruto looked genuinely confused and asked if that was how one was supposed to move. Hiruzen asked more steadily how often Naruto used chakra enhancement in that way. Naruto answered that he used it all the time and only refrained while sleeping. At that moment, everything fell into place for Hiruzen. The boy's ability to perform pranks, to slip away, to be one step ahead, those feats were not luck or simple stubbornness. Naruto had been living in a near-constant state of enhanced chakra, drawing on a vast reservoir of energy without realizing how extraordinary it was. Hiruzen swore a small, stunned breath. Naruto had been walking around with untapped potential and a dependence on a technique that could stunt natural growth. He worried that teaching Naruto to rely on chakra enhancements so constantly would limit the development of real muscle and long-term ability. He had to know who had taught him. Naruto answered casually that the academy teachers had shown him. The admission hit Hiruzen like a cold wind. The very educators he trusted had gone behind his back, teaching a method that was technically possible but harmful if used constantly. He realized there might be other flaws in Naruto's training and knew he needed to correct them. He resolved to fix this, somehow. Chapter number 18: Konohamaru in Naruto's shadow. Hiruzen weighed his options. He could keep Naruto in the academy for another year, send in proper teachers to undo the damage and rebuild what had been broken, or let Naruto graduate and place him under the care of a skilled Jonin sensei who could correct his flaws. The latter seemed more favorable not only for Naruto's growth as a ninja, but because the boy needed connection. Teammates his own age, people he could relate to and trust, and perhaps, in time, someone he could trust again. Hiruzen steadied his voice and told Naruto to remove his chakra enhancement. Naruto blinked in confusion and then complied. The second he did, Hiruzen watched the boy's knees almost buckle and the floorboards creak under the sudden shift of weight. Hiruzen wondered how heavy that armor must be. This was not ordinary gear. It felt like something designed to fight far more dangerous foes, battles beyond their world. Forcing himself back to practical concerns, Hiruzen offered Naruto a reassuring smile and advised him to wear lighter armor on missions. Naruto protested that he could just rely on chakra enhancement. Hiruzen calmly warned that there were people who could sense chakra and that sensors might detect a fully enhanced body from a long distance. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance, but before Hiruzen could speak again, the boy tossed a smoke bomb to the floor. The room filled with smoke, though it was hardly enough to blind Hiruzen. Under his alert senses, Hiruzen watched Naruto's pants and shield seemingly vanish and then, as the smoke cleared, reappear in a completely different set of clothes. Hiruzen noted that Naruto changed his outfit in an instant, as if a button had been pressed and his entire gear switched. He suspected space-time ninjutsu and felt his mind reel at how Naruto could have stumbled upon something so advanced. In 2 days the boy had given him more headaches than Danzo did in a year. Unease settled in Hiruzen's gut. He wondered if Danzo was involved or training Naruto in secret, but dismissed the idea Danzo was too careful to leave any trace if he were meddling. Still, the questions nagged. What had Naruto been doing to gain these abilities, where had he learned them, and what else was he hiding beneath that armor and soldier-like demeanor? Naruto Uzumaki, the boy Hiruzen thought he knew, was becoming a puzzle he was not sure how to solve, and for the first time in a long while he found himself without answers. Naruto's speed had improved, though it remained slower than other genin. Hiruzen suggested weighted training as an alternative way to build strength and speed without jeopardizing his safety on the battlefield, explaining that introducing weight onto the body forces it to grow and adapt so that, when the weight is removed, the body becomes faster and stronger. Naruto brightened at the concept and then, as if to demonstrate his point, threw another smoke bomb to the ground. When the smoke cleared, he was back in his full heavy armor, moving slowly and clunkily, but Hiruzen could already see the potential. It was not the training level of Rock Lee or Might Guy, but it was a step in the right direction. Hiruzen was about to continue when the door to his office flew open. He almost groaned at the interruption. Konohamaru, Hiruzen's 6-year-old grandson, stood in the doorway with his brown hair, blue eyes and a chip in his tooth. He wore the ridiculous gray helmet with a hole at the top for his hair, gray shorts, a long blue scarf and a yellow shirt bearing the Konoha symbol. Konohamaru announced his arrival and declared himself on guard, brandishing a shuriken, but he promptly tripped over his scarf and landed face-first on the floor. Hiruzen closed his eyes and took a long puff from his pipe, resisting the urge to sigh. Konohamaru rubbed his forehead and mumbled that it was a trap. Ebisu, Konohamaru's overly devoted tutor, burst into the room and asked anxiously whether Konohamaru was all right, assuring them for the record that there were no traps. Ebisu's dark hair, brown eyes and ever-present sunglasses made him look like a ninja who had never quite left his teaching persona behind. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit, missing only the flak jacket. Hiruzen wondered when his office had become a playground. Konohamaru accused Naruto of making him trip. Naruto responded by flicking Konohamaru's forehead and explained that Konohamaru had simply fallen over his scarf. Hiruzen shook his head, fighting the urge to laugh as Konohamaru rubbed the spot on his forehead and looked as if he might cry. Naruto did not seem to realize how powerful those gauntlets were. The village leader Hiruzen watched the situation escalate with a heavy sigh, especially when Ebisu exploded with an accusation that Naruto had harmed the honorable grandson of the third village leader. Hiruzen inwardly bristled at the comment. He disliked it when people measured someone's worth by lineage. Ebisu's tone, as if Konohamaru's value rested only on his ancestry, grated on Hiruzen. Konohamaru wore a smug smirk that suggested he expected Naruto to apologize, and Hiruzen thought the boy could use a lesson in humility. Konohamaru demanded that Naruto apologize, puffing out his chest like a small rooster. Hiruzen watched, half expecting Naruto to lash out in his blunt way. Instead, Naruto dismissed him bluntly and told him to get lost. Ebisu and Konohamaru were stunned, mouths agape. Konohamaru insisted that he was the honorable grandson, dripping entitlement from every word. Naruto proudly claimed to be the squire of someone named Oscar, and Hiruzen felt his heart skip a beat at the unexpected title and foreign-sounding claim. Konohamaru, not understanding, sneered and called it something lame. Naruto's eyes darkened at that, and he delivered a swift, precise blow that sent Konohamaru sprawling to the floor. Ebisu shrieked and prepared to lunge at Naruto in outrage, but Hiruzen halted him with a single tap of his finger. Ebisu lowered his gaze and reluctantly obeyed when Hiruzen addressed him as the village leader. Hiruzen ordered Ebisu to take Konohamaru out of his office, and Ebisu complied, though he protested. Hiruzen pointed toward the recovering boy. Konohamaru's helmet, the one Hiruzen had personally crafted with a protective sealing technique designed to withstand physical harm, showed a visible crack. That helmet had been meant to endure even a mid-level ninja's strike without breaking. Its damage spoke volumes about the force Naruto had used. Hiruzen wondered whether Naruto had held back at all. Questions crowded Hiruzen's mind. Who was Oscar? Why was Naruto using unfamiliar titles and speaking as if from another culture? Was this armor connected to that name? When had all this begun? A knock on the door drew Hiruzen back to the present. Irika stood there looking pale and tired, clearly nursing a hangover, and requested permission to enter. He looked slightly embarrassed as he took in Ebisu helping Konohamaru to his feet. Konohamaru, however, dashed back to Naruto's side and begged Naruto to teach him his skills, declaring he would become Naruto's disciple. Hiruzen and the others blinked at the sudden plea. Naruto's expression remained flat and unchanging, like stone. He refused. Konohamaru complained that he needed to become the fifth village leader, but Naruto met Konohamaru's eyes and made it clear that he did not care. Frustrated, Konohamaru sighed and allowed Ebisu to guide him away. Hiruzen watched them leave with a sinking heart. It was clear now that Naruto no longer cared about becoming village leader. The dream that once lit Naruto's eyes and drove his ambitions seemed gone, and that realization stung Hiruzen more than he expected. Silence settled in the office. Hiruzen turned back to Naruto, who stood patiently while Iruka rifled through a paper. The village leader asked Iruka why he had come. Iruka, speaking with a hint of formality despite his hangover, presented a letter of recommendation for Naruto Uzumaki to be promoted to an entry-level ninja. He reread the letter as if to make sure every word was right, then set it on Hiruzen's desk. Hiruzen glanced at the paper but looked back at Naruto. He noted that the boy seemed surprised, and the sight warmed his old heart. He told them that graduation was usually a formality to show readiness for field duty, and then reminded them of Naruto's actions the previous night, infiltrating a restricted area and acquiring the Forbidden Scroll, successfully reaching a rendezvous point, and overcoming a mid-level ninja in combat. Hiruzen coughed, and Naruto did too, while Iruka looked perplexed at the mention of certain details, which Hiruzen chose not to dwell on. If that did not qualify Naruto for promotion to entry-level ninja, Hiruzen said, he did not know what would. Naruto blushed at the praise. Hiruzen reached for the headband he had prepared for the boy, then paused. He had been waiting for this moment for the day Naruto would finally become a junior warrior. Iruka asked softly for permission to present the headband. Hiruzen chuckled and teased that Iruka was going to file for a replacement. Iruka pointed out that Hiruzen already held a headband, and Hiruzen stepped back, motioning for Iruka to continue. It felt right Iruka had been there for Naruto, had been more than just a teacher to him. This moment belonged to them. Iruka knelt on one knee, smiling at Naruto, and removed his own headband. Without many words, he stretched it out toward Naruto, letting his actions speak. Naruto's wide, genuine smile was all Hiruzen needed to see. Naruto eagerly leaned forward and allowed Iruka to tie the headband around his forehead. Iruka declared that Naruto was now a junior warrior. Naruto nodded, grinning from ear to ear. Iruka deadpanned a warning that Naruto should stop sneaking into his house at night and scribbling lines on his face. Naruto teased in return that Iruka must love that orange book, and Hiruzen, expecting Iruka might react, smiled at the familiar exchange. Hiruzen cleared his throat as Iruka straightened, his posture becoming more formal. Hiruzen congratulated Naruto on his graduation and said he only needed Naruto's graduation form. Iruka responded by handing over the documents with a quiet sense of pride. Hiruzen glanced at the papers to make sure everything was in order, and Iruka gave Naruto a thumbs up. Hiruzen then noted that everything appeared to be in order and that Naruto was free to go. Naruto, suddenly respectful, asked if there were any rewards from the previous night's mission, suggesting a technique that would be useful but safe, like the substitution technique. Hiruzen admired the boy's clear thinking. Iruka reminded them that the substitution technique had been considered one of the 3 essential techniques a junior warrior needed, and Naruto looked at him as if asking whether that was really true. Hiruzen surprised Iruka by insisting that Iruka was wrong. He explained that the 3 basic techniques had been designed during the First Great War to graduate junior warriors quickly and send them to the front lines. Iruka reacted with disbelief, and Naruto's expression turned serious in a way Hiruzen had not seen before. Iruka questioned why the old standard was still being kept when they were no longer at war. Hiruzen muttered that tradition was the reason, but the explanation felt hollow even to him. Naruto bluntly called the tradition stupid, making a valid point about raising the bar now that times had changed. Hiruzen acknowledged that the standard needed re-evaluation, but that would be a discussion for another time. For the moment, Naruto had asked for a technique and Hiruzen intended to grant that request. He asked Iruka if he knew the instant movement technique. Iruka answered affirmatively, and his voice trailed as he realized what Hiruzen was proposing, that Iruka should teach it to Naruto. Hiruzen nodded, watching Naruto light up with excitement. The boy practically bounced in his armor. Naruto implored teacher Iruka to hurry, and Iruka remarked with a soft smile that Naruto was still the same. Hiruzen added quietly that that was for the best. Iruka began to ask about tallying scores and the graduation list, but Hiruzen waved his concerns away and told him not to worry. He would handle the administrative work and Iruka should go and teach. Then there came the familiar thud that only Naruto could produce, a small, chaotic interruption confirming his presence. Iruka muttered that he would go and teach, bowed to Hiruzen, and ran after his student. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, taking a slow, calming puff from his pipe. The tobacco's brief warmth offered a momentary escape from the pressure he always carried as village leader. The respite was fleeting, peace never lasted long. He watched the smoke curl through the air and thought of the Special Forces guards who served as his invisible protectors. He had handpicked them all and trusted them deeply enough that they had even been asked to keep watch over Naruto at the orphanage. Their presence reassured him. They listened in his office and acted on tasks almost before he asked. The click of the office door closing pulled him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see Kat standing there, quiet as always, a couple of files in her hands. She did not need to speak. She placed the files neatly on his desk, a list of all the teachers who had taught Naruto, his attendance records, and the teacher class assignment record. Hiruzen acknowledged the work, though his voice lacked warmth. His mind was already turning over the implications of what lay before him. He wondered if he had been too soft, too lenient in his leadership. Had he let the boy slip through the cracks of the system he had built? Or was there something larger at work, a scheme woven by someone else? He shut down the thought of particular rivals but could not escape the gnawing possibilities. Maybe this was revenge from someone who saw Naruto as a threat or as a symbol of past pain the village had suffered. Whatever the reason, Hiruzen felt he had failed Naruto by not seeing the cracks in his education or his life. But he resolved not to let it remain unchecked. He planned to get to the bottom of it, no matter how deep the rot went. He owed Naruto that much. He tapped his pipe against the edge of the desk, the soft clink of ash falling into the tray marking the end of his brief moment of peace. The real work was just beginning. So this was an official training ground, Naruto thought as he glanced around the open field ringed by trees that stretched to the horizon. The grass was still damp beneath his feet and the wind moved through the leaves, carrying the fresh, earthy scent of the forest. The sun cast long shadows across the ground, and a line of training dummies stood not far away. He breathed deeply, feeling a sense of freedom he had not felt in a long time. Back at the academy, everything had been different. There had always been restrictions and someone watching, insisting he could not use the training grounds because he might pull a prank or not take things seriously. He resented having to prove himself repeatedly just to be treated with respect. Now, standing in the field, there was no one to stop him. No one to say he did not belong. He was here to train and to get stronger, and the feeling was exhilarating. Instructor Iruka stood a few feet away, focused and serious, bringing Naruto back to the task at hand. Iruka explained the body flicker technique, comparing it to the substitution technique. He said both worked by releasing chakra from the ankles to create bursts of movement. Naruto scratched his head as he tried to follow along and asked what the difference was between the substitution technique and the body flicker technique. Iruka explained that the differences lay in the hand signs and the execution. He demonstrated the hand signs tiger followed by ram and his body flickered, disappearing and reappearing 30 feet away. Naruto's eyes widened at the demonstration. Naruto realized that the substitution technique left behind a log, had a shorter range, and was faster in the short term. Iruka, surprised by Naruto's quick grasp, complimented him. Naruto playfully claimed he had always been the smartest, and Iruka chuckled, confirming that substitution was indeed faster in short bursts. Iruka asked Naruto if he had ever dropped a rock into a lake and observed the ripples. He explained that the body flicker technique worked on a similar principle. Chakra built up in the ankles released in waves, and each successive wave increased speed. For that reason, Iruka said, the body flicker was mostly used for long-distance movement. Naruto frowned, pressing for how the technique applied to combat. Iruka clarified that the body flicker was primarily used for dodges and evasion by middle-ranked and high-ranked ninja because at high speeds it produced tunnel vision, making it unsuitable for direct combat. Naruto asked if it was impossible to fight using the body flicker. Iruka replied that, normally, yes, but he recounted the example of a very powerful ninja who used extreme speed with the body flicker to create afterimages that resembled clones. That ninja had been so fast people compared him to the fourth Hokage. Naruto's heart quickened at the story. Irika said that the ninja had been Shisui, known for his mastery of the body flicker, and that he had met him a few times. Irika spoke of Shisui with respect and mentioned, regretfully, that Shisui had died a few years before. Naruto paused and bowed his head for a moment in silent respect. An idea then sparked. He imagined combining the body flicker with his own techniques. A grin spread across his face as he resolved to train harder. Naruto enthusiastically told Irika he was ready to begin. Chapter number 20 Ichiraku Ramen. Tuchi Ichiraku had never been much of a fighter. He disliked violence and had always been a more passive man with a passion for food. His family were not shinobi. They had been among the first non-fighting immigrants to cross Konoha's borders after the great shinobi clans had settled there, the first generation of civilians. It had been a revolutionary change instituted by the second Hokage. During the Warring States era, civilians like them had no place among shinobi unless they were nobles. With the creation of shinobi villages and the population boom, even the ninja needed people to provide for their families and take care of mundane tasks. Civilian families, farmers, artisans, craftsmen, traders formed the backbone of Konoha's economy and kept the village running. Civilians and shinobi worked side by side in a harmony Tuchi had learned to love. The early morning was a deep blue just before dawn. Tuchi cherished the quiet peace of that hour. The village still slept and the air was cool and crisp. His family had originally come from the Shina province of the Fire Nation, bringing with them the recipe for Shina soba. Over time, new spices and ingredients had transformed Shina soba into something different: ramen. Tuchi's ramen. He got ready for the day, following the same routine he had for years. He rolled out of bed, stretched the canvas from his back, and splashed cold water on his face to shake off the last bits of sleep. The room smelled of wood and the faint remnants of yesterday's cooking. He grabbed his chef's uniform, a simple white tunic with a red apron tied around his waist, and tucked a cloth headband across his forehead. His hair, what was left of it, was now a dark gray. He did not mind, he had earned these years. Tuchi called up the stairs, telling Ayam it was time to wake up. She was not his biological daughter, but that did not matter. He had found her during the Nine-Tails attack, just a little 4-year-old lost in the chaos when civilians fled for safety. Her parents had not survived, and somehow Tuchi had ended up with her in his arms. She did not remember any of it. Tuchi thought that was a blessing. The mind had a way of sealing away the worst of things. He could hear her grumbling as she shuffled downstairs, her dark brown hair a mess and her eyes still half closed. Ayam always looked a bit disheveled when she first woke, her fair skin flushed from sleep and her large black eyes blinking away the last bits of her dreams. She was a slender girl now, growing up faster than Tuchi liked, but to him she would always be his little girl. Tuchi told her to wash up because they had work to do. Ayam asked if they could change the timing so she could sleep more, and Tuchi reminded her that the early bird got the worm as he slipped into his sandals and headed downstairs. Once he reached the kitchen, the quiet calm of the early morning wrapped around him. It was peaceful, just the sound of his own footsteps and the creaking of the wooden floors. He started setting up, grabbing the noodles, the broth, the pork belly. Everything had its place, and he made sure it was where it belonged. The small restaurant, their home and workplace, could only seat 6 people, so most customers took their ramen to go. The prep work was familiar, soothing even. He boiled water for the noodles, stirred the broth until the aroma filled the air, and sliced the pork just right. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the soft simmer of the soup, the occasional hiss of the stove as heat hit the metal pot, all of it filled him. This was his life, and he would not trade it for anything. Running a ramen shop was not glamorous, but it was honest work. It was about providing something warm, something filling. A bowl of pork bone broth ramen could be a simple thing, but to someone who was hungry it was a lifeline. In a way, Tuchi had always seen his work as helping to nourish the village, just as the ninja protected it. They all played their part. He muttered to himself that he was ready for another day. Ayam would be down any minute, and soon the early risers would start to trickle in. Another day, another chance to serve bowls of ramen to a village that had become his family. He could not ask for more. Tucci waited for the first customer. It was always Naruto. Like clockwork, the boy came in, rain or shine, for his breakfast before heading off to the academy. He always made sure to use the freshest ingredients for him. That kid needed all the nutrients he could get. He remembered the first time Naruto had come in, 6 years ago. It was a rainy day with no customers. A little blonde boy stood at the counter, soaked to the bone, holding a few coins in his small hands. Tucci had been scared at first, unsure of what to expect. Rumors and whispers had made him hesitate. But when he saw Naruto's eyes hungry and desperate, something inside Tucci shifted. That was not a demon standing before him. That was a hungry child. Since then, Naruto had become his most loyal customer. The curtains rustled, and Tucci was about to greet the customer as he always did, but his words caught in his throat when he saw who walked in. Tucci asked what he could do for the customer, eyes scanning the beautiful patterns on the shield slung across the newcomer's back. The gold glint told him this person might be important. A tired, exhausted voice answered, asking Tucci why he was speaking to him like that. Tucci froze. He recognized the voice at once. In disbelief, Tucci called Naruto's name. Ayam walked in from the back, tying her apron, and repeated the same question. Naruto responded affirmatively, and in the blink of an eye the helmet that had hidden his face vanished as if it had never been there. Tucci suspected some kind of technique, and Ayam's eyes lit up with admiration. Tucci began to comment that Naruto looked unwell, but he trailed off when he realized how grimy and exhausted Naruto appeared. Ayam stepped in and told him to go to the back and wash up. Tucci shot her a look that warned her not to trick Naruto into doing the dishes in exchange for extra ramen. Ayam always had a knack for using Naruto as a guinea pig to try out new flavors. She loved cooking just as much as Tucci did. Tucci asked how yesterday had gone as he started preparing Naruto's favorite bowls. Naruto tapped his forehead and performed a small technique that made his ninja headband appear as if by magic. Ayam asked him to teach her that technique so she would not have to bother dressing properly every morning. Naruto chuckled nervously and apologized to Ayam, saying he could not teach it. Ayam looked disappointed, and Tucci could not help but smile. As Naruto washed his face, Ayam observed that he seemed to be a ninja now. Naruto said he was one step closer to becoming the village leader. He froze at the idea, splashing his face again as if to avoid the thought. Tucci and Ayam exchanged a look. This was not like him. Something was off. Tucci asked gently if something had happened and set a bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. Naruto sat down, his armor causing the stool to creak, and then quietly revealed that he had learned about the fox before digging into the ramen. Tucci's hand froze mid-pour as he processed the words, the broth nearly spilling. He understood the gravity of what Naruto had said. He knew about the 9 tails. Naruto's eyes, those eyes that Tucci had seen so many times, hungry and desperate, full of life, looked at him differently. Naruto wanted to confirm something. He wanted to see if Tucci and Ayam were like the other civilians, the ones who whispered behind his back, who treated him like he was the demon itself. Tucci did not have to guess what Naruto was thinking. The fear in the boy's eyes told him everything. Naruto was afraid that they would treat him differently. Tucci looked at Naruto, inhaling the ramen like it was his lifeline, and his heart broke a little. He finished making the bowl as quickly as he could and placed it down in front of Naruto, smiling and explaining that the bowl was for Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto murmured that it was not for the fox, his voice barely audible and filled with hesitation and fear. Tucci reassured him, saying the bowl was for the champion of last year's ramen-eating competition. The change in Naruto was immediate. That smile, Naruto's smile, lit up his face so brightly it could chase away the darkest clouds. He took the first bite, and for a second Tucci thought the boy might cry. Then Naruto gripped the bowl with both hands and ate as if trying to hide his emotions. Tucci chuckled watching him, but noticed Ayam standing there with a confused look on her face. She asked what was going on, and Naruto set the bowl down, showing hesitation in his movements. He wanted to tell her something. The pull to stop keeping secrets from people he cared about was written all over his face. Tucci poured some water and shook his head slightly to signal for silence. Ayam, not one to be left in the dark, turned to her father and asked again what was happening. Tucci offered a calming smile and asked Ayam to fetch his journal from his room, saying he wanted to give something to Naruto. Puzzled, she complied. Tucci turned back to Naruto, his expression softening, and told him gently that sometimes some things were better left unsaid. Naruto asked if that would be lying. Tucci admitted that sometimes a lie could be kinder, explaining that the Nine-Tails attack had been the worst day of Ayam's life and she did not deserve to be reminded of that pain. Naruto looked down at the empty bowl and nodded, conflicted but understanding. As Tucci began preparing another bowl, Naruto asked whether Ayam would see him as the fox. Tucci answered firmly that she would not, though he could see Naruto still doubted him. Suddenly, Tucci placed a fish cake in Naruto's bowl, one that Ayam had specially made, shaped to look like the young Uzumaki. Tucci told Naruto that Ayam had made it as a special ingredient to congratulate him on his graduation. Naruto's face lit up again, eyes a little watery as he smiled at the fish cake. For a moment, Tucci saw that the boy was beginning to accept that he would always be Naruto Uzumaki, Ichirakuramen's #1 customer. Ayam returned and Naruto expressed his thanks to her, addressing her as his older sister. Ayam looked at her father, shock and a hint of betrayal on her face, and Tucci scratched the back of his head sheepishly, apologizing. Ayam then presented Naruto with his present, a small piece of paper taken from the journal. She proudly revealed that it was a coupon for 100 free bowls of ramen and offered it with a triumphant smile. Naruto held the coupon in one hand and the fish cake in the other, staring at them like they were treasures, and quietly thanked her. Ayam affectionately ruffled his hair like the big sister she was, and Tucci set another steaming bowl in front of him, encouraging him to eat and reminding him that he needed to show the world who the great Naruto Uzumaki really was. Later, the focus shifted to a different character at the academy. After 8 years of being surrounded by the weak and the sycophantic, of enduring pointless conversations and meaningless praise, Sasuke Uchiha's ambition was finally beginning to take shape. The thought should have filled him with pride for being the strongest among his peers, but it did not. It only served as a constant reminder of how far he still had to go. Compared to his older brother No, he refused to even think of him as that anymore. Itachi was his enemy and nothing more. Compared to Itachi, Sasuke felt weak and insignificant. Itachi was already an Umbu captain at his age, while Sasuke sat as a mere genin. The gap between them felt like a chasm he could not close fast enough. Sasuke sat at his desk near the window, sunlight slanting through the glass and illuminating his thoughts as he glared at his classmates. He judged them as incompetent and weak. He believed none of them deserved to pass. They would simply die on the battlefield and leave behind grieving families. He did not want that for others, but he could not afford to waste time on those who held him back. Then the girls called to him, their voices shrill and familiar. They approached with their giggling and desperate waves, attempting to catch his attention. Annoyed, Sasuke considered them pests and resented their presence. He wouldn't mourn them. He turned his head toward the window, tuning the others out as he always did, letting the noise fade into the background. It did not matter, he had more important things to think about. He closed his eyes, his mind already wandering over what to train today, ninjutsu or taijutsu. Then the room fell suddenly quiet. He opened his eyes just in time to hear a loud thud beside him. A man fully dressed in battle armor sat down, the chair wobbling under his weight and the suit clinking with every movement. Sasuke's gaze locked on the insignia on the man's shield, a lion. It was clearly a clan symbol, but one he did not recognize. He scanned the room. Everyone else was staring at the newcomer with the same confused expression. Why was he here, among the graduating class? Sasuke did not like it. Naruto felt like a bottle about to burst, completely full and ready to overflow. He had just set a new record after 25 bowls of ramen and rubbed his stomach with a grin until he noticed how quiet the classroom had become. He looked around, wondering aloud if he had something on his nose, and the sudden attention of the room made several students gasp Naruto's name. He removed his helmet manually rather than unequipping it. He still needed to breathe. He wiped sweat from his brow and briefly wondered how Oscar could stay in that armor for so long without getting uncomfortable. Oscar must be built differently, he thought. Someone at the back tried to be clever, pointing out that this was a class for graduating students, not failures. Naruto bristled. He considered showing his headband to prove himself. Before he could, Kiba's voice cut through the room with its usual bluntness. Kiba told the others not to bully Naruto, but then mocked the idea that wearing armor would make him Hokage. Naruto's glare landed on Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba looked as always, messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with narrow pupils, a smug grin, red fang markings on his cheeks, dark pants, and a fur-lined coat. Naruto thought of times they had skipped class together and played pranks, and how Kiba seemed to need to put him down for reasons Naruto could not understand. Today, Kiba's taunts felt sharper than usual, and the anger inside Naruto began to rise. Naruto asserted that he had not stolen anything and that the armor had come from his master. Kiba scoffed and continued to belittle Naruto's history, trying to provoke him by insulting his master as well. The words landed like stones. Naruto went still as everything else faded into the background. His only focus was to shut Kiba up. Kiba pushed further, deriding Naruto's sword and suggesting it was a worthless scrap. That final barb was all Naruto needed. He lashed out, delivering a solid punch that sent Kiba flying from his seat and through the classroom door. The hit carried the force of a sudden, intense confrontation rather than anything graphic, and the room reacted with shocked silence. The classroom door swung open as Kiba sailed past it. Sakura and Ino, arguing in the hallway, barely had time to avoid him as he crashed out into the corridor. Sakura's eyes locked on Naruto in stunned disbelief. Her face paled and her legs gave out. She collapsed to the floor, trembling and breathing hard, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Everyone in the room felt it. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his chakra had changed. The presence of the asylum demon's influence had left an imprint not visible, but odd and unsettling, skewed toward an extreme, foreign quality. As Naruto's frustration rose, that lingering essence slipped free and spread through the space like a faint, invisible haze. It was not intentional, but it carried echoes of something from another world. The sensation was impossible to name. It felt as if the air itself had shifted, as if reality's edges had thinned. The students' bodies reacted instinctively. A cold shiver ran down their spines, a primal unease whispering at the base of their instincts. It was not ordinary fear but something deeper and stranger that made every muscle tense as if to run. It felt wrong in the way a shadow moving without light would feel wrong, a contradiction of existence that clawed at their sanity. Kiba roared and cursed at Naruto as he wiped blood from his nose, fury burning in his eyes and Inuzuka pride demanding retribution. Kiba activated the four legs technique, his chakra surging as his movements became animalistic. Without hesitation, he lunged at Naruto, hands clawing through the air with savage intent. Naruto did not move at first. The moment stretched, heavy and silent. Then Naruto used the body flicker technique. Wind whipped through the hallway, rustling Sakura's and Ino's hair as Naruto reappeared in front of Kiba in an instant. The distance between them vanished as if in a tunnel of motion, leaving Kiba exposed. Naruto's fist shot upward with a thunderous impact that snapped Kiba's head back and lifted his body slightly off the ground. A tooth spun through the air before pattering to the floor. Naruto pressed the attack, pinning Kiba to the ground with a ferocity that made the room hold its breath. Kiba grunted and struggled beneath him, but Naruto's knees pinned his arms. Naruto's breath came fast and harsh as he glared down, his chest heaving beneath the weight of his armor. For a moment, he was no longer in the classroom. The memory of dim, damp corridors where survival had been earned with blood and steel closed around him. Without realizing it, Naruto's hand moved and an axe appeared in his grip, heavy and worn, its blade catching the classroom light. He raised it deliberately, the motion slow as if the weapon matched the weight in his chest. Then Naruto froze. He questioned what he was doing. Kiba's earlier insults about Oscar and Oscar's sword replayed in his mind, stoking the anger that demanded a lesson. But the anger wavered as Naruto recognized that this was not honor but raw, ugly rage. If he brought the axe down now, it would be about his own pride, not justice. Naruto's arm trembled and his grip loosened. This was not what Oscar would have done. Irika stepped forward, placing a hand on Naruto's wrist and telling him to stop, his eyes full of quiet, heavy understanding. Naruto looked at him, then back down at Kiba. The fight had left Kiba's eyes, replaced now by fear. Naruto let the axe fall to the floor with a dull thud, rose slowly, and pushed himself off Kiba. He took a step back, breaths ragged but the storm inside him beginning to settle. The classroom was silent. Naruto felt their stares like needles, but he did not meet them. He noticed Sasuke watching him, dark eyes locked with an intensity that made the hair on the back of his neck prickle. Then Naruto saw it. Sasuke's irises glowed faintly red, two spinning tomo etched into each eye the Sharingan. The weight of the room shifted again, this time under Sasuke's presence, his body coiled and ready as if reacting to a threat only he could perceive. Sasuke demanded to know why Naruto's eyes were red. The scene lingered for a moment before the tension dissipated. A graduating class should have been buzzing with excitement, nervous chatter about upcoming assignments, soft laughs as they teased each other about their new teams, and the unrestrained joy of finally passing the academy. Instead, the classroom felt heavy, as if all that energy had been snuffed out. The silence was suffocating. Kiba Inuzuka sat on the edge of a desk, clutching a rag to his nose while Irika wrapped gauze around his knuckles. He winced but did not complain. The thought of being escorted to the nurse's office felt like humiliation he could not bear. His pride would not allow it after what had happened. The civilian-born students sat scattered across the classroom, their gazes downcast or blank. Naruto's faint, almost unintentional killer intent had been far from what seasoned shinobi might unleash, but for them it was something they could neither prepare for nor forget. The weight of it lingered, leaving them with an unsettling question they had not dared ask before. Were they truly ready for the shinobi world? Shikamaru Nara leaned forward in his chair with his chin on his folded arms, appearing bored on the surface while his sharp mind raced beneath. He judged the situation troublesome. He wondered what Naruto had been doing. His lazy gaze flicked toward Naruto in armor. The outfit had once seemed ridiculous, a boy trying too hard to play warrior. Now Shikamaru was not so sure. The armor looked tailored, fitted perfectly, not something taken from a merchant or patched together from scraps. That meant Naruto was telling the truth about having a master. If he had a master capable of giving him gear like that, then why had Naruto been dead last for so long? Why had he failed basic tests and acted like a fool every day? It did not add up. Either Naruto had been hiding his true strength all along, or something had changed recently. Either way, it was troublesome. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck and let out a weary sigh. He had seen killer intent before his father was a jonin, after all, and Shikamaru had felt it during training sessions and clan meetings, but what Naruto had unleashed earlier felt different. It was not just chakra trying to intimidate, it felt foreign, like something that did not belong in their world. His mind filled with questions that had no answers. This was such a drag, he thought. Hinata Hyuga sat stiffly at her desk with her hands clutching her jacket. Her heart pounded in her chest, loud and erratic. She had not activated her Byakugan, but she had felt the shift in Naruto's chakra as clearly as if she had seen it herself. It was not the warm, stubborn energy she had grown used to sensing. This chakra had been colder, heavier, and laced with something dark and unfamiliar, and that frightened her. Hinata thought that this was not the Naruto she knew. She tried to push the memory of his anger away. She watched him from beneath her bangs as he sat quietly at his desk, appearing calm as though nothing had happened. Hinata wanted to believe the Naruto she admired was still there, that he was simply going through something difficult. She forced the troubling thought down and attempted to steady her breath. Ino Yamanaka crossed her legs and tried to appear calm, but her hands trembled against her thighs. Naruto's presence had felt raw and overwhelming, like being struck unexpectedly by a powerful wave. It had not only inspired fear, it had felt like staring into something that was not supposed to exist. Her father had taught her that killer intent reflected experience, the weight left on someone's soul by battles and choices. Naruto had been the class clown, the one who finished last. He had not killed anyone and had barely passed his graduation exam. Ino's stomach churned as she tried to reconcile that image with the pressure she had felt. She found herself oddly drawn to the mystery of who Naruto really was. Sakura Haruno sat frozen, gripping her lap as her green eyes flicked to Naruto for a moment before she looked away. Her heart felt heavy. The loud, goofy boy she had dismissed so many times was not the same person she had seen today. The way he had looked at Kiba and unleashed something terrifying and unfamiliar did not fit the Naruto she thought she knew. Sakura remembered how Naruto had chased after her with a grin, proclaiming his feelings, and a small, bitter question rose inside her. If Kiba's insults could set him off so severely, what would have happened if it had been her? She felt shame and fear. She could not explain, and she wanted to believe the real Naruto was still the loud, annoying boy who had tried to make her laugh. After today, she was not sure. She clenched her fists and stared at the desk, asking herself who Naruto really was. Shino Aburame sat perfectly still in the corner, though inside he was anything but calm. His Kikeichu, the insects that lived within him, shifted erratically. They were not agitated in the usual way but were being drawn to Naruto like moths to a flame. Shino adjusted his high collar as the hum of his Kikeichu filled his mind, their movements pulsing with a single hard-to-define thought that he sensed as a symbolic fire of life. On the other side of the room, Sai sat with his back straight and a notepad balanced in his lap. His pale face remained expressionless, his eyes cool and unreadable. His mission was to observe Naruto Uzumaki, learn about him, and report back. Even he could not entirely ignore the presence that had spread through the classroom. He felt it as a faint echo, like a blade brushing his skin. His brush paused for a moment, fingers trembling almost imperceptibly. Sai's curiosity manifested in a quick, clinical interest. He filled his notepad with an abstract drawing, a swirl of darkness centered around a single flame, the only way he could interpret what he had sensed from Naruto. Irika glanced at Kiba one last time to make sure the bandages were secure. With a sigh, Irika turned back to the class, feeling the weight of the silence. The room looked deader than he did on a morning when he had skipped his coffee. He noticed that Naruto did not look guilty at all. There was not even a hint of remorse on his face. Irika wondered whether this change in behavior was due to Naruto's first killing experience. He had seen similar shifts in other ninja before, but this felt different. He made a mental note to submit a form so Naruto could get psychological help. Something was off, and Irika did not want to ignore it. For now, he had a job to do. He needed to rouse the students and shake them out of whatever fog Naruto had clouded them with. They had to be ready for what came next. Irika straightened and spoke with a voice that cut through the room like a whip, telling them that they were ninja now. A few of the junior ninja jumped in their seats, startled. At least they were paying attention again. He reminded them that the headband they had gained was merely the first step. Yesterday they had a rank and a standing among their peers. Today they were junior ninja. Whether they had been first or last yesterday had no bearing on who they were now. They could be proud to have passed the academy, but there was still much more to learn. They were stepping out of school into the vast world. They should not doubt the skills they had acquired but must not become arrogant. Irika scanned their faces and finally saw some life return to their eyes. He watched most of them look down, as if something had hit them, reaffirmation of something they needed to hear. Yet something still felt off. Why did they seem so deflated? Had Naruto done something before he came in? Irika could not shake the feeling that there was more to it, but he pushed it aside. He had teams to announce. Irika announced that Team 10, under Asuma Sarutobi, would consist of Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi trio had always worked together, a tradition he did not expect to change soon. He cleared his throat, half expecting Ino to cry out in disappointment over not being placed with Sasuke, but she sat deep in thought and did not react. He then named Team 8 under Kurenai Yuhi as Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. It looked like an ideal tracker team, though Kurenai was known for her expertise in illusion techniques. Irika trusted that she knew what she was doing. When Irika announced Team 7 under Kakashi Hatake as Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, Sakura immediately reacted with excitement, as if this were the greatest moment of her life. Irika found her infatuation with Sasuke almost impressive, if a bit foolish. He braced himself and added Naruto Uzumaki to the team. Sakura froze mid-cheer. Naruto, by contrast, looked bored, as if he could not care less. Sasuke was preoccupied examining his new Sharingan in the window reflection, but he seemed satisfied with his teammates. Irika almost laughed and held it in, thinking that Kakashi was unlucky. He silently resolved to keep an eye on that dysfunctional team. Later, after everyone had left and the senseis had taken their students away, Naruto sat alone in the empty classroom, bored out of his mind. A few people had given him strange looks, and he did not know how to feel about that. He had used to do anything to get attention. Now that he finally had it, he did not need it anymore. He muttered to himself the 9th precept, that a knight's deeds were done not for praise but in faith, trying to pin down why he had stopped caring. Faith in what, exactly? He stared at the reflection in his metal gauntlet with his hand outstretched. He wondered if it was because of the old man, because Hiruzen had revealed lies everyone else seemed to know but him. Had that revelation made him stop caring about people who had lied to him for so long? Maybe he was just disillusioned. He sighed and tried to shake the thoughts away, but they clung to him. He thought about his 2 new teammates and how he did not know what to feel about them. Sakura Haruno had been his crush once. He now realized how ridiculous that had sounded. He reflected that Sakura was not the prettiest or the kindest and had often been rude to him. Every time he had asked her out, she had reacted by hitting him, and he wondered what he had seen in her. He noticed she flinched when their eyes met and resolved that as long as she did not treat him the same as before, they would be fine. Then there was Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto had always seen Sasuke as his rival, even after everything that had happened. He could not quite explain why. Maybe Sasuke represented something the old Naruto could not overcome, the challenge the old Naruto had always failed to beat. If he could overcome Sasuke, he would know he had truly grown stronger. Naruto stared at his hand, lost in thought, and admitted to himself that Irika had been right. He had gotten smarter. His habitual catchphrase "believe it" drifted through his thoughts as he summoned his system window and let his eyes scan the stat numbers. He wondered whether those numbers were the reason he felt different after everything he had been through in the other world. The thought nagged at him, but he shook it off when he glanced at the clock. Naruto stood up, drawing glances from Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura raised an eyebrow and reminded him that Sensei could arrive any minute. Sasuke only grunted in his usual way. Naruto said he needed to use the bathroom, and Sakura, though visibly disgusted, remained silent. Naruto thought he had earned a little more respect these days and smirked, mentally noting he should have beaten Kiba sooner if respect came from that. He left the room and made sure the bathroom was empty before locking himself inside a stall. He pulled out the Darksign and felt its familiar weight in his hand. He muttered his catchphrase under his breath, and then a bright light flooded the stall. The light faded into the warmth and crackle of a bonfire. The quiet comfort of the flames steadied him, but then the crestfallen warrior appeared and greeted him. Naruto startled and clutched his chest, heart pounding. The warrior did not react to his fear, he simply pointed to the side. Naruto followed the gesture and saw a giant globe of souls hovering nearby and an apparition resembling himself. He had seen clones before, but this felt like a hollow echo, unsettling and ghost-like. He asked what it was, and Alexander identified it as a soul drop, explaining that when someone died they left a soul drop behind. When the warrior refused to elaborate further, Naruto reached out and grabbed the soul drop. The moment he touched it, he absorbed all 11,000 souls. A strange fullness swept through him, an unfamiliar strengthening that he could not immediately explain. He remembered Oscar telling him that souls could be used to grow stronger and asked Alexander how to use them. Alexander hesitated and then offered to tell him in exchange for a favor. Naruto agreed begrudgingly. A short time later, Naruto climbed a set of old ruined stone stairs, the grass brushing his legs. The ruins stretched out before him, overgrown arches, crumbling walls, and a lifeless tree that gave the place an air of abandonment. Near the remnants of the temple dome, covered in moss and built into the mountain, he spotted the gigantic crow that had brought him here. The scene nagged at him with unanswered questions, but he kept walking. He noticed a safer roofed part of the temple that still stood despite moss and decay. Naruto decided that was where he needed to go and summoned a clone to investigate a third path so he would not miss anything. His boots thudded against the old stone as he climbed. At the top of the stairs he paused. A platform spread out ahead with giant pots along the back, and a man stood to the left near the wall. The man was stocky and heavily armored, built like someone who could move a boulder with ease. His layered metal plates and a spiked mace gave him a formidable look, and his shield bore an intricate design. Naruto couldn't help but notice the man's awkward bowl-cut hairstyle and large nose, though he kept that observation private. The man was murmuring something that sounded like a prayer, unaware of Naruto at first. Naruto waited on the stairs until the man finished. The armored man then introduced himself as Petrus of Thorolund and requested that Naruto maintain a respectful distance. Naruto replied awkwardly that he understood. Petrus asked whether Naruto had business with them. Naruto admitted he did not know and explained that Alexander had sent him and that he thought Petrus might have something for the warrior. Petrus studied Naruto's armor and noted that it belonged to the Knights of Astora, adding that Naruto looked very young to be an elite knight. Naruto corrected him, explaining that the armor had belonged to his master Oscar and that he wore it because Oscar had passed away. The weight of that explanation hung in the air. Naruto felt an inexplicable urge to explain himself. Petrus's steady gaze made him want to justify why he had Oscar's armor. Petrus's lips curled into a small grin and his eyes narrowed as if weighing Naruto's words. Petrus reached into his pouch and tossed a coin to Naruto, who caught it on reflex. Naruto blinked and looked down at the coin, unsure of its value or significance. He began to lift his hand to return it, but Petrus shook his head and made it clear the coin was for him. Naruto turned the coin over, feeling its solid weight and rubbing his thumb along the worn markings as he asked what it was for. Petrus explained that it was a small funeral gift given to warriors of the Way of White, a tradition offered as a sign of peace to help the soul find its way to the flame. Naruto admitted that he knew little about Oscar's traditions and asked Petrus to tell him more. Petrus brightened and welcomed the question. He explained that the Way of White was a path of devotion, the way of gods, miracles, and faith. He told Naruto that to honor a fallen master he would first need to understand miracles and the covenant one made with the gods. Naruto's interest was piqued when Petrus mentioned miracles. When Naruto guessed it might be pyromancy, Petrus shook his head and clarified that miracles were gifts from the gods born of faith and devotion, their power tied to the devotee's commitment and belief. Naruto straightened, invested in the conversation, and asked how to begin. Petrus said Naruto would need to form a covenant with the gods and accept the light of All-Father Lloyd, patron deity of Thorolund, to gain access to miracles. Naruto tried to grasp the religious part of it but focused mostly on the promise of a new power. He asked what he had to do. Petrus produced a simple, weathered cloak that suddenly glowed with brilliant white light. As he crossed his arms and stomped the ground, a shockwave radiated outward and shattered nearby clay pots in an impressive, non-graphic display of power. Naruto reacted with obvious excitement at the demonstration and said he wanted to learn the miracle. Petrus agreed but reiterated that Naruto must first establish the covenant. Petrus then formed a ring of white light and began a chant invoking All-Father Lloyd and Lord Gwyn. He spoke of gathering to welcome a new soul into the sacred Way of White, renouncing the darkness of the abyss, and pledging to the flame that sustained the Age of Fire. He declared that the accursed Darksign would not claim this soul because the initiate now walked the divine path of light. As the ritual continued, Naruto felt a warm, comforting sensation like a blanket of light wrapping around him. He did not understand most of what Petrus was saying, but for the first time in a while he felt at peace. After everything that had happened lately, he needed this more than he realized. Petrus asked whether Naruto renounced the abyss, the servants of darkness, and the curse of the Darksign that plagued the undead. Naruto responded that he renounced them without hesitation. Petrus then asked whether Naruto pledged to uphold the teachings of the Way of White, to serve the gods, and to maintain the bonfires that staved off the darkness and preserved the Age of Fire. Naruto answered that he pledged his soul and his will, even though he was not sure what it truly meant. The white ring in Petrus's hand shattered and began to swirl around Naruto like a spiral of light. It was strange and beautiful, almost dreamlike. Petrus invoked the will of All-Father Lloyd and the light of the flame, baptizing Naruto into the Way of White in the name of the gods of fire, the seers of the flame, and the great Lord Gwyn. He pronounced wishes for Naruto's soul to burn bright and his faith to remain unbroken. Naruto found his hands coming together on their own as Petrus continued, blessing him to awaken as a faithful servant of the Way of White. Petrus urged him to serve the bonfires in times of darkness and to carry humanity to the flames in times of despair, declaring that Naruto was reborn in light and was now a vessel of the gods. Naruto blinked and tried to make sense of it all. He felt peaceful and safe, exactly what he needed after recent events. He still did not grasp the meaning of the Age of Fire or maintaining bonfires, but miracles were what mattered to him. Petrus then explained that he would share his miracles, though their ultimate effectiveness would depend on Naruto's efforts and faith. Naruto grinned and said he wanted the strange white shockwave technique. Petrus acknowledged that the force miracle matched that description, but he cautioned that normally a squire spent many long days killing a few undead foes at a time, under the protection of their master, to earn such a miracle and access better equipment. Petrus noted that Naruto already possessed the armor and an enchanted weapon of a Knight of Astora, albeit broken, and for that reason he was making an exception. Usually, a squire needed their master's endorsement before learning such a powerful miracle. Then Petrus revealed the cost: 4,000 souls. Naruto blinked, his smile falling as he realized he had to buy the miracle. Chapter number 25: Chains of the Covenant. Alexander kicked the undead toward the well-shaped hole near Firelink Shrine and watched it slump over the moss-covered walls. The familiar sensation of a soul being absorbed into his body washed over him like a cold breeze he had felt countless times before. Then one of those rare moments occurred. A piece of humanity floated up from the corpse. He thought it might be his lucky day, though the feeling was tempered by sarcasm. Humanity was valuable, but it would not change everything for him. Yesterday had been a blur. One moment the crestfallen warrior was cutting down undead, the next they were swarming in numbers he had not anticipated, all drawn to Naruto's soul drop. It had stirred an old feeling, being alive and afraid like in his earlier days of adventure through the cursed land. Killing them had not been the hardest part, cleaning up afterward had been. It was easy to forget that even the weakest undead could catch someone off guard, but he believed that was how he had survived when so many others had fallen. Alexander did not want to owe Naruto anything. He knew connections in this world were traps that could turn into tragedies. He had sent Naruto off to explore the temple while he cleaned up the mess, believing it was better that way so they could both move on. Scanning the area confirmed no more undead in sight and finally granted him a moment of quiet. Then he felt the unmistakable sensation of the Way of White's baptism. He knew it all too well. He had witnessed it many times during his travels with her, his partner, the one who had given him purpose. Alexander closed his eyes, unable to block the memory of her using the homeward miracle on him and sending him to safety while she was swarmed by ghosts. That had been the day he lost her, the day his world had shattered. She had no name that mattered in this place, but she had given him a reason to go on and to resist hollowness. Now that purpose was gone, and everything felt empty without her. He blamed the Way of White for his loss. They were a cult built on self-righteousness, he thought, demanding souls from the undead as their duty and masking greed behind holiness. The name suited them, white and pure on the surface, but corrupt underneath. What puzzled him now was why they would let Naruto join. The Way of White did not let just anyone in. You either had to complete some impossibly hard task or have connections in high places. Then it hit Alexander. Naruto's armor was the elite set from Astora, where the Way of White was practically a state religion. Of course they would let him in the moment he showed interest. No questions asked. Alexander cursed under his breath that he had not thought of it sooner and rushed toward the temple ruins, determined not to let Naruto be exploited by that covenant. He told himself it had nothing to do with Naruto, only to keep the Way of White from sinking its claws into an otherworldly invader. Deep down, he knew he was lying to himself. He arrived just as Naruto received a scroll describing his first miracle. The cleric explained with reverence that miracles were the power of faith made manifest, drawn from devotion and prayer to the gods. They were not merely stories or rituals but belief given form, divine power channeled through conviction. Alexander moved without thinking, grabbing Naruto's hand. Naruto yelped in surprise, and Alexander hauled him up the steps, not caring whether Petrus noticed or objected. The cleric did not intervene. Alexander demanded whether Naruto had joined the covenant. Naruto answered that he had, because his master had been a warrior of the Way of White, as if that alone justified it. Alexander clenched his jaw, trying to keep his frustration in check. Trust led to faith, and faith could be used to exploit people. Alexander challenged Naruto about the basis of his choice, trying to gauge how much the boy actually understood. Naruto repeated that his master had been a knight of the Astora, as though that explained everything. Alexander explained that not all knights of Astora were part of the Way of White and that it depended on the household. He suggested that Naruto's master could very well have been from the covenant of the Warrior of Sunlight. Naruto blinked in surprise and asked if there were more covenants. Alexander pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering to himself about having to deal with a child who had no idea what he was stepping into. Naruto tried to be upbeat about at least having received a miracle. Alexander ordered to see it. Naruto performed the prayer, bringing his fists toward his waist and stamping his foot, but nothing happened. He tried again with the same result. Alexander explained that Naruto needed a talisman to perform miracles. Without it, he was merely pushing his inner energy into thin air. The talisman acted as a conduit, channeling divine power through faith and focus. Without that connection, a miracle could not manifest. Naruto asked if the talisman was like a middleman. Alexander gave a dry chuckle and affirmed the comparison. Naruto then called down to Petrus for a talisman. Petrus's voice echoed from below, stating the price as 1,000 souls. Naruto assumed the force miracle he had obtained for 4,000 souls made it a good deal, but Alexander grabbed his arm and said it was not reasonable. Alexander warned that souls were the most important thing in this world and that clerics, sorcerers, and anyone offering power would do anything to take them. He explained that the force miracle was bait. Power and the ability to use it all required payment. The covenants set people up to fail so they would keep paying and handing over souls. Without faith, and without the talisman as a true link, miracles could not be used. Souls were equivalent to life in this world, and losing enough to scams could mean ruin. Naruto clenched his fists and resolved not to let anyone take advantage of him again. Alexander gave him a hard look, placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, and urged him to learn from the experience. The crestfallen warrior pointed toward a tunnel that led back to Firelink Shrine and ordered them to go. Alexander told Naruto he would deal with the scammer. Naruto hesitated but then left through the tunnel, and Alexander watched him go before turning back to Petrus. Alexander descended the stairs, his anger growing, and when he reached Petrus the cleric showed no concern. Alexander asked where the boy was and raised his hand, forming a small orb of souls as payment while stating he wanted to buy a simple talisman. Petrus narrowed his eyes and asked whether Alexander was part of the covenant. Alexander said he was not and that he did not believe in the power of the gods. Petrus reacted with outrage and threatened harsh punishment for the blasphemy. Alexander replied that if the gods could grant power to a fallen cleric like Petrus, they would not be offended by blasphemous words. Tension exploded into action. Petrus swung his mace with fury, and Alexander met it with his shield. The impact rang like the clash of metal in an animated duel, sparks and shockwaves scattering in stylized motion. In a swift counter, Alexander moved his sword in a precise arc that forced Petrus back, stopping just inches from his face in a dramatic, non-graphic flourish. Alexander told the cleric that he only wanted the talisman and offered to avoid further trouble, but also suggested they could fight until one of them could no longer continue. Petrus tightened his grip on the mace but realized fighting one another was pointless. Both would only reform at the nearby bonfire and be drawn into an endless loop. After a silent standoff, Petrus conceded and allowed Alexander to take the talisman. Petrus lowered his weapon with a sigh and tossed Alexander a simple talisman, accepting the souls Alexander offered in return. As Alexander turned to leave, he asked how he had known Petrus was a fallen cleric. Alexander answered coldly that he had not known for sure but had guessed from how the undead who listened to Petrus went missing, and that the confirmation was appreciated. Petrus responded defensively that he had his companions. Alexander noted that those companions would not be pleased if he told them the truth. Fear flashed across Petrus's face at the thought of his secret being exposed. Alexander assured him that he was good at keeping secrets, then added that there was one condition: Petrus must stay away from Naruto. Petrus hesitated, and Alexander repeated the demand with a voice that left no room for argument. Petrus relaxed slightly, and Alexander turned away. Naruto climbed the old stone stairs step after step, each footfall echoing in the hush around him, and sighed. He thought bitterly that people were the same even in this world. He had hoped for kinder faces than those in Konoha, but that hope felt childish now. He reminded himself to be smarter and stay sharp, quietly muttering his catchphrase to reinforce the thought, saying believe it under his breath. The encounter with Petrus felt like a scam to Naruto, like gambling. A big prize to hook someone, then slowly drawing them in until they wanted more. The covenants felt like that stupid gambling, stupid covenant. He stopped to look around. One side opened into a strange empty space between two large stone doors. The other offered a flight of stairs up to a broken-down room. Curiosity tugged at him, urging him to explore. Cautious but curious, he headed for the broken room. At the top he found the corpse of a hollow with a faint soul orb hovering above it and instinctively absorbed the souls. A nagging question followed. Alexander, the somber crestfallen warrior, had said souls were the most important thing in this world. So why had Alexander not taken Naruto's souls when he had the chance? He frowned but kept moving, turning toward the strange double-door opening that seemed the logical path. He stepped into the stone opening and wrinkled his nose at the musty smell, algae, old metal, and stagnant water. The stone floor was slick with algae and small puddles reflected the faint light. Rust lingered in the air from decaying metal. A slight breeze made him wonder if an exit lay ahead. He jumped into the room and saw a tunnel ahead, shorter than expected, and guessed it might be the right path. Naruto landed in the temple's back area, surrounded by pillars and crumbling walls, and scanned the ruins for a moment. Then he spotted a treasure chest and could hardly believe it. Ran to the gray chest with a rounded top, reinforced metal bindings, and a weathered lash. Kneeling, he opened it and found bones on ceramic plates covered in strange symbols. Though he did not fully understand them, he sensed a kind of divine power similar to what he had felt from the Way of White Covenant. He examined the strange object and read its name in his vision, Homeward Bone. Leaning closer, he navigated the system menu and found the item description. The Homeward Bone was a bone fragment reduced to white ash that returned the holder to the last bonfire used for resting. Bonfires were fueled by bones of the undead. In rare cases, the strong urge of their previous owner to seek bonfires enchanted their bones with a homeward instinct. The revelation that bonfires were fueled by bones made his stomach churn, and he grimaced while holding the item as if it might bite. He dismissed the thought and decided to deal with it later. As he prepared to leave, he noticed another treasure chest in the corner and felt his mood lift. He opened it and pulled out a heavy weapon with a solid wooden handle and a spiked metal ball. The item was a morning star, a hammer with a sharp spike on its pommel, one of the more barbaric cleric weapons. Uniquely, it inflicted move damage and caused bleeding. Naruto swung the weapon experimentally to feel its weight and power and felt impressed. He placed it into his inventory and opened the next chest to find a small talisman similar to the one he had seen Petrus carrying. The talisman was a medium for casting miracles of the gods, a standard item for common believers, used to cast miracles after attuning them at a bonfire. Finding it brightened him, and he felt triumphant. Naruto rejoiced that he could finally use miracles, gave a small victory fist pump, and carefully stored the talisman away. When he opened the next chest, his enthusiasm faltered. Naruto muttered in confusion as he pulled out a handful of small, red, cracked orbs from his inventory. They looked like eyes, their jagged surfaces resembling fractured glass, dark vein-like patterns crawling faintly across them. A cold, oppressive energy radiated from them and sent a shiver down his spine. They felt wrong, like relics from a nightmare. The item was identified as the cracked red eye orb. The description explained that it was a fragment of forbidden knowledge granted by an ancient, shadowed entity. The full power allowed a wielder to peer into twisted, abyssal realms and dominate an arena of shadow, Lesser imitations such as this orb offered only fleeting glimpses of that power, a pale echo of the true mastery. Naruto read the description twice, trying to make sense of it. He muttered that he did not understand what it meant, then shoved the objects into his inventory with a shiver and resolved that he would figure them out if he ever needed to. Scanning the room for more loot, Naruto's eyes lit when he spotted another chest hidden behind a stone pillar. He hurried over, thinking he had hit the jackpot, but something else caught his attention. A strange cemetery stretched along the cliffside. Stone slabs jutted from the ground at odd angles like broken teeth. The place felt eerie and forgotten. Stairs above the graves led higher into a veil of fog. Naruto thought it a weird place and tried to shake off the unease before returning to the chest. Inside he found a round metallic medallion with a smooth, reflective center like polished silver, framed by an ornate, worn design and wrapped with a rusty chain. The sensation of a divine power similar to the way of white touched him as he examined it. The talisman was identified as Lloyd's talisman. Its description noted that cleric knights used this charm to counter the undead, blocking their recovery within a limited area and allowing hunters to fight with impunity. Naruto froze and reread the description several times. The pieces fell into place and his expression darkened. He realized that the stash was not a treasure hoard but a hunting kit, a weapon stockpile meant for hunting undead like him. He concluded that Petrus and his allies were trying to use him, recruit him into their way of white, make him do their dirty work, and then discard him. Anger bubbled in him. He kicked the chest hard, sending it tumbling down a steep incline until it disappeared over the cliff. Naruto spat that he thought poorly of Petrus's holy mission and told himself he needed to thank Alexander for saving him earlier. He shoved the talismans and orbs further into his inventory, but the weight of suspicion remained. He wondered how many more people in this world would see him as a tool or worse, as prey. Naruto ran down the cliffside toward the cemetery, wind rushing past. Jagged stones stuck out of the ground like broken teeth. He spotted an old shield lying beside a scattering of weathered bones and reached to pick it up when a sharp clicking sound cut through the air. The shield moved on its own and an animated skeletal figure rose to face him, hollow sockets and a permanent, eerie grin fixed in its face. The skeleton remarked that he had beautiful bones, and Naruto's voice came out shaky as he realized with horror that those had been the only words he had managed to voice. For a moment he froze, tense and terrified, until the way of focality activated and showed him another skeleton lunging from the side while the first raised a rusty scimitar. Naruto leaped back to avoid the swing, equipped the talisman, and attempted to recite the phrase Petrus had taught him. Nothing happened. He cursed at Petrus for the useless advice, then used the body flicker technique to vanish in a blur and reappear further down the path, scanning for an advantage. He gathered a fireball in his hand and launched it at the animated figures. The explosion blew the skeletal figures apart in a burst of light and embers, sending their shattered pieces and tattered armor flying. Naruto caught his breath, but a rattling noise rose again and the scattered fragments drew together, coalescing as the skeletal forms reassembled and rose once more as if the animating magic had stitched them back into being. Naruto used the body flicker technique again, his body flickering as he searched for an escape. Ahead he saw a large, glowing orb of souls hovering like a prize. He thought he had found a jackpot and flickered toward it. His hand reached out to absorb the orb when, with a sudden burst of motion, a skeleton erupted from a nearby grave. The glowing orb had been bait set for the unwary. Naruto grabbed the skeleton by its shoulders and shoved it back into the grave. Naruto shouted for the skeletons to stay down as he used Shunshin to create distance between himself and the growing horde of bones. He did not get far before two more skeletons formed behind him. Graves lined the path, and up ahead an odd stairway led downward. Naruto decided that was a bad idea. The cemetery was clearly a trap. He needed to get out, but with enemies closing in from all directions, his options were running out fast. His heart nearly stopped when he saw a skeleton so massive it dwarfed the others. Its femur alone seemed larger than Naruto, and it wielded an enormous blade that made every step tremble the ground beneath him. The creature's bones creaked with each movement like distant thunder. A glowing light behind the giant skeleton caught Naruto's attention. A huge blade driven into a corpse, its handle jutting out as if daring someone to take it. Naruto rushed forward and grabbed the handle, but it felt impossibly heavy under his hands. A shadow fell over him as the giant skeleton brought its blade down. Naruto barely managed to perform the substitution jutsu, the massive blade striking the ground where he had stood and sending a shockwave rattling through the earth. More skeletons rose from the graves and surrounded him. Naruto equipped the Morning Star and braced himself, gripping the heavy weapon with both hands. He summoned a squadron of shadow clones with a command, and they rushed into the chaos to meet the tide of enemies pouring from the earth. A skeleton charged and swung its blade. Naruto shifted his stance and launched a powerful diagonal strike. The Morning Star struck the skeleton and caused it to collapse, dissolving into a swirl of pale light. The force of the blow pushed Naruto forward, but he recovered and pivoted toward the next threat. Naruto ordered his clones to cover the sides as more skeletons crawled out of the ground, some wielding rusty weapons, others bearing claws and teeth. His clones matched his movements, Morning Stars swinging in unison. Each crushing blow sent enemies apart, but they kept coming. Naruto spotted another massive skeleton towering above the rest, its empty sockets glowing faintly red. He called for backup and wove chakra through his legs to vanish in a blur of speed. Using Shunshin no Jutsu, he appeared at the creature's flank while his clones took the other side. With a coordinated signal, Naruto lunged forward, chakra surging through him as he swung the Morning Star in a slow, powerful arc. The spiked head struck the giant skeleton's ribcage. Cracks appeared along the creature's frame, but it did not fall. The monster roared and swept its massive blade toward him. Using Way of Focality, Naruto sidestepped at the last second. The blade missed him by inches and struck the ground. Naruto placed an explosive seal on the skeleton's spine and rolled back as it detonated with a booming flash. A burst of light and force scattered the creature until it collapsed into a motionless heap. His clones fought alongside him, smashing through the smaller skeletons. One clone grabbed an enemy and hurled it into a group before spinning to deliver a crushing blow with its Morning Star. Another clone leaped high and used the weapon's heavy head to strike an archer on a ledge, the archer dispersing in a burst of energy. Naruto ducked beneath a rusted sword and launched a brutal counterattack that broke the skeleton's defenses and caused it to disintegrate into dust. The weight of the Morning Star drained his stamina with every swing, but the destruction it wrought kept the enemies at bay. Suddenly the memories from his clones flooded Naruto's mind. A skeleton raised its shield to block a blow, and another struck a clone, causing it to vanish in a puff of smoke. More and more clones dissipated, each revealing the same grim pattern these skeletons kept reforming. He would shatter one, only to see it regroup and rise again, as if the graveyard itself fed them. Naruto realized the truth. The cemetery was a trap. Tempting corpses and weapons were bait. The rising skeletons were the mechanism that snapped shut on the unwary. He clenched his teeth and admitted this was a losing fight. He was not a coward, but he knew when to retreat. Naruto ordered a smoke screen and every remaining clone hurled smoke bombs to the ground, releasing a dense cloud of black and gray. The clones dispelled themselves in bursts of chakra, thickening the shroud. He then summoned a dozen more and instructed them to make noise. They obeyed, yelling, clashing weapons, and charging in all directions to sow confusion. While the smoke and commotion covered him, Naruto bolted up the hill, legs pumping as he sprinted away from the endless tide. The rattling of bones and eerie grinding followed him for a time, but the smokescreen and his clones bought him enough distance to escape. He did not look back. Survival was the only goal for now. Naruto hurried up a stairway and into a ruined hall where every footstep echoed. Water pooled on the floor and broken pillars lay scattered. The flapping of wings drew his attention the crow that had led him here, and he used Shunshin to melt into a corner just as the bird stared down at him and then took off into the sky. He muttered angrily at the crow and forced himself to scan the hall. His eyes rested on a strange statue of a woman seated on a throne of branches, holding a baby. Naruto stared for a moment, unsettled by it, then shook the feeling off and moved on. Then, it hit him where he was. Naruto rushed out of the hall, the warmth of the bonfire pulling him in as he practically collapsed onto the ground near it. Naruto exclaimed that he had lived. A moment later, Alexander approached. Chapter number 27 Level Up. Alexander observed that Naruto had clearly been through a lot. Naruto closed his eyes, too tired to argue with the crestfallen warrior. The urge to strangle Alexander flickered through him, but he was too drained to move. Naruto told Alexander, in a tired voice, that he had almost died and that Alexander had almost gotten him killed by the skeletons. Alexander noted that Naruto had gone down, his voice laced with judgment. Naruto gave him the middle finger and then admitted that he had almost died but tried to find a silver lining by saying he had gotten a lot of cool stuff. He pulled the giant sword out of his inventory. It felt heavy in his hands even with chakra enhancement. Alexander remarked with something close to awe that the blade was a Zweihander and an amazing greatsword. Naruto replied that it was useless because he could barely lift it. Alexander countered that he should simply increase his strength. Naruto looked confused and asked for clarification. Alexander explained that Naruto already had the pygmies system and should use it. Naruto blinked, pointing at the system screen and asking whether everyone had it. Alexander shook his head and explained that the system had been created during the Age of Ancients by the pygmy as a way to incorporate otherworldly invaders into the world. He added that because of its numerous benefits the gods had feared it, so only parts of it remained. Humanity could still use a fraction of its potential. Alexander admitted that he could use parts of it, mostly the ability to absorb souls and a smaller version of the inventory, but Naruto had access to more of the system, which left Alexander sounding almost jealous. Naruto felt a little proud. He glanced at the system screen again and asked how to increase his strength. Alexander, clearly done with the questioning, grumbled that Naruto should figure it out himself. Naruto scrolled through the interface until he found his stats, displayed with arrows beside the numbers, and hesitated, not wanting to mess up his chance to get stronger. Naruto asked Alexander what he should upgrade. Alexander responded that Naruto should consider what he wanted to do in combat. Naruto thought about it and decided that he wanted to be able to pick up the Zweihander. If he could wield the weapon, it would be a good start. But he did not yet know how many points he would need. As Naruto flipped through tabs, his eyes landed on the faith stat. He thanked Alexander for saving him from what he called a scammer. Alexander asked if Naruto believed him, sounding almost surprised. Naruto explained that he had found treasure chests and learned that the way of white-hunted undead, they probably would have used him and then killed him if Alexander had not intervened. Naruto listed the items he had found. Alexander snorted and voiced disdain, calling them scum. Naruto agreed and noted that their so-called miracles did not seem to work. Alexander suggested trying to increase Naruto's faith. Naruto gave him a skeptical look and asked whether the whole thing had been a scam. Alexander conceded that the people of the Way of White were scum but insisted that the miracles themselves were legitimate if one had faith. Naruto accepted that he needed to increase both strength and faith, though he still did not know how many souls that would require. Naruto looked at the Zweihander and pulled up multiple system tabs. Item name, Zweihander. Weapon type, Ultra Greatsword. Attack type, Regular. Description, one of the gigantic straight greatswords. As the name suggests, the Zweihander is held with two hands, but its wielder must still be inhumanly strong. It is this great weight that sends foes flying when hit solidly. Strength requirement, 24. Dexterity requirement, 10. Physical attack, 130. Naruto flipped through the tabs and found a miracle listed as well. Miracle name, Force. Plus, uses, 21. Magic type, Miracle. Description, this common miracle among cleric knights creates a shockwave. It inflicts no damage but propels foes back and defends against projectiles. Cleric knights use this miracle when charging into enemy mobs. Required parameters, Faith 12. Naruto frowned when he saw that the Force miracle did not damage enemies, but at least he now had concrete numbers to work with. He switched back to the stat screen and realized with frustration that he did not have enough souls to meet all the requirements at once. Naruto groaned at the limitation. Alexander asked what was wrong. Naruto muttered that he did not have enough souls to both wield the Zweihander and use Force, and even if he ignored the miracle he still could not use the sword. Alexander suggested two-handing the weapon, explaining that the strength increase from souls applied to one hand, so two-handing could effectively double the usable strength. Naruto began increasing his stats, carefully placing points where he needed them. He raised strength from 12 to 16 and felt a surge of power, a deep warmth flowing through his muscles that made them stronger. He then increased dexterity from 9 to 10, flexing his fingers and rolling his shoulders while feeling a smaller, subtler change. Finally, he increased faith from 8 to 12. The change was not physical but internal, as if his belief in himself had become more solid and real. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Covenant: Way of White. Level: 110. Souls: 333. Attributes: Strength: 12-16. Dexterity: 9-10. Faith: 8-12. Souls spent: 66-67. Naruto hefted the Zweihander again and felt the weight settle naturally in his grip. For the first time, it no longer felt like he was swinging a boulder tied to a stick. No chakra enhancement, no fancy tricks, just raw, physical strength. He swung the massive blade again, watching it cut effortlessly through the air, the power making his arms buzz with excitement. He wondered if this was what real strength felt like. He tightened his grip and thought back to all the grinding he'd done in Lordran, every hollow he'd defeated, every soul he'd collected. A new thought followed. Maybe the system was why he felt smarter now. When he had chosen the pyromancy class, his intelligence stat had increased, and that might explain the sharper awareness he was experiencing. The idea was almost sad, he admitted to himself, but he quickly dismissed it, pinching the back of his head and deciding it did not matter because he felt smarter now. Feeling pumped, he equipped the talisman Petrus had given him and pointed it forward. He concentrated, willing the divine power to activate, but nothing happened. He threw the talisman onto the ground in frustration and swore, tightening his grip on the Zweihander and vowing to track down the scammer and reclaim his souls. Alexander interrupted with a firm refusal, his tone brooking no argument. Naruto began to protest, but Alexander asked whether he had attuned the miracle. Naruto froze, confusion replacing his annoyance as he remembered something about attunement from the miracle description and asked how to do it. Alexander explained that attunement was simple: sit down, take out the scroll Petrus had given him, and read it. He added dryly that if Naruto met the requirements for the miracle, it would attune. If not, nothing would happen. Naruto pulled out the Force Miracle Scroll and asked what attunement meant. Alexander, keeping his patience, described attunement as the process of linking a spell to one of a character's core attributes: strength, intelligence, or faith, so that a spell draws power from that attribute and becomes more effective as the attribute grows. Naruto muttered to himself that this was what his spell slots were for. As he unrolled the scroll, he noticed he already had Fireball attuned and asked which attribute it used. Alexander responded with a blunt denial of being a pyromancer, and Naruto shot him a deadpan glare but settled down to read. He sat cross-legged and recited the invocation, calling on the light of All-Father Lloyd to lend strength, asking for divine power to form a shield of faith that would protect and propel him forward. As he spoke the words, something inside him shifted. A warmth blossomed in his chest and spread through his body like sunlight after a storm. An image flashed in his mind. An old, bearded man in shining armor raising his hands and unleashing a massive shockwave that shattered a gargantuan, gnarled tree into dramatic fragments in a stylized burst. The vision left him breathless. When the vision faded, he felt the knowledge settle into him. He knew how to perform the Force Miracle. The understanding was not only intellectual but physical. He stood and gripped the talisman tightly, asking Alexander if he wanted to see the miracle in action. Alexander suggested that Naruto should become human again first because of his current appearance, stating the matter bluntly. Naruto asked how to turn human. Alexander pointed toward the corpse slumped by the well and indicated that he should use the humanity there. Naruto walked over and recognized the strange dark mass. He recalled absorbing similar things before and crouched to take it in, as he had done with souls. This time the feeling was different, warmer, less detached, more like filling with something alive. He glanced at his inventory and noted that he had 3 humanities and a small soul of an undead soldier, which made him feel better about his resources. He walked back to Alexander, curious about the true value of these items. Alexander explained that humanity was a valuable resource and that in combat it could be used to heal oneself. Naruto compared it to Estus flasks, and Alexander confirmed that the flasks worked in a similar way. Naruto asked how to refill them. Alexander said to place the flasks near a bonfire and they would refill on their own, shrugging when Naruto mentioned the ritual his master had performed. Naruto decided not to press further. He placed his 5 Estus flasks before the bonfire. The flames flickered as if drawn to the flasks, and they began to refill. Alexander added that offering humanity to the flames could reverse hollowing and restore a person to human form. That detail intrigued Naruto. After Alexander explained the process, Naruto knelt before the fire and held up the humanity, which looked like a small, dark flicker. It transformed into tiny orbs of white light that drifted toward him and touched his skin. With each touch, he felt a change, the slow return of flesh and blood, the steady beat of a heart. The sensation of warmth and life surged through him, and he glanced down, noticing increased muscle and feeling a rush of exhilaration. He sat back and stared into the flames, watching them melt and fill the flasks. The warmth and quiet crackle of the fire felt peaceful. Alexander, meanwhile, placed 5 more flasks beside him and told Naruto that they were his. Naruto was surprised and asked why, and Alexander replied that he did not plan on going anywhere and had no use for them, so Naruto could take them. Naruto felt both grateful and puzzled but accepted them. Naruto observed that Alexander was a very strange man. Alexander hummed in response, as he usually did. Naruto noted that one moment Alexander seemed like the biggest self-absorbed loser and the next he acted like the kindest man, and Naruto wondered why. Alexander remained silent, his expression unreadable. Naruto wanted an answer about why Alexander had protected his large soul drop. He explained that there had been battle marks where the soul drop had been and that he had put 2 and 2 together. Alexander said nothing, and a heavy silence settled between them, broken only by the crackling of the bonfire. Naruto watched the last of his Estus flasks fill, the bright orange liquid reflecting the flames, then packed them away. He produced a small cup and set it in front of the crestfallen warrior. Naruto presented it as cup ramen and explained that it was a thank you gift. Alexander accepted the gesture with a simple nod. Naruto mentioned that his jonin should have arrived by now and left with a grin, jumping off the cliff. Alexander stared at the cup of ramen until the sky shifted from pale blue to the deep black of a rare night in that cursed land. The cold wind bit at him, and he closed his eyes to draw out a talisman he still carried. He had intended to give it to Naruto, but the boy had found his own talismans in hidden chests, likely taken from Petrus's stash. The thought brought a bitter smile as he pictured the thief's reaction when he discovered his treasures gone. Alexander set the talisman on the cup and snorted at the absurdity of calling instant noodles the food of the gods. The steam was long gone and the noodles were cold, but the first bite surprised him with spice and tang and just the right amount of salt. The noodles slid down as if crafted with care, unlike anything he had tasted in that bleak world. He thought that she would have loved this. The memory of her absence pressed on him. She had always been brave, kind, and outgoing, always trying new things and pushing boundaries in ways he never could. In that memory, he remembered how she insisted on the name Alex, taking the first 4 letters of his own name. That was why he had abandoned his true name after she had died. He believed he did not deserve it and preferred to carry the name of the crestfallen warrior instead. The tears came before he could stop them, and they fell into the cold noodles as Alexander apologized quietly to her and admitted that he missed her. For a brief, fragile moment he felt something close to peace. The moment shattered when a sudden shove sent Alexander sprawling and the cup of ramen tipped over. He scrambled to his feet, sword in hand, and saw Petrus standing above him demanding his treasures. Petrus's voice was sharp and full of venom as he accused Alexander. Alexander tightened his grip on his blade and stated coldly that the items had been thrown off the cliff. A wiry, bald man with a sharp face and a smug expression stepped from the shadows, wielding a long spear. It was Patches, the opportunist. Patches mocked the story and suggested in a taunting tone that the fall had been dramatic, asking whether the boy had screamed on his way down. Alexander remained unmoved. Patches speculated whether anything valuable had been dropped before the fall. Alexander interrupted with a hard statement. The boy was long gone, back to his world. The words cut through the air, and both Patches and Petrus froze when a faint green glow near the cliff's edge confirmed that Alexander was not bluffing. Petrus reacted with anger while Patches' grin faltered as Alexander revealed that the boy had used a pygmy's window to scout Pygmy's bounty and had seen cracked red-eye orbs and Lloyd's talismans. Petrus's fury showed in his face, and Patches turned on the cleric with a teasing remark about greed. Without further warning, Alexander lunged with his blade aimed for Patches. Patches moved with astonishing agility, flipping backwards so the attack missed by inches. He sprang up and landed on a stone arch, balancing easily with his spear readied. The skirmish took on the speed and flash of an anime duel. Alexander advanced in controlled, precise strikes while Patches darted and vaulted across the ruined architecture, using acrobatics to evade and counter. Sparks of steel met as sword and spear clashed, and the combatants traded feints and quick maneuvers without any graphic injury. Patches called out that such treatment was no way to treat an old acquaintance, scolding Alexander for trying to take his head. Alexander dismissed the theatrics as a bit dramatic. Petrus began to object, but a spear struck the ground in front of him, cutting him off. Patches's eyes gleamed with malice as he kept the cleric in check. Patches scolded the cleric, wagging a finger and ordering him to stay put, calling him a pompous blowhard as he turned his attention back to Alexander. He leaned lazily on his spear and taunted Alexander, asking what had gotten into him and why he had attacked. He mocked the mention of a boy from another world and wondered aloud whether Alexander saw himself in that boy, whether the boy had given him purpose, or whether Alexander was simply a loyal dog of Lordran, barking and biting for scraps of honor. Alexander did not answer. He glared at Patches, jaw tight and blade steady. Patches sighed theatrically and complained about the silence before insisting that they might once have been friends, trading stories and splitting profits, but that now Alexander had made things personal. His grin sharpened into something cruel as he warned that he did not take kindly to people who tried to take his head, and that he would finish what Alexander had started. Patches threatened to erase Alexander's name from memory and leave only the other boys, speaking the name Naruto Uzumaki to taunt him. Alexander locked his stance and made it clear that they should remember that name as the name of the Chosen Undead. Patches chuckled darkly, then leaped high into the air, his spear spinning like a javelin before he hurled it down with all his might. Alexander raised his shield and parried the spear with a loud clang that reverberated down his arm. At the same moment, Petrus swung his mace toward Alexander's exposed side, but Alexander blocked it in one fluid motion. The air filled with tension and malice, but Alexander was no longer the broken, defeated man they had assumed. This was not the crestfallen warrior. This was Alexander, the warrior of the Five-Finger Delta, and he was not backing down. Chapter 28 Kakashi Hatake. The Copy Ninja. Kakashi Hatake was the man with 1,000 jutsu, the prodigal son of the White Fang. He had been a genin at 5, chunin at 6, jonin at 12, and Anbu captain at 13. He had been said to cut through lightning itself and to be the last living student of the fourth Hokage. To others he was fame and power, something larger than life, a legend. To Kakashi himself, the reflection was a man defined by failures that never changed no matter how hard he tried to look away. He sometimes thought of himself as cursed, a half-joke that stung each time it whispered through his mind. Everyone he cared about seemed to die. His father, Rin, Obito, Minato-sensei, a parade of ghosts that haunted him at every step. To protect others, Kakashi had convinced himself that distance was safest, but that distance left him empty, detached, untethered. Guy, his loud and overenthusiastic rival, pierced Kakashi's carefully crafted walls. Guy refused to let him shut himself off completely, and it was Guy's persistence that pushed Kakashi to consider becoming a Jonin instructor. Kakashi did not expect to be any good. He anticipated failing spectacularly, as he had at so much that mattered. Still, in a rare moment of weak optimism, he agreed to give it a shot. Since then, he had never passed a single genin team. Every year he observed and evaluated, But none of the groups ever had the intangible spark he looked for: conviction, or an unspoken willingness to carry a weight most could not bear. This year was different. His focus was on team. He pored over their academy reports, dissecting each name. Sakura Haruno was a civilian prodigy. Kakashi did not expect much from her at first, but he allowed that hard work might yield surprises. Sasuke Uchiha was a traumatized child who carried a burden heavier than most. Kakashi knew he would be expected to help shoulder some of that weight, perhaps as a way to honor Obito and a promise made too late. And then there was Naruto Uzumaki, Minato-sensei's son, a subject Kakashi had avoided because it frightened him. It was not the beast inside Naruto that terrified him, but the thought of getting the boy killed. Minato and Kushina had entrusted the village to others, and failing that trust would break something in Kakashi that could not be fixed. So he kept his distance and watched from the shadows, never truly letting Naruto out of his sight. When Naruto's status as the host of the beast became known, Kakashi was there unseen, making sure no harm came to him and stepping in to handle threats before they escalated. As Naruto grew, Kakashi kept track of him through rumors, watching from afar and convincing himself that staying hidden was enough. It was not healthy. Then again, what in Kakashi's life ever was? If he was honest with himself, Kakashi was not particularly excited about this team. It felt too familiar, too much like history trying to repeat itself. Team 7 shared the same name as his old squad, and the trio mirrored his past too closely for comfort. He snorted at the coincidence and, not a religious man, chalked it up to fate trying to warn him. Still, he told himself he would give them a chance. If they proved themselves, maybe it would not end in disaster. Kakashi turned the page of his book, letting the new makeout novel distract him. Jiraiya, his teacher, had not lost his touch. The third Hokage noticed and commented that he saw Kakashi enjoying the new makeout novel. Kakashi held the book up without looking away and rated it 10 out of 10, recommending it. Hiruzen sighed, his expression softening despite the exhaustion in his eyes. He wore the burden of leadership, and Kakashi briefly wondered how long it would be before the same look found its way into his own reflection. The third Hokage then asked if Kakashi thought this would be the year he would finally lead a team. Kakashi kept his visible eye fixed on the words and replied that time would tell, though his mind was not nearly as relaxed as his tone suggested. Hiruzen studied him and admitted he sometimes wondered if Kakashi even wanted a team. Kakashi responded that wanting and needing were different things and implied that Hiruzen knew that better than anyone. The third Hokage fell quiet for a moment, and Kakashi turned back to his book. He let out an exaggerated laugh that drew a disapproving stare from the Hokage's secretary. Kakashi imagined her thinking that reading that trash in front of the Hokage was scandalous. He allowed himself the thought that most respectable people would not approve of a man openly reading Jiraiya's cultural masterpieces, Anko being the likely outlier. Most people assumed Kakashi's public reading was an affectation, a crafted persona to seem carefree or quirky. It was not. He genuinely enjoyed the books. They were a distraction, a way to fill the void, at least a better addiction than alcohol. Where many shinobi turned to drink to numb themselves, Kakashi turned to words. Everyone had coping mechanisms. Hiruzen shifted the tone and asked if Kakashi had ever thought about the balance between what was right and what was necessary. Kakashi admitted he had thought about it often and noted that the line grew harder to see the more one walked it. The third Hokage said that today he intended to find that balance and then motioned toward his office, indicating they would talk there. As soon as they stepped into the office, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavier and Kakashi's instincts went on high alert. Hiruzen did not speak. He snapped his fingers and 4 ANBU agents materialized around them, forming a square. The third activated the technique 4 barrier nightfall, and a shimmering protective barrier sprang up around the room, a measure Kakashi recognized as A rank, usually reserved for war zones or high-stakes covert missions, not the Hokage's office. Kakashi addressed the third Hokage cautiously and asked if the village had been compromised. Hiruzen shook his head and handed Kakashi a scroll. Kakashi unrolled it and began to read. At first the contents seemed mundane reports on Naruto's academy instructors, assignments, and training regimen. But as Kakashi's sharp mind pieced the details together, a darker picture emerged. The cracks in Naruto's training did not look accidental. They were deliberate, small enough to be dismissed as oversight, but dangerous enough to sabotage him in the field. Kakashi tightened his grip on the scroll and suggested that this had not been mere incompetence. Hiruzen confirmed the implication of sabotage and explained that Inoichi had investigated thoroughly. The names on the list were those of instructors involved. Their minds had been read and their motives revealed as petty. Kakashi scanned the list, his expression hardening. It would have been easier, he thought, if it had been a shadowy mastermind or a rival village. Instead, the culprits were Konoha's own shinobi. They did not see Naruto the boy, they saw the nine tails inside him. Their vengeance focused on the beast, and it had become a convenient target for their twisted anger. Inoichi's report had been thorough, marking the culprits with transferred rage syndrome, a condition where grief and anger mutated into irrational hatred, latching onto a convenient scapegoat. For them, that scapegoat was Naruto. Hiruzen confirmed the punishments: transfer to the Konoha strict correctional facility and life imprisonment for treason. Kakashi muttered that they deserved worse and that death might have been mercy, his anger barely contained. Even so, something still did not add up to Kakashi. This was a grave matter, but not one that normally warranted the activation of an A-rank barrier. Hiruzen seemed to sense his doubt and began weaving a rapid series of hand seals, his movements precise and fluid. Elements of Yamanaka clan techniques were present, but Hiruzen combined them with his own mastery and announced that he would perform theater of memories. There was a reason the third was said to have mastered every jutsu in the village. It was not that he literally knew them all, it was that he could break down any technique to its fundamentals, understand it at a glance, and craft his own version. His theater of memories blended mind techniques with an unparalleled knowledge of chakra to project recollections like a film, allowing others to experience them directly. Thin threads of chakra extended from Hiruzen's fingertips, glowing faintly as they drifted toward Kakashi and then gently connected to his temple. Kakashi's vision blurred, and suddenly he was no longer standing in the Hokage's office. He found himself inside Hiruzen's memories. Everything that had happened since the previous night played through Kakashi's mind like a vivid nightmare. He experienced the memories firsthand through the Hokage's technique and felt the weight of each moment. If he had not seen it for himself, he doubted he would have believed it. Kakashi could not believe it was real. Hiruzen replied that he wished it were otherwise, but reality was often stranger than fiction. Hiruzen reported that he had consulted Inoichi and received an interesting diagnosis with two possibilities. He explained that the first and least likely possibility was that Naruto's changes had occurred only in recent months. Kakashi considered that highly unlikely. Hiruzen agreed, noting that Naruto's chakra contained foreign in energy and pointing out the fully fitted armor, advanced fire techniques, and space-time ninjutsu as evidence that these were not abilities acquired overnight. Kakashi observed that learning elemental chakra conversion required at least 6 months of focused, intensive training for even the basics, and that Naruto's handheld fire technique and its precision suggested genius-level talent well beyond ordinary expectations. The idea that Naruto had concealed such capabilities behind a persona of an airhead prankster seemed implausible. Hiruzen then presented the second, more concerning possibility. These developments may have been occurring for years with someone facilitating Naruto's growth in secret. The word struck Kakashi like a curse, and his hands balled into fists. Hiruzen suggested that if Naruto had been intentionally downplaying his skills all along, he might know far more about his father and what was sealed inside him than anyone realized. Hiruzen leaned forward and said that when children were overwhelmed or seeking answers, they naturally turned to the adults around them, but if Naruto already knew the truth about his heritage and the village's treatment of him and had chosen silence, that would be a serious problem. Kakashi agreed that it would be a big problem, and Hiruzen admitted that, from a psychological standpoint, it was terrifying. Kakashi understood that Naruto might be more dangerous not because of the QB, but because of his ability to keep everything sealed away. If Naruto had been acting normal while privately carrying all that knowledge, he represented a greater flight risk than Sasuke. Kakashi exhaled sharply and asked whether Hiruzen thought Naruto was against Konoha. Hiruzen confessed that he did not know and that he hoped Naruto was not opposed to the village, but he could not rule out the possibility. Kakashi closed his visible eye to process the implications and then asked for orders. Hiruzen instructed that this was an S-rank reconnaissance mission. He directed Kakashi to gather as much information on Naruto as possible, his true abilities, his armor, and any clues about his connection to the entity called Oscar. Hiruzen emphasized that Naruto must not learn that Konoha suspected him, and he must not know that the village was watching. The mission required maintaining Naruto's trust while observing him closely without compromising the mission. Kakashi expressed doubt that Naruto would make the task easy if he had hidden so much for so long. Hiruzen said he trusted Kakashi alone with the assignment. Kakashi hesitated, then agreed. Kakashi noted that undertaking the mission would mean becoming Team 7 sensei. Hiruzen confirmed that placing Kakashi in that role would make the mission easier. Kakashi examined the image of Naruto's armor in his mind. It did not resemble ordinary shinobi gear or samurai plate. Hiruzen pointed out that the armor was too unique to go unnoticed and that Sasuke or Sakura might ask about it. Their curiosity could provide openings to gather information. Kakashi asked whether he should favor Naruto. Hiruzen firmly replied that Kakashi should treat Naruto like any other student but should create an environment where Naruto felt safe enough to open up and to trust Konoha. Hiruzen's expression briefly betrayed a private regret, hinting that he wanted Naruto to trust him as well but did not voice it. Kakashi acknowledged the orders and prepared to leave. Hiruzen stopped him to ask what he planned to teach. Team Kakashi assured the Hokage that he had led teams before and that Team 7 consisted of the academy's top 2 students and a third who had barely passed. Hiruzen interrupted with a frown, reminding Kakashi that this was not an ANBU team. Hiruzen reminded Kakashi that these were not trained operatives but genin. Talented, yes, but still genin, and he was shaping them into shinobi rather than building a strike force. Kakashi's words died in his throat. The weight of the third Hokage's statement pressed on him, heavy and suffocating. He could almost see the future failures of Team 7 playing out in his mind, all because he was not ready. His shoulders sagged under the invisible burden, and his hand instinctively reached for his book. He flipped it open and let the familiar words blur on the page, trying to ground himself, but it did not work. The third Hokage had trusted him with this team, with Minato's son, with the last Uchiha, with a civilian prodigy who had beaten the odds to stand alongside them. He realized he had been coasting through the assignment before it even began. He asked himself what he was doing, and the thoughts spun into a spiral of old failures, every mission gone wrong, every person he had not been able to save. Obito, Rin, Minato, even his father crowded his mind and whispered accusations. He feared he would fail them too. Hiruzen called his name and snapped him back. In the old leader's eyes, Kakashi saw faith, something he rarely recognized in himself. The old man still believed in him despite everything. Hiruzen told him that doubts were normal but did not have to define him unless he allowed them to. Kakashi took a slow, steadying breath. The storm in his head quieted enough for him to think. Hiruzen offered a faint smile and said that he had the next hour free and could help plan for Team 7 if Kakashi wanted. Kakashi admitted he could use the help. Hiruzen said he could be of great help and mentioned the books he had written on leading shinobi teams. Kakashi acknowledged that he had one of those books, and Hiruzen asked what he had thought of it. Kakashi confessed bluntly that he had not opened it. A brief, awkward silence followed. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose and remarked dryly that he was glad Kakashi was grateful for the help. Kakashi explained that this was his first time as a sensei and that he was learning on the job. The truth of that statement lingered. This was not the battlefield, where Kakashi knew the enemy and the stakes and did not have to worry about anyone depending on him. Here, he was not the copy ninja, the prodigal son of the White Fang, or the ANBU captain feared across nations. He was a first-time teacher trying to figure out how to lead a team of kids who did not yet know what lay ahead. He needed to try for Naruto, for Sasuke, for Sakura, and maybe for himself. If he could guide, protect, and teach them, perhaps he would no longer be defined by the ghosts of his failures. Perhaps this was his chance to make something right. No more hiding. In the shadows, no more running away. He owed Naruto that much. He owed Minato and Kushina that much. He owed Team 7 that much. 3 hours late was a new record for Kakashi. The academy was almost empty by the time he arrived. Only janitors and Team 7 remained. The bell test did not seem urgent to him, and he had taken his time to clear his thoughts. He knew the other Jonin instructors had already conducted their tests on schedule, but those people were not visiting the memorial stone every other day. When he opened the door, Sakura was staring intently at Sasuke, who was flicking the tip of his pencil with sharp precision and in one quick motion sniped a fly from the air. Sakura reacted with enthusiasm, while Sasuke gave a detached grunt, a typical Uchiha reaction. Kakashi noticed that Sasuke's Sharingan was activated, and unease tightened in his chest. Sasuke had not been this far along the last time Kakashi had checked reports. Something had happened, and Kakashi suspected Naruto was involved. Kakashi called the team to attention. Both turned toward him with a mix of relief and annoyance. Sasuke's eyes held guarded suspicion, and Sakura looked hesitant and confused. Kakashi tried to be light and told them at least they had not run away like last year's Genin team. Sakura's jaw dropped at the remark, and Sasuke mentally filed Kakashi somewhere between idiot and clown. Sakura answered Kakashi's question about Naruto with uncertainty, saying that Naruto had gone to the bathroom an hour ago. Kakashi sat and pulled out his book as a ritual. He thought that if Naruto was not in trouble, he would show up, and if he was, they would probably know soon enough. Sakura asked what Kakashi was reading. Kakashi offered an eye smile and replied that it was something for adults. Sakura argued that they were genin now and adults in the village's eyes, and Kakashi shrugged and handed her the book. She turned bright red and tossed it back at his face while shouting that he was a pervert. Sasuke glanced at the book as well. Naruto then burst through the door with such force that it nearly knocked the hinges. Sakura paled, wishing her team could be normal, and Sasuke looked genuinely shocked. Kakashi noticed that Naruto's physical presence felt different, strong and almost unnaturally so. He could not sense chakra in the way he usually would, which increased his confusion. Seeing Naruto's armor up close suggested craftsmanship meant for something far worse than human conflict, and Kakashi could not help but wonder why a genin had such equipment. A heavy silence settled as everyone took in Naruto's unexpected entrance. Naruto muttered that he hadn't done it as he looked down at the broken door. Sakura asked where he had been, her voice almost gentle as if she feared setting him off. Kakashi noted the change in her tone and watched them. Naruto explained that he had been scammed by a JRK into joining a cult. Kakashi blinked, feeling a strange sense of karmic justice. This was what it felt like to be on the receiving end of the same excuses he'd used before. Kakashi cleared his throat and straightened to catch the trio's attention. He wondered aloud how to put it and then, after a pause, told them that he hated them. Naruto shot back with an equally blunt retort. Chapter 30 Bell Test Part 1. The afternoon sun blazed over Konoha, scattering golden rays across the village rooftops. Naruto Uzumaki perched on one such rooftop, fiddling with the straps of his gauntlet and glancing at the unfamiliar surroundings. They were in what looked like a public garden, though its symmetrical trees and stone arches seemed oddly out of place, as if someone had set it there without regard for the surrounding design. Naruto thought the place would have been better with much more orange. He shifted uncomfortably. The armor he wore felt like it was baking him in Konoha's relentless sun, sweat trickling down his back and pooling under the metal plates. He grumbled and adjusted the chest piece straps while he watched the others. Sasuke sat a few feet away, brooding and silent as ever. Sakura stole quiet glances at Sasuke, her cheeks flushing like petals. Their Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hatake, leaned casually against a railing, his spiky silver hair and ever-present mask making him look more like a lazy wanderer than a seasoned ninja. His single visible eye scanned the trio with an unreadable expression. Naruto wondered what to call him. Sensei didn't feel right. Oscar was the one who had truly taught him to fight, survive, and endure, so the nickname Cyclops felt like a reasonable alternative. Kakashi cut through Naruto's thoughts and prompted them to introduce themselves, asking for their likes, dislikes, dreams, ambitions, and hobbies. Silence followed. Kakashi persisted, repeating the request. Naruto looked between Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke stared off into the distance without blinking. Sakura twirled her hair and continued to steal looks at Sasuke, seemingly unable to focus on Kakashi's words. Naruto rolled his eyes, raised a hand, and suggested that Kakashi start, jokingly calling him Cyclope-sensei. Sakura agreed that it was a good idea, noting that they didn't really know him and gently suggesting that he begin. Kakashi's lone eye curved in what appeared to be a smile. He introduced himself as Hatake Kakashi and refused to share his likes, dislikes, or future dreams, claiming they were none of their business. He did admit to having plenty of hobbies. Naruto blinked in surprise, and Sakura, curious, asked what kind of hobbies those were. Kakashi ignored her and turned his attention to a small book he held, absorbed in its pages. Kakashi then pointed at Naruto and asked him to start. Naruto leaned back with a grin, set his battered shield in front of him, and introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, squire of Oscar of Astora. He said he liked ramen, pranks, and training, and that his dream was to ring the bells of awakening. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and questioned the bells of awakening. Sakura tilted her head and asked what Naruto meant by that. Naruto smirked and kept the meaning to himself. Sasuke spared him a single glance and then looked away. Kakashi sighed and moved on. Sasuke straightened and introduced himself as Uchiha Sasuke. He said that there were plenty of things he hated and not much he liked. He dismissed dreams as useless and clarified that he had a goal, to restore his clan and to kill a certain person. Naruto asked whether Sasuke would reveal who that person was, but Sasuke ignored the question. Sakura, flustered, complimented Sasuke's eyes and nervously asked that he not activate them randomly. Sasuke's glare made her flinch, and she mentally chastised herself for saying something so awkward. Kakashi turned to Sakura and asked her to speak, using a teasing nickname that made her flinch. She composed herself and introduced herself as Haruno Sakura. She admitted that her favorite thing was not a thing at all but a person, a boy, and she grew red at the confession. Naruto reacted with an exaggerated GG, earning a glare from Sakura. She added that she disliked Ino and that her hobbies were personal. Kakashi observed the combination of a crush and a rivalry in Sakura's words and made a mental note that there was not much more to report. She's going to need some serious reality checks. Kakashi straightened and explained that introductions were over and it was time for the next step. Sakura looked confused and wondered what he meant, pointing out that they were already genin. Kakashi chuckled and flipped a page in his book, revealing that becoming a true genin required passing his test. He described it as a survival test, noting that out of 27 students, only 9 would be assigned to teams and the rest sent back to the reserves, implying severe consequences for failure. Sakura turned pale and Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the news. Naruto crossed his arms and grinned, insisting that he had faced harder tests before and was ready. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled with amusement as he instructed them to meet him at Training Ground 7 and told them to bring a lunch but not to eat it, warning that there would be a reason. Kakashi then vanished, leaving the 3 genin to process his words. Naruto leaned back, stretching and calling the whole thing fun. Sasuke remained silent but wore the intense expression of someone already preparing for a challenge. Sakura groaned and fretted aloud about Kakashi showing up late, and Naruto decided to do something productive while they waited. The late afternoon sun hung low over Training Ground 7, painting the clearing in warm amber and gold. Tall trees framed the wide field, their long shadows stretching across uneven dirt and scattered clumps of grass. A distant lake reflected the sky like a mirror, its surface rippling in the breeze. Naruto sat on one of the 3 training logs with a small, rough urn wrapped in fragile twine in his hand. He turned it over, curiosity in his blue eyes. The urn felt ancient and weathered. Inside it was black powder that would create a powerful burst of fire if ignited, an item that could be strategically useful in the right situation. He marveled that his clones could access his inventory. One of them had picked the urn up somewhere on the 3rd path of a place he thought of as Firelink Shrine, and Naruto realized he had probably missed other loot while running for his life. He resolved to go back with a plan. Sasuke and Sakura sat nearby. Sasuke leaned against a log with his arms crossed, staring into the distance in his usual brooding way. Sakura sat with her legs tucked beneath her, fidgeting and stealing shy glances at Sasuke. Naruto tossed the urn lightly in the air and complained to himself about Kakashi's tardiness. Sasuke told him to be patient in his usual uninterested tone. Naruto protested that they had been waiting forever. Sakura blamed Kakashi's bookishness and unprofessionalism. Naruto hopped off the log, brushed dirt off his pants, and summoned a massive sword from his inventory. The Zweihander materialized in his hands with a soft shimmer, towering nearly 2 feet taller than Naruto and looking more like a slab of iron than a conventional blade. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the weapon's size. Naruto explained that he had found it in a graveyard while avoiding animated skeletons from his own world. Sakura frowned at the idea, reminding him that skeletons did not move where they were from, and Naruto shrugged, dismissing the need for explanation. Naruto adjusted his stance and tested the sword. The weight made his movements sluggish at first, and he struggled to swing it smoothly. He paused to catch his breath, then hefted the sword above his head and brought it down in a strong overhand attack. The impact was thunderous, sending dirt and small rocks flying and leaving a visible gouge in the earth where the blade had struck. Naruto stood panting, his arms trembling from the effort and his shoulders aching. He grinned through his exhaustion and resolved to get stronger. Sakura asked where he had actually gotten the sword. Naruto repeated that it had come from a graveyard with skeletons, which only deepened Sakura's skepticism. Sasuke raised an eyebrow but did not press further. Naruto then felt a subtle shift in the air, a distinct ripple of chakra that made his brow furrow as he wondered whether it was a new perk of his abilities. His thoughts were interrupted by Sakura's sharp voice snapping him back to attention. Kakashi Hatake stood in the clearing, relaxed and unconcerned, hands in his pockets, silver hair catching the last rays of sunlight, and his visible eye curved into a lazy smile. He told them they were late. He then apologized, saying he had been lost on the road of life. Sakura objected that this was a poor excuse. Kakashi ignored her entirely as he pulled out a small alarm clock and set it on a log. 2 small bells dangled from his belt, their faint jingle drawing Naruto's attention. Kakashi announced that the 3 of them had 6 hours to take the 2 bells from him. He added that anyone without a bell at the end of the time would get no dinner. Naruto's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, and Sasuke and Sakura both turned, trying to hide their own hunger. Kakashi continued, explaining that anyone who failed to secure a bell would be tied to one of the training stumps behind him and that he would eat his dinner right in front of them. Then his tone shifted, and he said the one who didn't get a bell would not be on the team. The consequence hit them all. Naruto's indignation flattened into shock, Sakura froze, and even Sasuke's relaxed posture tightened. Kakashi reassured them that they had plenty of time and told them to begin. Sasuke and Sakura immediately leapt into the trees. Naruto remained on the ground, brushing dirt from his armor plates and adjusting his helmet with a satisfying clink. He reminded himself that the most important skill for a shinobi was the ability to hide. Kakashi nodded, watching him with mild curiosity. Naruto eyed Kakashi and thought of him as the monster in this test. Kakashi acknowledged that he had been called worse. Naruto produced the massive Zweihander from his inventory, hefting it onto his shoulder and declaring that the best way to survive was to defeat the monster. Without wasting a second, Naruto activated Shunshin no Jutsu and closed the distance in a blur. He swung the Zweihander in a massive horizontal arc, the weight of the blade driving the attack so hard the air itself seemed to press against it. Kakashi was already gone. Rather than dodging, he had casually sat down in the exact spot where the swing had just missed and buried his face in his orange book. Kakashi criticized the wide, slow swing and noted the power behind it. Naruto gritted his teeth, channeling chakra into his arms to stop the motion, muscles protesting as he reversed the blade's momentum and drove it down in a powerful diagonal strike. Kakashi leapt into the air and avoided the blow, and the Zweihander slammed into the earth with a thunderous impact that sent dirt and debris outward. By the time Naruto steadied himself, he saw Kakashi perched on the broad guard of the Zweihander, still reading and looking bored. Naruto stared, stunned. Kakashi observed that Naruto's fighting style lacked subtlety. Naruto bristled, insisting that subtlety was overrated and that it still counted as stealth if no one remained to get in the way. Finding that attitude interesting, Kakashi watched as Naruto dismissed the Zweihander into his inventory, leaving the Jonin momentarily off balance. Naruto then pulled out an axe and swung it in a sharp horizontal arc toward Kakashi's midsection. Sparks flew when the axe collided with the plate of Kakashi's glove, the impact reverberating through the clearing. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. He found Naruto unpredictable. Naruto backed up and moved a palm forward, igniting chakra into a small fireball that formed and hissed with heat. He launched it as a test, and Kakashi's demeanor shifted. He treated the exchange as more than a simple test and prepared accordingly. The bells at Kakashi's waist jingled faintly as the fireball burst into a loud burst of flame, sending a gust of hot air outward. The clearing lit in orange light, flickering shadows racing across the trees, and smoke curled up into the sky. Naruto panted, chest heaving as he took in the results. The ground where the fireball had struck was scorched and smoldering, embers glowing faintly in the dirt. Small tongues of fire licked at the edges of the crater he had created. Naruto wondered if he had gotten him, but then a sharp, instinctual chill ran up his spine. The way of focality, that strange sixth sense he had gained since his time in the other world, screamed at him. He spun around just in time to see a faint blur of movement behind him. Kakashi, his instructor, was already there, mere inches away, hands forming the tiger seal. Naruto's blood ran cold as he realized a jutsu was coming and there was no time. Without thinking, he swapped the axe in his hand for a talisman from his inventory. The small, glowing charm flickered to life in his grasp, a swirl of white energy building rapidly around it. He did not know if it would work. He had never successfully used it before, but there was no other option. Naruto poured everything he had into the talisman. The divine white energy burst outward in a sudden shockwave, the force rippling through the air like a silent explosion. Kakashi froze mid-motion, his hands halting just before completing the 1,000 years of death. For a fraction of a second, the Jonin was held in place by the talisman's force. Naruto realized it had worked, disbelief and triumph rushing through him. He lunged forward not to strike Kakashi but to grab the bells dangling from his sensei's waist. His fingers closed around them, and for a brief moment a grin split his face. The bells vanished in a cloud of smoke, revealing that Kakashi had used a shadow clone. Naruto's grin faltered as his fist closed on empty air. He cursed under his breath, frustration bubbling up. He staggered back and summoned the massive Zweihander from his inventory in one fluid motion. The blade materialized in his grip, its weight grounding him as he planted his feet and scanned the area for any sign of Kakashi. A faint chuckle echoed across the clearing. Naruto snapped his head toward the sound and found Kakashi standing calmly on the surface of the lake. The Jonin's posture was relaxed, the book gone, and his single visible eye locked on Naruto. The moonlight reflected off the rippling water and cast an eerie glow on Kakashi's figure. There was a shift in his demeanor. This was not the playful, aloof instructor who spent half the test reading. This was a Jonin, one of Konoha's elite, and he was done playing around. Kakashi remarked that Naruto was finally taking him seriously and that it was about time. Kakashi's hands blurred into motion, forming a flurry of hand seals so fast Naruto could barely follow. The water beneath Kakashi's feet began to ripple and churn, the surface breaking apart as something rose from its depths. The water twisted upward and formed into a humanoid figure, a woman made entirely of shimmering liquid. Her flowing hair cascaded around her like living tendrils, and her face, though eerily beautiful, remained blank and emotionless. The moonlight made her appear otherworldly. Kakashi named the technique as a water-style summoning, the call of the siren. When the siren opened her mouth, the effect hit like a force rather than a mere sound. A wave of resonance slammed into Naruto, enveloping him and making his limbs heavy and sluggish. The sensation was like being pulled underwater. His chest tightened and panic flared. Logic told him it had to be a genjutsu, but reasoning did little against the intensity of the illusion. He fought to ground himself, repeating that it was not real, but the sensation of suffocation and disorientation intensified. His vision blurred, the world spinning, strength draining as darkness crept in. Through the haze, an image flashed in his mind, the stray demon, that hulking, nightmarish beast from the other world. He had faced impossible things before, but this felt different because this was a human at the root of it. As his consciousness slipped away, the last clear sight was Kakashi standing motionless on the water, the siren looming behind him in the moonlight. Then darkness swallowed him whole. Naruto fell into unconsciousness, and the scene shifted back to the clearing. Kakashi crouched on the surface of the lake, his visible eye narrowing as he stared at Naruto's unconscious form sprawled on the dirt. The moonlight cast a pale glow over the clearing and glinted faintly off the massive Zweihander embedded in the ground nearby. Kakashi did not focus on the sword. His attention was entirely on Naruto, sorting through a puzzle that did not quite make sense. He replayed the battle in his mind, scrutinizing every detail and movement: the fireball, the Zweihander, the short-range space-time ninjutsu, and the boy's erratic fighting style. One by one, each element replayed for analysis. His hand absently toyed with the small orange book he was not reading, his mind far too occupied with unraveling what he had just witnessed. The way Naruto fought was unlike anything Kakashi had seen taught at the academy. His movements lacked polish, his footwork was unrefined, and his attacks were overcommit. Yet there was a brutal effectiveness to it, like a beginner thrown into the deep end of a battlefield and clawing his way to survive. Kakashi's brows furrowed beneath his forehead protector. The fighting was raw, aggressive, and improvised. Naruto moved like someone who had recently acquired new tools and was still figuring out how to use them. But something else nagged at Kakashi as he replayed the encounter. The power Naruto displayed did not feel natural. The fire technique alone made that clear. And then there was the Zweihander. The sword was more than a weapon. Its size and weight suggested an owner of monstrous strength, yet Naruto had wielded it with startling ease, even if clumsily. The space-time ninjutsu was even more worrying. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed. Space-time ninjutsu was one of the rarest and most dangerous branches of jutsu, the kind that could shift the tide of wars. His Sharingan had confirmed it was not a simple substitution technique. It had been a short-range space-time displacement. It lacked the refinement of the Flying Thunder God, but the fact that Naruto could use anything like it at all was deeply troubling. Kakashi's mind, sharpened by years of ANBU missions and political intrigue, began to piece together possibilities. Had Naruto stumbled upon some ancient artifact or forbidden scroll that might explain the fire technique and the sword? Or was it something darker? Kakashi's thoughts flicked briefly to the Kyuubi, the demon sealed within Naruto. Could that chakra be bleeding into him more than before? Was this power a manifestation of its influence? That did not sit right. The Kyuubi's chakra would have been wild, destructive, but it would not have taught Naruto how to use a space-time jutsu or that strange shockwave technique. Someone or something had given Naruto access to power and knowledge far beyond what he should have. Kakashi's eye softened slightly as he looked at Naruto's unconscious form. The boy's body was slack, his face hidden by the helmet he had insisted on wearing. Despite everything, Kakashi felt a pang of sympathy. Whatever had happened to Naruto, he was clearly struggling to control it. His movements were too raw and his techniques too experimental. This was not the work of a boy slowly growing into strength. This was a boy thrown into the deep end, desperately trying to stay afloat. Before Kakashi could follow that train of thought further, the sharp whistle of a thrown weapon cut through the air. He moved on instinct, his hand shooting up to intercept the spinning metal. The shuriken lodged in his palm with a cold, precise contact. Kakashi made a low sound of surprise. Standing at the edge of the lake, Sasuke's crimson Sharingan glowed faintly in the moonlight. His face remained calm, but his eyes were anything but. They dissected every detail of Kakashi's posture and stance. Kakashi recognized the stare, the eye of insight. Sasuke was analyzing him. Kakashi suggested that Sasuke might be feeling inspired after watching Naruto, his voice carrying a teasing edge as he assessed the younger boy. Sasuke did not answer. His hands moved in a blur, forming a rapid series of seals. Kakashi's eyebrow rose in interest as he recognized the sequence. Sasuke then performed water style, Call of the Siren. The water near the shore riled and rose, attempting to take a humanoid form, like the woman Kakashi had summoned earlier. The construct, however, was sloppy. Its form wavered, unsteady like a candle flame in the wind. The shimmering figure barely held together, its edges flickering and shifting as if it might collapse at any moment. Kakashi observed that Sasuke did not yet have the control to stabilize the technique. Before the elemental genjutsu could activate, Kakashi flicked his wrist and sent the shuriken spinning through the air. It sliced cleanly through the watery construct, dispersing it instantly. The siren dissolved back into the lake with a quiet splash. Sasuke's eyes widened briefly at the interruption, surprise flashing across his features. He quickly schooled his expression, but Kakashi had already seen the crack in his composure. Kakashi remarked that Sasuke had almost had it, his tone casual but edged with a teasing observation. Sasuke asked what he had done wrong through his expression rather than words. Kakashi explained that the Sharingan gave the blueprint the hand seals, chakra flow and elemental manipulation, but copying a jutsu was not as simple as watching it. He pointed out that true mastery required control over chakra and elemental nature. Mimicking the motion alone did not equal understanding. Kakashi then asked whether Sasuke had trained in water style, and the boy's silence served as the answer. Kakashi advised that raw talent could only take someone so far. The Sharingan was a powerful tool, but without training and discipline it could not win battles by itself. Sasuke responded with quiet determination that he would get there eventually. Kakashi cautioned that raw power and skill meant little without balance, and that balance began with humility. His thoughts went back to a recent conversation with the third Hokage. Sasuke's psychological profile was clear. He was a boy consumed by a singular goal that had become his identity. Pride gave him strength but also made him brittle. Pride without humility was a weakness as much as it was a strength. If Sasuke did not learn humility, Kakashi feared he would self-destruct long before reaching his goal. Kakashi's visible eye softened for a moment before snapping back to focus as Sasuke's glare deepened. Sasuke's expression asked whether Kakashi thought this a joke. Dismissed that, insisting he was taking the matter seriously, and allowed a brief, wry amusement at the younger boy's intensity. Suddenly, the faint whistling of more thrown weapons sliced past. Kakashi tilted his head slightly as a shuriken spun harmlessly by, but then he sensed a second wave kunai. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glint of metal and moved instinctively, leaping backward onto solid ground. The moment his feet hit the dirt, Sasuke launched into an attack. He moved with speed and precision, spinning as he delivered a roundhouse kick aimed directly at Kakashi's head. The kick was fast and well executed, carrying surprising force. Kakashi ducked under it easily, dropping low as the kick whipped through the air above him. Kakashi acknowledged the form and noted its predictability as he straightened. Sasuke did not answer. His eyes narrowed and he settled into a new stance, resolve sharpening his features. It was the same stance Naruto had used earlier when he had conjured that chaotic fire technique. Sasuke's body tensed, and for a moment Kakashi felt the subtle ripple of energy gathering in the boy's hands. Nothing came of it. Sasuke frowned and looked at his hands as if they had betrayed him. The frustration on his face was obvious. Kakashi let out a soft laugh. Sasuke demanded to know what was so funny. Kakashi sighed, lowering his book to meet Sasuke's glare. He explained that fire techniques were not as simple as mimicking hand signs. He described how breath and the mechanics of energy as fuel, elemental nature, and air work together. He added that Naruto's unusual approach did not use air at all, so copying it would not work. Sasuke spat that Naruto was not special, then cut himself off, the words dying on his tongue as he pressed his lips into a thin line. Kakashi watched him carefully, his visible eye narrowing. He read not just Sasuke's words but the tension in his shoulders, the defiant tilt of his head, and the sharp, almost panicked flare in his copy-wheel eye. Pride was fueling Sasuke, but something darker simmered underneath. Kakashi sensed a gnawing desperation Sasuke probably did not fully understand. Sasuke insisted he was not the same as the others. Kakashi challenged him to prove it by actually doing something. The challenge tightened Sasuke's expression. Without another word, Sasuke blurred through a rapid sequence of hand seals and vanished in a burst of speed using the body flicker technique. He reappeared almost instantly and launched himself forward like a missile, aiming a knee at Kakashi's head with force impressive for someone his age. Kakashi sidestepped with casual ease, thinking that Sasuke must have picked that move up from Naruto. Sasuke's momentum carried him past Kakashi, but the boy adjusted mid-air and twisted to land gracefully several meters away. His copy wheel eye spun as he scanned Kakashi for any opening. Kakashi formed the seals for a fire-style fireball technique almost lazily, but a trio of throwing knives flew toward his arms before he could release it. He paused and caught the knives mid-flight with practiced ease. He then noticed Sakura landing lightly between him and Sasuke. Sasuke demanded whether Kakashi really thought he could be stopped. Sakura straightened, determination flickering across her face despite obvious fatigue and hunger. Kakashi saw that she was not acting purely for strategy. She moved because Sasuke needed her to. Sakura formed a familiar hand seal and created two identical clones beside her. The three charged forward together, fast but somewhat uncoordinated. Kakashi flicked the throwing knives he held with a snap of his wrist, aiming for the clones. The clones popped immediately, disappearing into puffs of white smoke. Kakashi muttered that their approach had been too obvious. Then he felt a faint shift in the air above him and glanced up just in time to see the real Sakura descending with a throwing knife poised to strike. Kakashi silently acknowledged that she was learning. Before Sakura's attack could land, Sasuke used body flicker again, combining speed with a flying kick aimed at Kakashi's chest. Kakashi blocked the kick with one hand and felt the force ripple through his arm. He used Sasuke's momentum to redirect him, sending the boy tumbling aside. Sakura followed quickly and attempted a stab with a throwing knife. Kakashi stepped aside, letting her overcommit to the strike. She stumbled but recovered, flinging a set of throwing knives in his direction. Kakashi deflected the knives with a casual swipe of his ever-present book and remarked to himself that their follow-up was not quite enough. Sasuke and Sakura grew more frustrated. Their breathing was heavy from the effort. Kakashi warned them to look below. They realized too late that the earth around them shifted. Arms of earth burst up and gently seized both Sasuke and Sakura by the legs. With a controlled tug, Kakashi used an earth-style headhunter technique to pull them partially into the ground until only their heads remained visible above the dirt. He dusted his hands and said that the exercise had been fun, teasing that it had been amusing given their rookie status. Sasuke glared up, his copy wheel eye burning with frustration. Sakura looked stunned and blinked as she tried to process the situation, the cool, damp earth pressing against her making her squirm. The indignity stung more than the tactical failure. Kakashi started to walk away as if they were not worth his immediate attention, telling them not to go anywhere. Sakura clenched her jaw, struggling to keep composure, and muttered to herself about how she had gotten pulled into this. She wiggled her fingers uselessly against the hold of the earth. Her inner thoughts screamed that this was not how it was supposed to go. She forced herself to calm down and admitted to herself that teacher Kakashi was strong. Sasuke, still breathing heavily, did not respond. His face remained in a rigid scowl, his eyes fixed on the horizon as if replaying every perceived mistake. He refused to meet Sakura's gaze, and his silence made her feel worse. She turned her attention to him hoping for reassurance, but saw his copy wheel eye dim into something darker. He scraped himself out of the earth first, moving with sharp, angry motions. When free, he did not pause to help Sakura. He stood with his back to her, jaw tight with unspoken frustration. Sakura sighed and scrambled out after him, less graceful. She brushed dirt from her arms and legs, trying to preserve some dignity, and complained inwardly about how gross and ruined she felt. She forced a small laugh and suggested that it looked like they had failed, hoping to break the tension. Sasuke snapped his head toward her, his frown deepening and his expression sharp and incredulous, and he demanded what she meant. He reminded her that he had been keeping track and that they had maybe a minute left before the test ended. Someone asked if there was still time. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life again, his crimson eyes scanning the area with laser focus. His body tensed like a coiled spring, ready to move at the slightest provocation. Sakura asked if Sasuke was really going after the bell. He ignored her completely, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Inside, Sakura's thoughts screamed that it was useless and that there would always be next time. Sakura brushed the dirt from her uniform and hair and asked Sasuke tentatively how she looked, offering a small, hopeful smile to reach him. Sasuke turned to her, and for the first time she saw the pain beneath his anger. His eyes were haunted, heavy in a way that made her stomach twist. Sasuke muttered for her to be quiet and said that he just had to find that man. The words sent a shiver through her. He was no longer talking about their instructor. She felt it in the tremor of his voice and the way his fists clenched. This was about something larger than the test, something she did not understand. Sakura whispered his name, but the words stuck in her throat. She did not know what to say. The alarm sounded, signaling the end of the test. Sasuke froze, rigid, his gaze locked on the horizon. For a moment Sakura thought he might snap, tension radiating from him like a storm. Then he laughed, a short, bitter scoff that barely reached his eyes. Sasuke shoved his hands into his pockets and walked away with slow, deliberate steps as if containing something about to spill over. Sakura stood frozen, watching him go. She wanted to call after him, but the words would not come. For the first time she realized she felt not enough neither compared to Sasuke nor to Naruto. Kakashi appeared behind her and told her he was disappointed. Sakura asked what he meant. Kakashi told her to take time to reflect. When she asked what to reflect on, Kakashi said she could think about it while tied to the training log, then turned away. Sakura felt she did not deserve this. She thought she had saved Sasuke's life, but her inner voice went quiet. She began to wonder if perhaps the test had been about something more than the bells. Naruto woke with a groan, his head pounding and his vision blurry. He blinked up to find Kakashi standing over him with his usual calm posture and his small orange book. Kakashi remarked that the sleeping beauty was awake. Naruto sat up, rubbing his head and asking what had happened. Around him, Sakura was tied to the wooden training log, cheeks flushed with embarrassment and frustration, and Sasuke sat a few feet away, arms crossed and jaw tight, glaring at his bento. Kakashi told them flatly that they had failed. Naruto protested in disbelief, saying Kakashi had knocked him out and that he had not gotten a fair chance. Kakashi answered that they had plenty of chances and had wasted them. He said they had been too busy showing off instead of working together, so they had failed. Kakashi then said he did not think the three of them should go back to the academy. Sakura brightened briefly, asking if that meant they did not have to return, but Kakashi cut her off and added that he thought they should quit being shinobi altogether. The words hit like a kunai to the gut. Naruto's breath caught, Sakura's eyes widened, and even Sasuke's stoicism cracked for a moment. Kakashi did not waver. His voice grew firmer as he explained that none of them understood what it truly meant to be a ninja and that they had been selfish, disorganized, and disconnected from one another. Naruto argued that they had fought, but before he could finish, Sasuke moved with sudden speed. His knee shot forward, aimed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi, however, was faster. With a flicker of motion no one could follow, Kakashi sidestepped, gripped Sasuke's arm, and twisted it behind him, forcing him down and pinning him to the ground. Kakashi voiced his disappointment at Sasuke's choice to attack his instructor. Sasuke growled and demanded to be released. Kakashi held his ground and asked why they had been divided into teams for the test. Sakura blinked and asked what he meant. Naruto's mind raced as he put the pieces together. Divided teams, 2 bells, 3 of them. The realization came that the bells and the test had not been only about survival. It was about something else, and then it hit him. Naruto realized it was about teamwork and announced that understanding, cutting through the tense silence. He looked straight at Kakashi with growing conviction and insisted that the exercise had not been about the bells but about whether they could work together. Kakashi loosened his grip on Sasuke and confirmed Naruto's insight. Sakura blinked in confusion and pointed out that there had only been 2 bells. Naruto turned to her, puzzle pieces clicking into place, and explained that the exercise had been set up to make them fight one another so they would focus on beating each other instead of learning to cooperate as a team. Kakashi added that this was exactly what had happened. They had been so focused on themselves that they missed the point. He observed that even when Sasuke and Sakura had cooperated, it had been out of convenience rather than genuine trust. Kakashi then offered them one last chance. He allowed 2 of them to pass while one would have to leave, and he instructed them to decide among themselves. He warned them sharply not to share the food, because doing so would cause all 3 to fail. Then he vanished, leaving the 3 of them to grapple with his words. Naruto stared down at his unopened cup of ramen, his stomach growling but feeling distant compared to the storm in his chest. Sasuke sat brooding, poking at a rice ball from his lunchbox, while Sakura remained tied to the stump, her head bowed. The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. Sakura suggested that maybe she should be the one to leave and forced a smile that did not reach her eyes, saying she had not been much help in the test. Naruto felt a twist in his gut at the sight of her so defeated. He refused the idea and insisted that she would not leave. He then, with sudden seriousness, declared that if anyone had to go it would be him. Sasuke snapped his head up and glared, calling Naruto an idiot. Naruto shrugged and insisted he was serious, arguing that the others could work as a team and he would be fine. He thought that Konoha was not the source of his strength and that his real goals lay elsewhere. Sasuke's jaw tightened. He glanced at Sakura, whose stomach growled audibly, and without a word picked up a rice ball from his lunchbox and offered it to her, telling her gruffly that she needed to eat. Sakura looked startled, reminding him that their instructor had set rules about the food. Sasuke muttered that no one could think straight when hungry. Naruto watched and smiled, thinking that there was a heart under Sasuke's rough exterior. Before they could say more, a puff of smoke signaled Kakashi's return. Kakashi announced that they had passed. Sakura trembled with disbelief and looked between Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke as if searching for confirmation. Kakashi nodded that they had indeed passed. He reminded them that many before had selfishly tried to sacrifice others to get onto a team and had failed his test. He told them that a shinobi must look beneath the surface and that while those who broke the rules of the ninja world were considered scum, those who abandoned their comrades were even worse. The weight of that lesson settled deeply into their hearts. Kakashi congratulated them and declared them officially team. He cut the ropes binding Sakura to the training post and she landed with a soft thump, standing up and brushing dirt from her skirt. He told them to eat and get ready for a team photo, then wandered off with his orange book in hand. Sakura wasted no time and grabbed one of Sasuke's rice ball, holding it like a stolen treasure. Sasuke narrowed his eyes but said nothing, resuming his meal as if nothing had happened. Sakura muttered that she had been hungry, cheeks flushed. Naruto snickered but soon grew curious about whether he could boil water with his fire ability, eyeing his ramen cup and considering melting the lid. Sakura then looked at Naruto with an earnest expression that was softer than her usual annoyance and quietly thanked him for offering to leave, saying he had not needed to do that and that he could have been a great ninja. Naruto blinked, unsure how to respond, but realized that her gratitude was not about his own expectations but about what the gesture meant to her. Sakura reached out her hand and asked to put past their differences from the academy and start fresh as teammates. Naruto grinned widely and teased that maybe she would stop calling him an idiot, shaking her hand firmly. Sakura warned him not to push his luck. Naruto turned to Sasuke and asked if he had anything to add. Sasuke paused mid-bite, glancing between them, and muttered that the two of them were better teammates than most of the class. After a moment he added, almost as an afterthought, that they were all right. Naruto laughed at the half-hearted compliment, and Sasuke scowled and told him to shut up. A few minutes later, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stood side by side for their team photo. The moon hung high above the quiet training ground, its pale light spilling over everything like a soft blanket. In the center stood Sakura, who had begun as a civilian and was now stepping cautiously into the demanding world of the shinobi, her resolve flickering but steady as she searched for purpose. To her right stood Sasuke, rigid and unyielding, driven by the painful loss of his clan but using that weight as fuel to push himself forward. His quest for vengeance burned within him, isolating yet propelling him, and every step in the shinobi world felt like a step closer to avenging his family. On his left, Naruto stood in knight's armor that shimmered faintly under the moonlight. He carried not only the exuberant dreams of a mischievous ninja in training but also the burdens of another, darker world, the weight of Lordran, its monsters, and its endless battles. That world had shaped him, forging him in fire and shadow, and yet here he was, bridging the gap between two realms, one of shinobi and one of legends. Behind them, Kakashi leaned casually with his ever-present slouch. His white hair caught the moonlight like a halo, but the shadow over his visible eye remained. Shaped by fame, heartbreak, and duty, Kakashi bore the quiet marks of a lifetime of battle and loss. As he looked at his mismatched team, he felt a flicker of cautious hope, though his face betrayed none of it. Together they stood as Team 7, different in every way: night and day, fire and water, iron and air. Beneath the surface, they were bound by something deeper, a shared path, shared potential, and the promise of what they could become. For better or worse, they were bound now, their bond unfolding in its own time.